Hello. Let's fucking go down to the electronic dojo. Hey, welcome in everybody. Happy Thursday. It's the stream that I wasn't sure if we were gonna do, and here we are doing it, so take that, planning. Now I fly out tomorrow for a gig. It's kind of a big gig, kind of not a big gig. It's a lot of shit. I'll put it that way. It's a gig that I had to. The reason the stream was late is I had to spend like an hour. I don't know, hour 15 minutes. It wasn't an hour and a half. It was like 15, 20 minutes. But over an hour in a production meeting, going over the gear and the cables and how everything is supposed to be plugged in and all that shit. It was kind of bullshitty. But got through it. What was my point? Oh yeah, so I got that going on tomorrow, and I fly out tomorrow. I just checked in on my flight, so you know, I've been doing this for like since 2010. 2010 is when I started doing AV professionally, and I still to this day get the butterflies in my stomach, the not necessarily anxiety. Well, yeah, I guess so. A little bit of anxiety, you know. You're just kind of like, blah blah. And I've honestly, little transparency, or whatever you want to call it, TMI, but I've actually had issues with the stress, like fucking with me in a non. It was bad. There was a time when it was really bad. But nowadays I'm pretty good, and I kind of, I keep trying to just tell myself, dude, if you forget something, or something breaks, or whatever, you'll just deal with it. You'll just handle it. If something happens, you'll just have to figure it out. And so I keep trying to keep that mentality, but it's still like, I don't know. You still get that kind of brick in your gut sort of feeling, like you ate a brick and you probably weren't supposed to, because they're bricks. Maybe that's what Aesop Rock was rapping about. Never thought about it like that. You know the one. It's the one that goes, no more pencils, no more books. I built the city out of one brick that had a mayor and the crook. I made the crook stab the mayor, slay himself from the guilt. I took the brick back and headed east. So let's build. I think I got that right. Fucking love that rap. If you're ever looking for some really brainiac, tongue-twisting rap, poetry, hip-hop, Aesop Rock. Not to be confused with ASAP Rocky, or Rocky, or whatever his fucking name is. I don't give a shit about that guy. But Aesop Rock, incredible. Bazooka Tooth, that's probably a really good album. What's another one? Aesop Rock albums. He's been busy. Float's a good one. Float's probably one of my favorite ones. None Shall Pass is pretty good too. Labor Days, oh my God. Labor Days, I think that's the one that has that's the song I just quoted. Where is it? Maybe not. I'm not seeing. Oh yeah, there it is. Track 6, One Brick. But I remembered I got into them like years and years ago, and then there was a like chart that someone put together where they had all these different rappers and hip hoppers and whatnot, and they had it on a chart of like how wide their vocabulary was, how many how much different words that they used. And on one end, on the lower end, you had a lot of like Atlanta kind of hip hop and stuff like that, which made sense because a lot of that music is a call response type thing. So you're just like blah 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 blah, you kind of, and that's the song, which no disrespect there. And then you got into more complex stuff, like Wu-Tang was in the middle and the upper ends of like more, and Eminem, of course, is up in towards the end of it. But here's the thing that got me, that was so funny. So they put it out twice. They put out one, and it had like what I just described to you, like all these different rappers, and then they ended up putting out an updated version because people were asking over and over, where's Aesop Rock? Isn't he supposed to be in there? And the person that put the oh wow, that was fast there. The person that was put it together, no, I didn't get it off of there. Here, I'm gonna clear it out because I don't want this shite on my shite. Hey, Gunshot, welcome in, mate. The person who put it together thought Aesop Rock was like too obscure of an artist to put on there, and people are like, no, he has a pretty reasonable following. And he wasn't even in the cluster. He was so far removed from all the others. There was nobody in between. There was nothing. There was this giant air gap of where his vocabulary sat versus all these other, like, phenomenal, you know, in their own right, just like incredible artists. And he was just way the hell over there. And that was my confirmation. I'm like, well, there you go. I thought there was something cool about the guy. He's a smart cookie. Anyways, that was a unnecessary tangent. Hope everyone's doing good. Welcome in. We got Marza Panda came in. First in. Let's frickin' go. And Michael 11111111111 coming in. Now, you mentioned that you're still an Apple, so you should be able to go to the panel below the screen there and hack into the machine and be able to change your icon. If not, I don't know. We could fucks around. It's been a little wonky lately. Some other people have had some problems too, so I don't know what's up with that. Who am I missing there? Porphyry's in the house. Yeah, Porphyry, I saw your post that you got your rails and everything for your new modular Beastmaster 9000 XL Extended Cab Limited Edition. But they cut it the wrong length, and then what was the other issue? Oh yeah, they didn't match. Like they gave you black and silver max instead of it all being one uniform. That sucks, mate. You know, and it's that same cat that you got it from. That cat out of, I believe he's out of Holland. There might be a connection there. I don't know. I don't mean to throw shade or anything, but well, whatever. The guy is busy too. I'm sure he just had all that stuff on his plate. Gunshot, how you doing? I'm doing great, mate. I'm kind of, like I was saying earlier, I'm a little bit anxious, I guess, because I got to get this gig, and then all these gigs are going to happen. I've got this show in Salt Lake, and then I come home. I'll be here for 2 days. I'm going to try to stream, but I don't want to make any promises. But I'd like to, because then I'm gone for like 2 weeks. It'll be like 13 days and me going to one city, and then I fly home, and then I fly back out the very next day to another city. I wish I could have gotten, I don't know, maybe not. It's kind of nice to wash my clothes here, because I don't even have enough clothes to necessitate 2 weeks. I'd have to do laundry. And every time I think of that, I just think of that song with what was that guy's name? He was from the Eagles. They had that Dirty Laundry song. And you'd kick them when they're up, kick them when they're down. That guy. Yeah, that cat is always on vacation, Porphyry. Like every time I go to order, I have to, like, this person is currently, like, you'll go to their eBay account. Don Henley, yeah, there we go. You go to their eBay account, and the eBay will be like, the seller is currently in vacation mode, and they'll be back on, and it's like weeks away. And you're like, what the fuck? And then, like, every time I've made an order to that guy, I go up to the screen and it says they're on vacation. Now, in all fairness, I do the same thing because, and it comes up as vacation mode when I'm actually working. So maybe that's the scenario with them, and that would explain a lot. Otherwise, like, cat's making a ton of money and just blowing it on vacations. I get, right? Yeah, the European life of leisure. What's that? Was it Nick Kroll deal where he's like the European and he's like, for breakfast we'll have like something cool, like a glass of wine and some chocolate, and then we'll go to work for 1 to 1.5 hours. And then for lunch, we'll have something cool like a cigarette and some heavy cream. Big bowl of heavy cream. Yeah, that's it. A bowl of heavy cream. And we can do all this because of olive oil. Oh, man. I remembered I sent that video to Mr. X and asked him, is this true? And he said, yeah. Oh, scheisse. Yeah, so I'm not excited about all this work, but it's money, you know, like, it's how I gotta make my bread, pay off the insanely massive gambling debts that I have, and, you know, put a roof over the head of all my mistresses that are blackmailing me. You know, it's a lot of work. You know, a lot of people, you know, they let that fall, and that's their mistake. That's their screw up. But me, totally on top of it. Anyways, I did get some stuff done though yesterday, besides just laundry and packing my bags. I went through and all those Elgatos that we got the other day. just heard myself say that, Elgatos that we got. That's funny. All those Elgatos that came in, I went through and tested all the ones that were still in their cases, like the ones that are just these, it's not going to show up because it's green, these free circuit boards here. Those I'm going to have to like harvest a couple of wire harnesses to be able to test those, but that won't be so bad. I'll just like build a little jig for it. But I went through and tested all of them and wrote down, because they did not have a consistent problem. Good news. There's some really good news with it. So I guess the bad news, if we want to have that fun dichotomy, the bad news is like they don't all have the exact same problem. However, out of the 20 that I tested, like I think around 12 or 14 or something, you know, something like that, the majority of them, more than half of them, all had the exact same problem. Then there was like 3 that had a really weird problem on its own, and then I had a couple that seemed to work fine. Like I couldn't find anything at fault with it. So I wondered if it's an issue where it needs to be on for a really long time. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, oh, maybe it's a time thing. Like it doesn't fail until like 30 minutes or whatever. So I marked everything and wrote down what was wrong on them with some tape. And the good news of all this is that, yeah, there's a bunch of them that have the same problem. And the issue in almost all of them is on the other side. So the way this thing works is there's a single chip, and that chip is everything. Everything else is just to support the chip. And I think it's like a 256 pin. It's a really big booger of a QFN chip. It's so small. I thought it was a TFPQN or whatever, the ones with the little legs that come off, but actually looking at it right now, it is totally just a very, very, very tight packaged QFN. To the point where I'm not even positive I could solder this, you know, do like a transplant solder. I could do the other parts. That probably would happen, but the main chip now. But anyways, I got it off track. So there's this one chip on here that does everything. We looked the chip up, and it's literally an analog video to USB converter. That's all this thing does. And when I plugged into the majority of them, it would just say no signal. or I'd get a roll and then it would say no signal. Some of them I'd plug in and it would give like static and then it would just go off to no signal. So there was like no sync is what I was kind of queuing in. I'm like, oh, it's rolling. I bet the sync isn't working correctly. Sync with a Y, not an I. And so the way that I kind of understand this thing is that there's going to be like buffer circuitry and before it goes into the chip, hopefully. And there's circuitry for ESD and, you know, anything wonky or whatever that might come what may. That's my my hope, is that we can kind of identify like, oh, okay, here's an op amp. Oh, here's some diodes, you know. Okay, that makes sense. But if I'm wrong and it goes like bare into the chip, we might be shit out of luck. Because then it's the chip itself. Now, we can possibly replace the chip. There is, I believe, a firmware, but it's external. There's like a chip on the other side that I need to look it up, but I think it may be like a firmware chip. It could also be like an operating RAM chip or something like that. Like, it didn't yell out what it was when I looked at it. But it's possible that we can replace the chip and it'll just work right out of the box. But, and it's really, the fact that it's such a fine pitch, I'm kind of like pretty skeptical of that working. But who knows? We've got like 40 of them here, and the person who sent them said they have a whole lot more. So, and I think it sounded like, I figured this is all just like a lesson for me, or like an experiment, because I was like, I don't know if I want to fix this many things, but depending on what the problem is, might actually be kind of a good vibe, you know. You're just chilling, pop the thing off, pop the replacement thing on, test it, throw it in the pile, do the next one. It kind of feels a little bit zen, and I could handle that. I can put on, you know, I don't even have to do it on stream. I can do a lot of it off stream and just watch some movies or something while I'm running through the motions. What's the chip? We can look it up again. We pulled it up. Maybe I still have it on my tabs. Yeah, the chip is the, it's by Connexant. It's the CX23103. So Charlie Xylophone 23103. It does audio too. I should mention that, I guess. USB. Here, let's zoom in a little bit. Boink, boink. USB 1.1 2.0 compliant bus, supports the following audio formats: stereo mono, dual language mono, and tri-language. Trivox. 3 I2C master ports, and provided with 2 tuner ports. Macrovision, yeah. So it can do copy protected stuff. Support for the following video formats. Yeah, and we're in there, I believe. Yeah, there's S video and composite. So we're just using these 2 inputs, as far as I can tell. And then we have audio. Here's like a breakdown of the chip itself. There's a lot that you can do with it. It's kind of interesting. Like, you could program it and so forth, or switch through settings and things like that. So it's all software controlled. Like, the software, you have to run that on your computer to interface with it. It may show up as an OBS, just a regular object, but I didn't. The software was actually making it easier to troubleshoot it and figure it out. Because it would have, if you plugged it. That was the thing, though. Except for like one or two that I had, every single one of them was recognized by the computer. So it saw the priority of this chip, which leads me to assume that the chip isn't damaged. Because I think if you had like some sort of ESD that came in on this analog video input, it would get fried and it would probably fry the rest of this thing. But since the USB part was showing up fine and identifying, and except for like a couple I had, one I think it's a bad cable, like there's like a short in the cable, because I could kind of wiggle it and it sometimes show up, sometimes go away, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I think I know what that is. And then the other one just flat out would not show up. The Steve, oh yeah, that guy. It was cool. I hit subscribe on it. I looked at a couple of videos that night, but I didn't sit through like a whole ding-a-dang, dang-a-dong, ding-dong. But I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to check it out some more for sure. I appreciate the recommendation. What else? That's about it, really. It's not this data sheet is just like a stupid promo thing. It's not really a data sheet. It doesn't have any information on programming it or what the IOs do or anything like that. But I don't really need to go that deep. Not yet. Wait, and I am becoming a femboy? I didn't read that last part. What? Those seem like two separate sentences. Unless that's a video of theirs. I didn't see that one. I just looked at for the gent stuff. Anyways, so this thing is pretty cool. And that's like the core of the Zelgatos, so hopefully... What's this say? Oh wow, these are old. This says as a date of 2013. Can we even get these chips, actually? Oh, I got a Mauser tab right here, mother trucker. Aww. That's sad. I think I got it wrong. Yeah, I'm missing the 3. Yeah. My bad. Let's fix that. Negative. Damn it. We're here. Let me see. What's the name of the company again? Let me finally get that. Connect Ant, which is really weird. Connect Ant. Okay, it does not look like it's something we can buy anymore. Alright, well, that solves that issue. Aqua, welcome in. I'm finally being outbid for a lot of audio and video recording gear from the local university surplus. All I really wanted were some of the mics that were compatible with the silly proprietary interface on my Zoom recorder. Oh, really? What's proprietary about it? If data sheets have 2 pages, I think that this chip is confidential or for one company that makes the grabber. That is possible. That it could be a situation where you have to pony up to get the full dev kit for it and everything, or you got to buy like a dev kit. And I mean, I haven't personally ran into that, but that's in Germany. Quest Components. I don't know those guys. So we could get it possibly from there. Can we go to Quest Components? All right. So we can buy the chip. It is really expensive though. You got to remember these things are like $80 or something. Not very expensive. These capture cards. Wonder where these guys are located out of. Looks like California, maybe? I mean, there's like a palm tree. It's like a desert tree. Hey, look at that. Man. All that watching GeoGuessers is starting to pay off, isn't it? Let's see a palm tree in the photo, and I'm like, hey, that's a desert tree. I know a little bit about desert trees. That's probably California, Silicon Valley. But it could also be a stock photo. I mean, all these are dumbass stock photos. Okay, well, that's good news, though. We can at least buy the damn thing. If we wanted to, which I don't want to. Oh, shit. What else is up? That's kind of it. I kind of did that yesterday, like mapped those out and kind of built a game plan. The other thing I couldn't do is it has an S-video encoder, or input, I should say. But the client didn't send anything to help me test S-video. And, I mean, unfortunately, the data sheet doesn't have enough details for us. And we could look it up some more, though, but it didn't have enough real details for me to be able to figure out where, is it 2 separate inputs? Because it has a toggle switch in the USB, in the software. So you can toggle between S-video and composite. So I'm assuming there's 2 inputs. There's 2 sets of inputs, I should say. And the software is configuring it. But I totally guessing. What is this, Aqua? Oh, there's the interface. Yeah, let's see. Zoom, you bastards, your cruel, cruel Zoom. Oh, shit. My mic farted. Oh, yeah, that is insanely proprietary. What a dick move. What a dick move. I thought it was something that I'd seen before, but no, I've never seen anything. It's like an edge connector looking thing. Yeah. You've got like an edge connector, PCB edge connector, and then it feeds into a 10-pin edge socket. It's a fucking dick move. And then, yeah, it's 10 pins. Like, what the hell's that about? You only need, like, 2 or 3. Yeah, that's pure evil. Pure evil. There's a special place in hell. Special place. Extra hot coals. As far as I know, it's Zoom only, which is fine. I don't really need the extra functions of the hot swapping microphone. Yeah, that's the hot swapping. Yeah, because you can pull it. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, would be cool if you could build like an XLR adapter, so it goes from that Zoom proprietary and then terminates out as just a standard XLR. That would be great. That would show them jack-offs. Oh, the interface has XLR jacks too? Oh, okay. I guess I was missing that part. Oh, man. I got my haircut yesterday too, so feeling good. Forgot about that. That's just because the interface is meant to be portable and battery powered. Okay. Alright, well. Still think there's an easier way to do that. But that's me. Zoom isn't too bad. I mean, I have their L6 or L8 or whatever, the little digital mixer recorder podcast monster machine. And it's pretty good. It has I have some weird problems with it I don't like. That I used to have it as the mixer the stream would go through, but I ended up taking it out because like I could never get a lot of dynamics out of it. Like if I punched music through it, it would never seem loud enough, if that makes sense. Like it always seemed like it was quiet, and then if you like clipped it at all, it would do this weird kind of compression or something with it. It was odd. I just didn't dig on it at all, and eventually took it out and was like, all right, well, this is good for, not like podcast shit. And it really is a great mixer for that. You can record onto the internal card on it, as well as plug it into a computer and use it as an audio interface, and it'll give you all the inputs as individual tracks, so you could just throw it in, Logic or whatever, and just individually track everybody's talkings. So it's pretty nice. But yeah, I don't know. Something's weird with the preamps. I should do a test someday and figure out what the fuck is going on with it. I remember we tinkered with it a little bit, and I couldn't quite get my head wrapped around what was going on. And then I kind of got bored. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, what else is on the menu today? We've also got, oh yeah, you can't see it. That's pretty fun. Looks like almost like the PlayStation there. Well, even though you can't see it, it's the MUN, or the MUN? Yeah, it's the MUN, the vocoder. Last we put the capacitors on, and today I figured we could try to put on the rest of the silicon bits. We've got plenty of diodes and transistors, and then we have a whole bunch of TLO 72s and 74s. I kind of want to use this to gauge on this Mauser order. I haven't put it through yet because I wanted to just get through these streams, and then I was going to put it through when I was on the road. And basically, basically look at like the LM13700s. It has a few on there. I have like 4 or 5 left, and I really don't want to use them until I have more in, unless, you know, that's just so I can finish something, and I'll need like 4 or 5 at the most. But this has like quite a few, and I'm like, I don't want to really suck up what I have, so I might pad our LM13700 inputs. 074, 070, yeah, exactly. They're TLO 74 and TLO 72 op amps. Nonlinear circuits, Andrew, he doesn't use very often, you know, other ones on there, which is great because it keeps things simple. I mean, if you can get away with just using the 7X series, I say go with it. But I have talked with some engineers who have used different chips, different op amps and so forth, because they're like, well, the gain is more, or, you know, you get more of this, you get more of that, you get less of this, you get, you know, it's one of those scenarios. But not Andrew. He's like, just throw a TLL 72 in it. We're good. That's kind of it. That's kind of all the cool shit that's going on. I had to take my car in to get fixed because over the weekend it was giving me trouble. And my check engine light came on too, and I was like, I checked the oil and everything. Everything was good. I was like, what's wrong? And so I brought it into my mechanic on Monday, and then I picked it up yesterday, and he was like, oh, yeah, your thermostat was stuck open, which is a great thing. I've had thermostats fail in the other direction, so it was nice that it was stuck open instead of clogged or stuck closed. But the reason I got the error is because since it was stuck open, it was cooling the engine, and the engine actually needed to get warmer in order to be more efficient. And I've had this happen on another car, so I'm kind of familiar with the concept. And he's like, yeah, it wouldn't have broke anything. It just wouldn't, you know, it's not really the optimal scenario for that car, for that engine. And I was like, I could have saved myself $70 taking ride shares and cabs back and forth. Damn it. But that was broke, and then it was like there's a gasket that needed to be replaced, and then of course he had to flush the radiator and refill the radiator, and then what was the other bit that was the rest was kind of stupid, like the tire, the sensor for the pressure gauge was like stuck, saying I had low tire pressure even though they were all at 32. So it was weird stuff like that, but wasn't too expensive, and it was kind of nice. I like my mechanic, and I like hanging out with him. He's a really smart guy. We don't we have our differences, you know, on certain things. You know how it is. He's like he's like 20, 23, 25 years older than me and whatnot, but he's such a nice dude. It's kind of nice just to hear his points of view. He's getting along, and I was kind of worried. He was telling me he's been having heart issues, and I'm like, that's no bueno. Sargosa, welcome in. Flux Sniffers, hell yeah. Hazel Kate, welcome in as well. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. Yeah, and then right after that, I went to get my hair cut, so that was fun. But I noticed something, and I feel kind of elite. I'm going to brag, just a little bit of a brag. I feel like I've come up in things. So my mechanic that I went and visited, he's semi-retired. Like, I was going to him, and he worked with this other guy. Well, it doesn't matter what's in it. So Randy and Kenny. So Randy's the mechanic, Kenny is the owner, and they used to have a shop together. And then Kenny sold his shop, and then I don't know exactly how the money worked out, but they now have a little tiny shop, and they really don't have much of a staff or anything. It's just Randy doing all the stuff. But their plan was, just to take their good clients effectively, and they wanted to work on hot rods and stuff like that. And it worked out really well because I ended up getting this Monte Carlo, which isn't exactly a hot rod, but it's the Monte Carlo SS. It's a 3.8. It's pretty nice little car. I love it. I was even telling him, I'm like, yeah, man, I might spend the money just to get, once this thing kind of kicks the bucket, I'll probably spend the money to just, overhaul it and repair it, because I was like, I love this car. It's so fun to drive, and I feel safe in it, and because it's really easy to, like, you can look around and you can see all the cars around you. There's really no blind spots in it. There are, like, tiny blind spots, but seriously, it's like moving your head like a little bit and then you're over it. So it's really safe. I feel great driving it. And I was like, yeah, I kind of, and I really don't, my wife bought a new car and I really hate the thing, and I don't really want to deal with all this crap with the new cars if I don't have to, and blah, 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 blah. And he's like, yeah, man, that's a good way to go. But anyways, my point is, he's semi-retired, and then I was looking at, and then I went to the guy who cuts my hair, and he's semi-retired too. He's not taking on any new clients, and he's just, as he put it, waiting for them to pass on. Because there are a lot of old guys, older than me, and he's like, yeah, some of them are getting along, and he's like, I'm just, once they don't need a haircut anymore, I'll just let that be. And I was like, okay. And he's like, I've made my money. I don't, I'm good with retiring. I don't need to do this, but it's nice to have some extra income. And he's like, and I don't really want to stop, dead. And I was like, that's a good point. My dad did that. He quit his, he retired from his job, and he was like, oh, cool, I'll have time for my hobbies. And then he was doing his hobbies, and he's like, man, it's not that fun as I thought, just doing my hobby all the time. So he ended up taking a job as a bartender at what's called an Elks Lodge, which has a very confusing name. This particular one was a military, and so a lot of the times, as my dad put it, because they're near a military base, they'd have, he said, like, these old timer, veterans would come in, and sometimes they just order like a little club soda or something like that. Hey, NCS Live, welcome in, mate. I'm sorry I missed your hello there. I'm a little slow on the. I think it's something up with the chat, because I keep getting these weird bugs. But if you're still there, welcome in, mate. I apologize if I was a little slow on recognizing. I got my rambling mode on full power. But anyways, I think that was the end of my story. Who cares? What would you have guessed asking a car guy? Should I trash my car? Nah, overhaul it. Well, I trust his opinion. We were talking about different cars and so forth, and like having them last and so forth. Like, he's a very pragmatic guy, and that's kind of why that's actually why I went to him. I'll tell you a really quick story. So I was, a long time ago, I had a job where I was driving all over the valley, all over Phoenix. And one day I was driving to this place, and my belt came off that connects to my compressor. So I didn't have any air conditioning. But it was the fall, and it was actually kind of nice outside. So I was like, all right, well, I have some time. And I took it to this mechanic shop that's like a chain here. I can't even remember which one. I think it was like Firestone or something. But I took it into this chain, and I was like, told them my problem, and they're like, you're going to need a new compressor. And they quoted me like $700, $800, $900. And I was like, okay, well, this is the price of ownership. So I was saved up all the money over the winter, and before I was going to go, one of my coworkers said, you should take your car to Kenny. He has a shop over in Mesa. He used to do, I worked for a daycare company. So he's like, he used to do the oil changes on all our buses until the corporate changed our contract. But he was really great, and you know, he was a solid guy. And I was like, you know what? I'll try anybody other than Firestone, because, you know, I'd much rather give my money to a small business than a big business. And so you know, it was a big deal. I dropped my car off and everything. This isn't as short as I thought it would be. And I can't remember what happened. I don't remember what was going on. But either way, I get a call like a couple of hours in, and he's like, your car's ready. And I was like, oh, okay. So I go back and everything, and they're like, it'll be like $100. And I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? I thought my compressor was bad. And they're like, no, your compressor's fine. It's a little old. He goes, but I went ahead and greased it up, put a little bit of lube on there, gave it a little touch up so you can get some more time on it. He goes, but no, the reason that it failed was because of a pulley. And in case you don't know, a pulley is just a little sprocket that tensions the belt from the crank, from the engine crank to the compressor. There's a little pulley that tensions the belt, and that was what was bad. It was a $60 part, and he apologized for it costing $60, but he said he couldn't find it anywhere cheaper and get it in that day. And granted, it was only sat in that shop for like 2 hours. I had like $900 left over from that whole ordeal. I was blown away. And so I kept taking my car into them, and over, just this, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You still have time on this. You know, these are looking a little worn. If you want, we can go ahead and replace them, or I think you can make it to your next oil change. You know, they're just that way. Very straight shooters, and I've talked to both of them about it, and they're like, yeah, I don't understand the mechanics, you know, deal of, you know, other places where they rip people off like that. It doesn't make any sense. He's like, I got more work than I know what to do with. I don't need to generate more work by, like, you know, replacing things I don't need to replace, or not replacing something that's going to bring the person back in 3 weeks, you know, all upset. And he goes, and you're going to lose more clients that way, because they're going to think you're not shooting straight. So anyways, I worked at an automotive industry, the electrician of a heritage cars to keep them running as original parts become scarce. I know all about the love a person can have for their car. I just was poking fun. Oh no, I get you, mate. I didn't take it too seriously. Oh man, but I feel kind of special, because I've got a mechanic who's retired, but has me as a client, takes me on, takes my work and everything. And then I have the guy who cuts my hair. Both for me, important people to have in your pocket. You know, you want a good hairdresser, and you want a good mechanic if you drive, if you have a car. Obviously, if I was bald, I wouldn't really give a shit about a hairdresser. And if I didn't have a car, it wouldn't be a big deal, honestly. That'd be a lot of weight off my shoulder, wouldn't it? Actually, I think even if I was bald, unless I did the Captain Picard thing, the Patrick Stewart, and just shaved it all, I think I'd still like try to get a hairdresser. Because the guy who I go to see, he's really cool. Like, I really like his business. He eventually sold it, but he still works out of the office in there because he's the owner of the building, but he sold the business name and everything. And he does like hair pieces, like men's hair pieces and so forth, and he's told me about it, and I was like, that's really fascinating. In fact, the way his office is set up, it's attached to the back of the building, and there's like a door for him to come in and out. And when he first built it, he was showing me, he's like, yeah, I have a door here, you know, so they can come in, the clients can come in, they don't have to walk through the lobby. And he's like, I got a couple TVs. We can sit and watch the game, and I can work on their hairpiece. And I was like, dude, that's awesome, because one, you've got that privacy. You know, if I was doing something like that, I probably wouldn't want to walk through the lobby with a bunch of, you know, girls hairdressing and whatever. I probably would like a little bit of privacy and whatnot. And then, yeah, being able to hang out, watch, you know, movies or the game or whatever the hell, and shoot the shit while it's going down. That in private, in a private office, a private room. I was like, dude, that's a really smart idea. I really like that. That really caters to your clients. I don't know if he still does that. Hey, oh my goodness. Is it? Let me see. I'm gonna mess up the name there. Any here? Yeah, that doesn't sound right. But any here? What kind of car? I have a 2003 Monte Carlo SS. It's the 3.8 version. It's not the Pacer car, which is like the next tier up, which they didn't even make that many of, I guess. So if I ever find one, I'm just gonna get it. But if the price is right, and I have somewhere to store it. Yeah, I probably won't get it. It's a very baller thing to say, though. But it's silver. It's only has, like, when I bought it, it had like 50,000 miles on it. I think I've got it up to 74. It's still under 80,000. And I mean, that's not too bad for a 23-year-old car, in my humble opinion. Puh. Puh. Yeah, got like a hair, like a whisker hair. Hell yeah, look at that. Sound Tsunami coming in on that YouTube lovin'. Welcome in, thank you so much. The really sad issue is that those people, those who have hands-on experience starting from the early youth, are dying breed. Yeah, agreed. It is good in many other ways, though, but for the kids that do want to follow up their dad, less so. Yeah, well, my mechanic, he does have a son. I don't think, actually, both of them, both Kenny and Randy, both have some kids, but Kenny, one of his kids kind of did, but I don't know. I think he does construction now. Like, none of them really became mechanics. I think they can do mechanic stuff, and they work for their dad, you know, in the summer. But I think I think all of them have their own bag, their own job. Dave, welcome in. It's the sweet ride without the 8 cylinders. Yeah, it's a V6, but honestly, like, I'm a kind of a weirdo with cars. Like, I like a, you know, just like anyone, I like a car with a good pickup. I like being able to just zip up at pole position and get pressed back a little bit in your seat. I love that. It's fun. It's exciting. But I don't want a noisy car. I don't want an obnoxious car. I don't want anything. And this car fits that bill perfectly. I can gun it, and you don't really hear it. I mean, it makes some noise, I won't lie, but it's not like a, you know, like a hot rod or anything like that where the tailpipe, it doesn't do any of that, because I hate that shit anyways, so it fits me to a T. I have a 96 XJ6 1730000 for sale. XJ6, I'm not familiar with that. But I drive an 05 Acura. Oh, yeah. Those RSXs are fun. I have a buddy, I don't remember what year it was. Oh, a Jaguar. Yeah, I have a buddy that has one of those, and that's a fun little car. It's a fun ride, for sure. Yeah, Jaguars would be nice. When I was dating this chick, her landlord, he had like an old Jag, and I'd never really seen one up close, but I mean, as soon as I got up to the car, I was like, oh, this is what we're talking about. I get it. And I mean, it wasn't even running or anything. It's just, you know, just the aesthetics, just the appearance of the car. I was like, I get this. Yeah, this makes sense. And it wasn't even a fancy one or anything. It was, you know, just a sedan kind of car, but it definitely had a presence. It was definitely a sweet looking ride, and I'm sure it had a nice little get up and go. Zero Narrative, welcome in, mate. Good to see ya. Here, we'll switch over to the overhead here. I keep feeling like there's a hair on my lip. There's not. Must be the early signs of insanity. I'm always suspicious of cars with 2 gas tanks. Is that with that car? I don't know enough about that. Not big on American cars? Yeah, I mean, I was never either until I got this Monte Carlo. Like, before, I did not have a high opinion of Ford, GM, and stuff like that, and Chevy. And I still really don't have the biggest opinion. But this car kind of separates itself from all those. I think if I had to buy a brand new car and I couldn't save my car, like it was, you know, crushed by a boulder or something like that, I probably would get I'd probably just be practical and get myself a Toyota. I'm a big fan of Toyotas. I've had 2 or 3 of them growing up, and in the past, and they've been pretty good to me. There's been some exceptions, but I don't think that was my fault. But overall, I want to keep this Monte Carlo because this is like a diamond in the rough kind of car. Yeah, American trucks. Yeah, you know what? There are some. Yeah, there are some. Honestly, like trucks, I would love to have a truck, but I'd rather have a pickup, you know, and like a small 2-door truck with a you know, a bench seat, or, you know, not a big giant cab or anything, just a little pickup, and maybe jump seats in the back, as big as it gets. And they just don't make them anymore. There is Ford makes one. My buddy bought one. I can't remember what it's called. It's the Maverick. That's what it is. Ford makes this truck called the Maverick, and they make like a hybrid version of this truck that's like a, you know, gas and electric. And my buddy has one, and it's pretty fucking cool. I've never driven it. I've been meaning to ask him, like, can I take it for a test drive, see what it's like? But it's really close to what I would like in a truck, because it's not very big, but it's still got a truck bed. You still got, you know, you could probably not ideal for a sectional couch, but if you had like a love seat or something, you could easily move that around. And it has some extra features and stuff. It's a cool truck. I wouldn't mind looking into that if I was ever in that position, but we barely have enough room for the 2 cars we have, let alone getting a third. And I'd honestly would like to get. It'd be nice if my wife and I could go down to just 2 cars. I'm sorry, not 2 cars, just 1 car, but neither one of us is willing to give up our car to do that. So, which is fine. I like Maverick size. Yeah, I love that size. Well, you know, the truck that I was in love with that I really wanted to get was these little, they don't make them anymore, but Nissan pickups. Like was it the S10? Yeah, I think that's a Nissan. S10 pickups. Those were perfect. And I that was kind of where I got the idea, because I had this friend of mine who had an S10, and he said he'd get like almost 30 miles to the gallon on his pickup. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, man, the engine's just kind of overkill, so you never really rev it up, so it's just kind of, you know, sprinkling gas in there. It's not dumping it in, so you know, you really don't overhaul. And he goes, if I were to gun it at every light, I would probably drop down to like 23. And I'm like, dude, still 20 anything on a truck is pretty nice, because they're usually pretty crappy mileage. So that's what kind of got me into it, because I'm like, oh, well, that's a real practical pickup, because you could drive that around all day and you'd have great visibility. You know, you could you can get some comfort, all the good stuff. Anyways, I'm rambling. Do you know about home assistant, like the voice control stuff? Or you know, honestly, I don't. I mean, I have some stuff around the house, but it's like the proprietary stuff, like Alexa and Siri. Can't say their names loud because then they get live and then they want to help you with stuff. But I do have those, but I haven't used like, what is it, like IFTP or whatever, I think is an acronym. I have looked into it though. Hey, Dig, welcome in, mate. I think I saw you in there and I was trapped in my ramblings. As a former mechanic, I won't own any car made past 1980. Yeah, right? Oh, mate, when I was at my mechanics, when I dropped my car off, they were working on this El Camino. I think it was 1980 or 79. It had like 30,000 miles on it, and it was all original. It gotten a new paint job, so the paint job was new. It was this gorgeous fucking pimp purple, and they were adding an air conditioner into it. That's why it was in the shop, because they were putting an air conditioning in because it didn't have one. And this is Arizona. It's like absolutely stupid not to have an air conditioning in your car. But that thing, I was like, you know, I have another buddy of mine who has a El Camino, and he souped it up to be a race car. Like, you know, you pop the hood and there's just the engine in there. There's nothing else. Like, there's the coolant, but there's just all this dead space. And he took everything off so he could lighten the load so it would be as fast as possible. And it's super loud, really loud tailpipe. But the moment you sit in that thing, you're like, oh, now I know why people like this. This thing is, yeah, this is great. This is awesome. Do we got any jams we can play on the radio? My knowledge stems from being a kid oogling them, so I might be wrong. And never Ford. I hear that. I hear that. Yeah, cars, I don't know. Cars are a pain in the butt sometimes. Or oftentimes. Actually all the time. And they all are. Maybe every now and then they're fun. Alright, we should probably get some work done today. What do we want to do? Do you guys want to do... You want to just slam right into these solderings? Or do we want to do some video capture card repair diagnostic espionage? Yeah, I guess I should ask that. Like, do we want to start off doing repairs, and then after we mess with it a bit, we'll transition over to wait a minute. Oh, cool. And then we can transition over to soldering, or do we want to start with some soldering and then transition over to repairs? Oh, full disclosure, I have no idea how long the soldering's going to take. And, I mean, we might just do the silicon and the transistors and everything like that and be done. It may, I don't know, it may take a little time, may take a lot of time. I honestly can't tell you. It doesn't look like there's a bunch of diodes here, but you know, that's like probably 20 minutes, 30 minutes of work. There's not a lot of transistors. I think all the... Yeah, in fact, I'm not really... I'm seeing a couple here, but I don't think there are. So I think the LEDs are just directly powered. They're not coming off... They're not hanging off of a transistor. So it really would just be dip soldering, I think. After we do the diodes, it's just going to be soldering on whatever the... Let's see. Let me give the total here, because that'll be funner. Boink. All right, here we go. So there are... there are 16 TLO72s, and then there are 15 TLO74s. I was wrong. There are 10 BC857s, and then there's 3 BC847s, and there is 24 diodes. And holy shit, we're probably going to have to order these, because I didn't realize it. There are 20 Zener diodes. There are 5 LM13700s, but we're going to skip those. So yeah, there's 20, 44, so there's 44 diodes. Jesus Christ. 44 diodes, 31 dip packages, and 13 transistors. So I guess there's some stuff that's going to take a couple minutes. Clink clock with the, what is that, 10 stream streak? My man, let's go. Let's go. Kudos. Thank you so much. What is, how do I say your name? Bijou Cassel? I'm probably just messing that up, aren't I? But welcome in. Sid, every time I sit down with my soldering rig, load up a YouTube video, and truly commit to trying to understand electronics engineering and fix this stupid easy overdrive pedal with one bad cap, and I see for some reason 3 hours passes by, I screw the whole thing back together and give up. How do you do it? What do you mean? How do I do it? How do you have the patience and the fortitude to stick with it? Breaks. You can always take breaks, mate. I mean, if it's... Are you troubleshooting, or are you just replacing bad parts? It's like if you're troubleshooting, you kind of have to have your head in the game. But if you're just doing, like, parts replacement, you can always throw on some, you know, your favorite podcast, or some old, binge watch some old TV shows or whatever, you know. Put a movie on you like, but put a good album on. Something like that. Well, I guess the album would work if you need your head in or not. But I think having that extra stimuli helps me a lot of the time. I'm just not good at soldering and barely understand the entire concept in general. Well, that's me too. Don't worry, we're in the same boat. I couldn't tell you what a capacitor does. I don't have the language really to describe the different functions of operational amps. I have a very rudimentary understanding of all that. But I understand things like signal path. You know, that makes sense. And I think most people, that's a pretty easy concept to grasp. You know, some of us might take a little bit more work, but I think in general, you know, it's like connecting a bunch of hoses together. You get it. You get it. And then as far as soldering, it's... I think the biggest thing, you know, is just finding that correct alchemy. Because you got to get your iron at a good temperature. You got to have some good solder that you're working with. And then flux is the key ingredient to do whatever you like with the with your solder joints. Wait, hey Sid, were you able to catch my answer last night about the... I missed it. No, my wife called me away, and then I came back, and I felt like I came in the middle of that. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, mate. I caught pieces of it, but I got pulled away before I had a chance, so my apologies very much, because you were doing custom content for me. I feel bad. I did see a guitarist recently who had like this really crazy altered tuning, and I like immediately was like, man, I want to figure that out. I can't remember what it was. I have the videos saved. Where was that what is that, Warned Fungus coming in with that follow? Welcome in, mate. I used drop T, the shit out of everything in the 90s band. Very cool bar chords. Yeah, exactly. Well, I always liked drop D because I could get like cooler arpeggiations and spans and so forth. Because the fact that you have a 7-fret distance instead of just 5, that meant you could do octaves much easier and things like that. Like, it was way more fun. Well, maybe not octaves. What am I trying to say? I don't know. You could get some cool chords. Maybe not octaves. I think I misspoke. I feel as though I like, man. It is, totally. I consider myself an electronic alchemist. I don't really subscribe to the other terminologies there. I'm putting the resistors in my Ambika now. Important, do you think tolerances are for it? I have a bunch of 5%, but it asks for 1%. Probably not. Some of those areas, they are going to be a little bit more important on getting your tolerance right. If you have a bunch of 5%, just measure them. What I used to do for the longest time, until I did SMD and then I really couldn't practically do it anymore, is I would take like a piece of tape on my bench and draw up lines on it, or have some visual way to tell, and I would measure. I'd put a pile of, let's say, 100Ks. I'd take a pile and I'd just have my little leads and I'd test and measure it on my multimeter, and it would be like 90, 99, and so I'd put it in the 99 section. And then I'd have 101, and I'd put it in the 101, and then I'd put it 100. And what ends up happening is you'll measure, and let's say you need 10. So you'll keep measuring, and you'll probably measure 30 or 40 or whatever. You'll probably measure more, or you'll definitely measure more, and you'll see a bell curve occur. And so I typically will just pull from that bell curve, because it's always going to be kind of close to what you're looking for. You don't have to be dead on these, but if you can kind of take into like, okay, well, it doesn't want to be more than 1% off. So if it's 100K, 101 or 99, you have basically that 2 kiloohm swing zone. So if you get all 10 of them and they're all 99s, you're good. If you get 10 and they're 98.7s or whatever, you're good too. Because it's more about consistency, I think, a lot of the times. Or it's easier to go with the circuit as looking at it as consistency rather than accuracy. You're also on Kick and other streaming services. My bad. I'm monopolizing your channel. You're not monopolizing, mate. This is the exact reason. So, in answer to your question, we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. We've got the chat combined up here, so you guys can see each other's responses, so that you guys can kind of intercommunicate. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's the best damn thing I got. But feel free to stay on YouTube if you want to use YouTube. I think the video quality is a smidgen better, but the interface and the experience is a smidgen not so great. And I honestly, I looked up trying to do the emote wall for YouTube, and I found a GitHub, and there was a program and everything, and it actually explained the problem. YouTube doesn't have an API for just reading emote data. It just has an HTML, and no one's developed something to scrape out all the text and just look at the emotes and so forth, so you can have like an emote bounce around the screen. YouTube apparently doesn't provide anything like that, so it's kind of like you're always but don't worry about this is part of the channel. I like doing Q&A. I love chatting with you guys. It's the whole reason, really. I mean, otherwise it'd just be a damn video where I'm like, hi, I'm gonna fuck with this shit, and then do that for an hour or two. Do you think it would help for me to try and find someone locally and offer to apprentice with them and watch them fix pedals? I genuinely want to learn this process so that when the grid goes down, right, when the overlord, when the hunter killers are out and the T100s walk upon with their laser rifles in the 40-watt range, we can at least dive down under some bunkers and stomp on our pedals and make some sweet, sweet space jams. I, too, think about that a lot. It's been a dream to be able to modify or fix my rig gear. You know, mate, I think you can. You could, if you have the opportunity, if you're living in a city or a region where there is somebody that does something like that and you could apprentice, go for it. Absolutely. You know, work out something where you're spending like 4 hours out of the weekend or something hanging out, and they'll just have you do kind of mundane, you know, taking apart shit. You'll do a lot of like kind of bitch work. That doesn't sound, that seems almost inappropriate, problematic, but you know what I mean. They'll probably have you doing stuff like that, but I mean, you got to learn somewhere, and a lot of times that's where it's going to start, the least fun part. But if you really want to learn guitar pedals and repairing and modding and stuff like that, for me, my recommendation is DIY, like building kits and doing those things on your own. And like initially, yeah, you're gonna have probably a rough. They're not going to be your greatest job. So, in those instances, I always recommend spending the least amount of money. Like, well, don't go for the $400 project right out of the gate or whatever. Get the $50 or the $70, you know, get the $20, get the cheap projects first. Build a couple of them, you know. They may not even be entirely what you're looking for, but it gets your hands dirty. And you can always give them to friends or whatnot. You know, you might be able to sell them, but it's kind of, I don't recommend that if you're starting out, you know, until you get really good at soldering. It's probably not a good idea to try to do, you know, the hobbyist route of selling those things until your chops are locked in. And that's coming from personal experience that I'm like, and I've seen other people make that mistake, and I'm like, Yeah, Pliskin's got it, is reading my mind. That's exactly what I always say is like, distortion pedals are probably the best projects out there because they're the least amount of work for the biggest amount of reward. And there's lots of mods, like little tiny things you can do change the sound drastically. So it's fun to experiment, and you can also get your head wrapped around it because it's not a very complicated circuit. You can see, oh, well, this op amp feeds these diodes, and these diodes are part of the clipping circuit, which creates a distortion. And then there's this other diode to flip it around the right way so it's in phase, or, you know, it's in polarity. And there's a little part off of here. That's the EQ, the tone knob. Okay, I get it. I don't understand it, you know, completely, but I'm understanding what's happening in that circuit. That's the benefit. That's the fun time. Yeah, the Ambika, I got like an Ambika kit, but I gave it to my buddy because he's a big fan of the mutable Shruthies and so forth. He has like 3 of them, and I was like, well, here's an Ambika, dude. Have fun. He might end up having us build it, though. I don't really want to do any through-hole, but we'll see. And Dax Platinum coming in with that 3-stream streak. Welcome in, mate. Streak away. Streak away. Space Jam makes the best. Hey, Lobster Chung, welcome in, mate. See, I fundamentally understand all things energy related. Boils down to frequency when it's light or sound or microwaves, etc. I also understand capacitors store, resistors lower, etc. Right, exactly. I get the basics. Basics where I lose my shit is how does a genius go from a pile of ICs to inventing a through zero quadrature VCO? Is there there feels like something is missing from the literature or schooling out there. How do you go from an A to B from basic understanding to? So I'm not at B. I'm not at B. I couldn't design a complex like a through zero oscillator or anything. I could hack something together from information that's out there, and I'd probably have to do a bunch of debugging because I wouldn't, I'd just be hacking things. I wouldn't know like, oh, well, the voltage is different, so this all changes. I wouldn't know the math and everything behind it. But there is a lot of stuff out there. Like, I'll tell you what, besides a distortion pedal, if you want to take it up a notch, and maybe this is more attuned to the way you like to learn, check out the LM13700 OTA op amp. The data, it's I think Texas Instrument, but other people put it out, but the TI I think is the data sheet that I'm thinking of in my head. I don't know, maybe the other guys, ST Micro, whatever, have it. But so that chip has these OTAs, which are operational amplifiers, but they have like a bias input as well, which makes it really interesting. And then you, on the output side, you effectively have like an attenuator. So you have like a VCA, so transconductance, thank you. So you have it kind of like almost like a VCA. And that's the benefit to this chip, is that you can build so many things with it. You can build a pan pot. You can build a voltage controlled amplifier. You can build a filter. You can build the poles for the filter within that. So you can make it as many poles as you want to. And all the information is in the data sheet to do it. If you go to the data sheet, there's tons of examples. Now, to be fair, the examples are very much in a, like, you already know about electronic, you already know electrical theory, you already know what the math is and whatever. So it may be that wall that's difficult. For me, that's where I start to go, oh. But yourself, you've got a little bit of grounded understanding. That may be a way to go. And even if you don't want to pull from the data sheet, there are dozens upon dozens of open sourced circuits for a monicum of voltages. Like if you want to do 9 volt, like a guitar pedal, or 12 or 16 volt, like for audio, pro audio stuff. That's all out there. And you could put something together and like on a breadboard, or even design something in KiCad and have it fabricated. You can do all that, and the rewards are massive. It's such a neat chip. It's such a cool little tool to have. You couldn't pass remedial amplitude. Yeah. So the math may be, you might have to rely on someone already doing the calculations for you from existing designs, but it's out there for sure. I'm like a white person trying to twerk. Yeah. Don't I know that? Same. Really? Your Mac's not recognizing the Pi? I haven't tried a Pico. I've done the AT Megas, but I haven't done the Picos. Womp womp. Well, then, I mean, you might just check out, because yeah, math's not my strong point either. You might just check out other designs out there. get a breadboard and you know, get a collection of you know, resistors. You can get like little books, like not the SMD books, but you can get like sample packets. They're not going to be great, but you can get them off of Amazon, where they'll have a bunch of different resistor values. Excuse me, I keep burping. Lunch was good. You have a bunch of different resistor values. You can get like a little, same thing for capacitors, and then you know, get some wires and stuff, and you could breadboard a lot of this. And back in the beginning, that was like the key that was unlocked, was breadboarding for me. Nowadays, it seems kind of trivial to mess with it, but back then, very, very much the zen. Thank God it's snowing. Yeah, it was cold the other day. Oh yeah, the NE5517. Can you still find that chip though? I know the LM13700 is really common. Like you can buy that anywhere, and it's not terribly expensive. It's maybe like $1 or something at the worst. I'm sorry, this is my problem. I need to let go of the idea I can accomplish anything. Throw away my soldering iron. No, don't do that, mate. No, 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 no. I'm telling you that I don't have a mathematical background. I understand electronics at a very primitive level, and I'm having a blast. I'm having an absolute blast building things and soldering things and getting things together. So it sounds like your soldering is a little bit where you're feeling like you're struggling. Just like I was saying earlier, get some kits. Kits are going to help you start to see and play with your iron temperature. I like to go hot. Some people say go low. I say go high. But you can find what works for you best. You know, it could be the solder you're using is subpar. Maybe you need some juicier solder. Maybe you need to have, maybe the flux you have isn't so good. There's a lot of points of failure in where your soldering can really kind of, and it's really easy to fix. You know, like most of the time. I guess buying a whole brand new iron isn't exactly an easy thing to fix, but depending on your interest and whatnot, you can typically just get a $100 or less soldering iron, and that's all you're going to need. Your needs are met. I'd start cooking dinner for hubby. My bad, I'm drunk. Oh, don't. You're all good, mate. Thank you for your communications. I followed the schematics perfectly. Used good wiring, etc. I could not even fix a basic overdrive pedal. 8 components. I'm a failure. Well, I'll tell you what. If you need some help, we're our Discord. If you're not a member of our Discord, or hopefully if you do Discord, feel free. There's a section in there where we have troubleshooters. Where if you need some separate set of eyes, maybe some constructive criticisms and whatnot, post stuff in there. You're also on all our other social medias. You're also more than welcome to tag me or send me stuff. I may be busy, so it may take me a little bit of time to get back to you, but I'll be more than happy to see if I can help, when I'm just sitting around waiting for a car or whatever. Be like, oh yeah, let me check out so-and-so's thingy. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. But yeah, !social if you need our links. It's also available on the YouTube channel and as well as Twitch and whatnot, so it's pretty easy to find. But yeah, feel free to, because I mean that's the point here, is we're trying to help you guys get into this. Doesn't show up. God, everything's all goofy today. But that's our point of the channel, is to get people into this kind of stuff. So if you were trying to solder and you had some problems with it, this is the perfect channel for that. We can help, definitely. I definitely think we can help with any soldering problems you're having. Because usually it's alchemy. You just got to figure out which piece is not quite firing. But just a heads up, I'm getting ready to work a whole bunch, and I probably our next stream probably won't be until March 12th. So mark your calendars or follow our social medias, and I'll keep you abreast of those of those situations. Timinator, welcome in. Mr. X, konnichiwa. I don't know why we didn't have the little thing float up. It's just things are all goofy. Like YouTube's still acting weird. It's okay now, but earlier it was weird. Stick with it. One of my first builds, I was at my aunt's place and in the middle of nowhere, and she bought me plumbing solder. Had to redo the whole. Oh my God! Yeah, plumbing solder would. I don't even know how that would work. That would be brutal. But yeah, click. Absolutely, it's one of those skills. It's kind of like reading or whatever. I remember it as reading. Like you kind of struggle, and then at one point it just all kind of locks in, and you're like, I get it. And you still stumble across a word. You're like, wait. How many syllables? You know, there's always a challenge. And I think that's why I like doing this stuff, is there's always going to be something that I haven't done yet, or I haven't gotten really good at, I haven't mastered or whatever. And that keeps it fun and exciting. Hey Sid, how do you measure resistance on a 4-prong pot? Oh, that's that pot you were on. Yeah, I was wondering about what the hell the 4 pens were for. Does it have like it doesn't spin, right? It has like an absolute left and an absolute right. I didn't know what the hell that was, honestly. I was thinking about that too. I was like, what the hell's up with that pot? Why is there 4 pens? And I thought it was an encoder, so I just wrote it off. What you might do is I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Me too, Ekin. I thought it was, because the way an encoder works is it will short it out and it'll count it as clicks. So each time it shorts out, it'll send, a high-low to whatever you're pulling it in, and it'll be like, oh, it's open, close, and so it knows, like, if it's going this way, it's turning right, and if it's going that way, it's turning left. Like, it has that built into it. But with a pot, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Doug. I think you can kind of pretty much assume the middle leg, one of the middle legs, is your wiper. So I would, let's see, do we have a pot here to, yeah, it looks like crap. So you have your, yeah, we'll just do this. It's fucking great. So you got your 4 pins. So one of these is most likely your wiper, and these are your 2 points. Now these might be tied together, or it may be like a gang thing. But yeah, even if it was gang, you'd want separate ones of these, otherwise it doesn't make sense. But I would measure one of these and go absolute, make it absolute counterclockwise, measure between here, and then do that again and see what you get, but use the other pen, measure between here, then turn it full clockwise, do the same thing, rinse and repeat, and you should be able to map out what's going on. That's my best guess. I've never really seen a pot like that. There's threaded knot. Oh, I thought you ordered from like a replacement place. I thought they sent you like like a pre-assigned part. Like they go, this pot's for this thing. I thought it was something like that. I can send me one. Yeah, if you want. If you want to message me, I'll send you the PO box. The PO box is finally working, so it's been a little wonky this last year, and the year before that it was kind of wonky too. But it's so insanely cheap that I just deal with it. I tried to go direct with the company, the brick and mortar that has it, but they weren't too into it. All right, let's let fate. Well, not fate. Let's let you guys decide. Dooby-dooby-doo. Poll. Poll. All right, let's have a quick poll here. Where is it? So the choices is let's see. Oh man, I can't type today. So the question is, what should we do first? Either we do some soothing SMD soldering on the MUN, or we crack open some of those Elgato analog to do USB, the analog encoders, video encoders, and troubleshoot those. This will be a poll. It's in YouTube and Twitch. And I've got it running for 5 minutes, so you guys can kind of throw in what you would prefer, and then I will take all those numbers, add them up between YouTube and Twitch, and then completely disregard them. It's gonna be a tie. That's always what happens. I don't know what's up. It's like people love to F with me or something. Entropy loves, and that's not a person. That's a force of nature. Marzapanda. 58 months? Good lord. Good lord. You had to reverse engineer the part? Oh, wow. Well, kudos on that. Well, wait. So if you got the part yourself, Twitch guy, can you send me a link to it, or can you go to the DigiKey page? It'll have the data sheet, and we can either look at it here, or you can just look at it yourself, but it'll tell you what those pens are for. It will 100% explain what I vaguely wasn't sure about. Oh, hey, I'm missing Mr. X's guile here. That's weird. I see it over here, but I don't see it over there. Meanwhile. Oh, man. Let me see something. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the plan is whatever ends up getting voted in, and YouTube, you can vote, or Twitch, well, both of them, and then we'll work on that for as long as we can, and then once we're kind of at an end, or we're kind of tired of it, we can switch over to the other option, because we kind of have two things that we could do. We have this plate amp as well, but I don't plan to have a really long stream today. It'll probably be like 8 or 9 hours of a stream, so I don't want to start that thing and not be able to get to a good stopping spot with it and then be away for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it is. It's almost 3 weeks. Ugh, I'm not looking forward to that. Oh, man. Wish I could make money a different way. Because I love my job, but I feel like I'm kind of like past it. Not in a, like I'm better than it way. More like I'm past doing this kind of thing. Like, it's so much stress, and I'm getting old, and I'm just like, I don't really enjoy, I used to be able to manage this just fine in my 30s, and early 40s, but as I get older, I'm like, ugh, the stress is killing me inside. And I see a lot of people I work with, they that are older than me that have been doing it for a while, and some of them, yeah, they just they're always stressed out, or they, or they're alcoholics or something. I don't know. Now maybe not alcoholic. Well, yeah, some of them. I don't know. It's or they it takes its toll. It takes its toll on people. So I wouldn't mind trying to find it. Well, I kind of have a way, plans to get out of the biz and make some more money and still be able to stream. That's the goal. That's the plan in life. Okay, yeah, I spent time online, saw that someone was selling for $40. I found the $2. Ah. Got to go to the doctor's appointment. Hopefully it's hopefully last one before I can go back to working. Oh yeah, that's right. You were oh, what's the word? All right, so it looks like everyone, oh wow, that's interesting. Okay. So over on YouTube, let's go ahead and end the poll here. We got actually got some results. It didn't show up in this little box. This thing is so fucking annoying now. Yeah, there's God, whatever. So over on YouTube, we got, it looks like 2 votes for the Mun and 1 vote for the Elgato. And then over on the YouTube, we got, well, there it is. The Muns win. We've got 5 votes for that. Interesting. That's something I'm going to keep in the old noodle pan to call my brain. Call that the noodle pan. This the babe catcher. Or babe slayer, Sometimes it's babe catcher. Sometimes it's babe slayer. It kind of just depends on my mood and the season. Yeah, I hope all is well, Ekin. Best of luck to you. I know doctors and medical stuff is freaking annoying. Freaking annoying. So we do have some capacitors. There was one value we weren't able to put on because we didn't have enough. But let's do, I don't know. What do we want to do first? Do we want to do the transistors? Those are kind of fun. Yeah, let's do the transistors first. And then we can, and because the next thing will be this ungodly amount of diodes. Dude, 44 diodes on this thing. Who does that? Bliskin, hey, the Heretic Babe Slayer. There you go. Sid, the Heretic Babe Slayer, you know. Well, I have all these ridiculous jokes for that. Honestly, the Babe Slayer joke, I stole that from the show I really like. It's probably not everyone's favorite, but there was this show, it used to be on Comedy Central, called Workaholics. And it's got these three really, really funny guys. And one of the guys, and they're all like Adam Devine, I think is his name. He he's pretty well known. He kind of got a little bit of some good roles, a little bit of momentum in his career. But he's like one of the goofy guys, and he's in the episode. He says the line. He's like, "Hey man, watch my babe catcher." Your babe catcher? Yeah, that's what I'm calling my face. And I was like, dude, that is awesome. Babe catcher. I'm just worried about messing up my babe catcher. And then I think I remembered it wrong as Babe Slayer, which is honestly, both are pretty awesome. And I was thinking about watching that show again. I haven't like sat down and just binged it in a while, and it's probably one of my favorite comedies. It's real toilet humor. I have to warn you there. Like, if you got your nose up a little bit with your comedy, which is fine, you may not like this show. There's a lot of fart jokes and stuff like that kind of humor, but they're very, very funny fart jokes. Very funny fart jokes. You're just like, oh, these fart jokes are good. Quality comedy. The serious filter is show is juicy. Oh yeah. I think it's nice. Pissed me off though. The side face plate were aluminum and glued. I managed to get that off, but the center face plate was acrylic and cracked. Oh, what the hell? On the control, the whatever, I can't think of the name now. On the thing you're working on? There we go. It's way more specific. Nailing specificity. That sucks. Yeah, if you're ever dealing with glue, there's a couple of tricks I've ran into to use. Like if you have like a hot air gun or a hot air station, if it's hot air, you want to turn it down, but if you can send it like 100 C, nothing too hot but hot enough, you can typically heat it up and the glue will often peel off. It depends on what kind of glue. Like a lot of the glue that they'll use to like hold down capacitors and stuff, sometimes that's you can just heat it up and peel it off. Sometimes it doesn't work, like it cures after a while, or I don't know what the hell happens. But that's kind of my go-to. And then using like alcohol will sometimes work, but you have to be careful with the alcohol, because I've learned like on enclosures and so forth, if they don't spray it down correctly, like with like an overcoat or something that's like a clear acrylic or something, it will actually take the paint off of like keyboard layouts and stuff. I've had that happen. It was kind of like soul shattering. So nowadays I'll take like a little bit of I'll take like one of these and I'll put some alcohol and I'll just rub it across the surface, and if it looks like any of the paint, because it'll pick up dirt, but dirt will be dark, and if the paint is coming off as well, then I'm like, okay, I can't Can't hit this with alcohol. Got to use like soapy water or something like that. And soapy water's not going to work with glue. But anyways, I'm rambling. He's the kind of guy who don't want to bring home to mom. Yeah. Dads like me, though. Couldn't figure that one out. Like, moms don't really... They're okay with me. You know? But dads? Ugh. They love me. Oh, wait. I said that the wrong way around. Moms are... Yeah. No, wait. That's right. Moms are okay with me. Dads? No. They love me. One time I was dating this chick. And we broke up and everything. And her dad, like, texted me. And he's like... Hey, I know you and my daughter broke up. She told me about it. And we didn't call her my daughter. He called her by her name, but let's just keep it simple, right? And he's like, I heard you and my daughter broke up, and he's like, it's too bad to hear. I really liked having you over, and blah blah blah. It was like the nicest thing I've ever gotten, and I feel like I've done that multiple times with like ex-girlfriends, dads, and so forth. Just like they're like, oh, you know, Sid's one of the good ones, and why did my daughter throw away this awesome guy? And I'll be like, well, just wasn't that pretty. Oh shit. I think we're gonna have to buy more Zeners. Yeah, I don't have 20 Zeners here. And I don't think I have any extras. Jesus Christ, what is going on in tape? Let me check. To the Sterilite. So those are TLO 72s. Here's like... These are transistors. Transistors, not trans sisters. That's the name of my band. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh wait, wouldn't that be the Wachowskis? That's probably not a fair joke. Well, it's a pun. It's a pun. It's probably not a good pun to make. I don't know. It seems pretty harmless to me, but I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. All right. We cannot put on 20 5.1 Zeners because we only have 2, 4, 6. Yeah, we have 11. So that's not good. I tried to heat up like phone glass. So the current state I'm in to Discord. Okay, let me take a gander. Oh, Jesus, Jones. You poor individual. What a job, mate. So, you said that they were threaded. Do they have like a nut that holds them down? Like, do you have to have it threaded? Okay, so it has to be threaded. It does use a nut. Okay, fair enough. I was just, because sometimes they'll do that just because they're, you know, that's what they could buy 10,000 of. So have you managed to liberate this guy yet? Yeah, this is such a pain. Yeah, I can see all the buttons for the center push, and then you have all this. God, that is a lot of shite. Are those little trim pots? Or no, those are caps, aren't they? Or no, they're buttons. They're buttons. Well, that's cute. Little buttons. I love it. Yeah, so, I mean, we've talked about it a bunch, so I'm not going to harp on it too much. But yeah, you just take some angled snips and just chomp it out. And then you'll have just what's left in there. And yeah, just add a little leaded solder and heat it up, get it really nice and hot, add that solder in. It should mix in. And with it, you don't need to add a lot. You just need a little bit, because what will happen is it'll mix in with the unleaded solder, and it'll do exactly what you need, just to change the temperature. And it'll drop it from like 220C down to 190 or 180, give or take. And that should allow you to be able to grab onto the other end with like some tweezers and pull that leg out, and then you'll just do it with all the rest of them. You repeat that to pull all the little bits out, and then you'll have to go through and clean these holes out. But you can either use a pump, a little pump thing, or you can use some desoldering braid. Taking the lead out of, or taking the solder out of this is probably gonna be the easiest part. But getting this thing off altogether is probably gonna be a butt and a pain. You should be able, I can't tell for certain, but you should be able to pop these button caps off. But I'm not positive. They look like they might be illuminated, so they may be a single piece, but they kind of look like they fit on top. So if you need more breakdancing room to get in there to trim this up. Yeah, the solder wick is gonna help, but don't ask on it. Well, no, I mean it's when you're disassembling. Sometimes it's a good thing to just take, document it and get like little bags and stuff to put it in and write down and all that, so you can keep track of everything, because it's gonna get pretty heavy. But yeah, if you can go through and snip, or snip it out, pull all these things off, put them off to the side so that you don't break them or anything like that. That would be ideal. But yeah, mate. I mean, best of luck on that. That's a lot of shite. Hold on a second. I just got a text here from. Second, I gotta figure out how to reply to this email or this text really quick. So ask me how something's going, and I'm like, okay, it's going, but I don't know how much detail I want to explain on it. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I just gotta text this guy. All right. Sorry about that, mates. I got a lot cooking in my crock pot. Sent you a clearer pic. Oh, 10-4, 10-4. Oh, yeah. 10-4. Yeah, the only thing that sucks is that thing is, like, really flush. So what you might do, if you can't get to these lugs on the side, is snip these off. You'll be able to get to these with anything. This won't be a problem. And then you'll have to be careful that you don't break anything, because like you'll be putting a lot of forces, but you'll heat up like one side of this and then, you know, basically push against here, and it'll, you know, you'll bend this tab on the right, but you know, you'll pull it out, and once you free it out of there, then, you know, this side should be easy to pull out. And then, yeah, you'll have to clean out all the solder that's in there. But again, that's some solder wick and a little hand pump, whichever works best. Sometimes both work best. I like that. Ooh. I like these LEDs. These LED buttons. These are cool. I kind of want these for my birthday party. I want that boy for my birthday party. All right. Sorry, I got all distracted with all the fun stuff we're doing here. Let me. I need to put on my list that we need to order a bunch more Zeners. Holy shit! Let's go. Timinator with 100 biots. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you very, very much. Let's see. Vishay, Zener, 5.1s. Oh, yeah, we've ordered these like twice. Once in March and once in November. So I think it's safe to say we could... Oh, wait, what the fuck are these? I think we can safely order... Like, what do you think, 100? Is 100 a reasonable amount? I feel like we should order more. It's $5 for 100. Oh my god, I'm doing this live. My bad. I thought I was in my dream world. I've used DigiKey quite a bit. Quite often. I have no qualms with them. I use Mauser because they're physically closer to me. There's like and they're in Texas. I'm in Arizona. There's a highway that goes straight between us. So it's more convenient in that respect. But DigiKey is often a little bit cheaper than Mauser. And I've been taking, when I have the time and whatever, I'll take the Mauser shopping cart and import that all into DigiKey and then go back and forth, because sometimes DigiKey doesn't charge any tariffs, where Mauser will charge like these exuberant tariffs on it. Oh, speaking of exuberant tariffs, can I get y'all's take on something really quick here? Make sure I'm not doing something stupid. Here, I'm going to buy 200. That's a reasonable amount for any man. So I'm about to buy... where is it? No, maybe I don't. Dude, I have this like twice. So I'm about to buy... Here, let me get rid of this too. this case. I've been talking to the dude in Italy, Ico case, and he was like, "Hey, if you want, we if you don't want to use Etsy, I can shave a little bit off the price." And I saw them on Reverb and eBay, so I feel like they're pretty reputable. This isn't like some scam. And but they did want to use eBay friends and family. And I was like, no, I need an invoice. I need like this. Because I am going to write this off on my taxes. And so I'm this close. Like, they sent me the total and everything for it. And it's not too bad. I'm going to spend like $700 plus whatever tariffs are going to be. Well, it's going to be 15%. So 70... like $100 more bucks. So I'll spend about $800 to get it here. But I'm not making a bad mistake, right? They're not going to handle tariffs though. They're going to send it, and then I have to, once it hits customs, then I have to pay for it. And I haven't done that before, and I'm a little nervous, but I think I'm being a big baby. But just to get y'all's perspective, I think I'm good, right? Highway 69. I have a question. What shipping costs from Mauser to U.S.? So Mauser is in Dallas, Texas, I think. It's Dallas or Houston? I think it's Dallas. I think it's Dallas-Fort Worth. So Mauser is their office is there for the U.S. So there's no the shipping is usually $9, but I usually do 2-day because it's like $3 more, and I'm like, pay that much more to get it here in 2 days rather than 3 or 4 or 5. I meant to tell you about this guy with Critical Quick Aces. Upshift, welcome. I never know the best way to link Facebook stuff from their shitty walled. I know, I write. Well, you could send it to me and I like a DM or whatever, and I can go check it out. I'm not gonna check it out on stream because it's it's my Facebook account. It's got. You can send them as a warranty part to help them skip tariffs. I wonder. Isn't there a realtor that offers this, especially such a simple wooden rack? Not for that price. I would have to spend about $200 to $500. I'd almost have to spend twice as much. And I kind of like this guy. I kind of like his cases. I mean, they look cool. I've been looking at a lot of them. And he has a lot of different designs. I mean, I'm just making sure I'm not sticking my foot in my mouth. Well, it's 15%. So I looked up tariffs from Italy to the U.S., and it's 15%. There are some duty-free exceptions, but I couldn't find anything that listed those exceptions, and I think that's intentional. I wouldn't do it. There must be a better option in the U.S. Not that I can find. Used Commodore computers? Okay, well, I might reach out and see. From Canada? Oh, wow. Well, I already figured out what tariffs were. I was trying to get the seller. They're going to mark the item. I think they were saying that they're going to mark the item's value lower. So it'll probably won't be the $600 or $700 dollars, it'll probably be like $400 or $500. So it's 15% off of that. So that'll be 50, 70. It'd be like $75 for tariffs. And I'm not happy about it, but that's still cheaper than buying it locally. So I'm kind of cool with it. Yeah, Velvet. Well, I want something when I get back from this trip. I want to have something I can put in the case. I'd like to have some streams. I've got another thing coming too, or I haven't ordered it yet, but I plan to. And I'd like to have some streams where we actually do some deep dives into some of these modules. And this is the only way I can really think of to do it, is to just plop that beast on the table here. Although it might be too big. I didn't think about how big 10U is. But I do have a little skiff that I'm going to bring back to life. And, all right, we'll say 18 inches. That'll still kind of fit. It'll be a little bit big. Let me see. I think he has the dimensions here. Measures 55 by 50 centimeters. Oh, that is pretty big. $55 centimeters is 21 inches. I think that's from top to bottom, so it might be a little bit too big for here, but we'll cross that bridge. I can take this camera and mount it higher so we can get a wider shot. I just don't do it because most of the wide shot is just of my crotch, and that's for a totally different channel. Sid Heresy, DIY, crotch shot. All DIY while constantly having a shot of the crotch. And then I got this other camera underneath. It's the crotch cam. It's good stuff. Music store. All right, let's check this out. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so what let me clarify what I'm interested in, and you can kind of see. So I like this case because it's 10U. Because I want a 1U row. I don't have any 1U at all, and I don't have the money right now to start investing in that for Jamtown. So, well, I do, but I don't want to spend the money. So I want the 1U, and then I want it to be a case that I can close, and I'd like it to be so that I can close it with it patched. So that's my goal. That's what I'm looking for. Upshift, welcome in, by the way. I don't think I said hi earlier. If I did, I didn't do it with as much vigor as I could. Yeah, I wouldn't mind adding power on our own, but I kind of like this because it's just turnkey. I probably won't keep it forever because it has a 5-volt rail, and I don't really need a 5-volt rail. I'd rather do like a more low-profile power supply inside there, but right now I don't care. No rush, I sent a DM. All right, let me see what we got here. Where did you sit it on? Oh, yeah, there, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see it on Twitch. Okay, 10-4, 10-4. I got your info, Timinator. Yeah, honestly, I was talking. Oh, here, I'm gonna work while I talk because I'm just rambling. I'm not doing any work. It's kind of dumb. Let me get rid of some of these tabs. So many fucking tabs here. I don't even need them. Uh-oh. 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 Do the old refresherino here. There we go. All right. What the fuck? What the hell, damn guy? Let me try a different part of the stream here. All right, looks good. Motherfucker. I pull away and it bips it. All right. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, the mostly. Yeah, I am. I believe I still am. They might have kicked me out for telling too many fart jokes. I do love my fart jokes, though. The reason I haven't been in much is your fault, actually. How did I... Wait. Oh, yeah, I get it. Because, like, you don't want to come to the channel if I'm here. Yeah. I have that problem, too. I haven't figured out a way around it, though. How do I stream me without having to deal with me? It's the paradox of our lives. I'm sorry, paradox, P-A-R-A-D-O-X, not P-A-I-R space A space D-O-C-K-S. That would be a nautical theme. That was not a funny joke. I mean, I kind of laughed, but it's because I have a very simple mind. That's what the doctors told me. This man has a simple mind. We must nurture its stupidity with fart jokes. Why? Wait, what? Why did you all kidnap the Guthrie lady? Who's the Guthrie lady? Who's that? Why am I being accused of kidnapping again? I mean, the charges didn't stick last time. What do you think they're gonna stick again? I'm not gonna catch a bag for that. Not this time. Thanks to the weirdness of the algorithm on, it's mostly Instagram, I am now getting an insane amount of ads for something called fractional warehousing, where they take a warehouse and build dividing walls inside, or you have little sections or whatever, but you get warehouse space and you can pretty much do whatever you want within, obvious reasons. I don't know. So they'll have like electricity, obviously. It's climate controlled, and then there's internet. So I'm like, this intrigues me. And the way that these warehouses are set up they're kind of set up for entrepreneurs, like either to store merchandise or, have like, because you're near docks, so you have logistics abilities if you need to ship things out. And I don't know, it started getting the old juices flowing in my brain, because one, I'd really love to have a shop where I could work on pinball machines. I'd love to buy a pinball machine, do a restoration on it, and either keep it around there or sell it or something, do something. But I really want to work on pinball machines, but there is just physically no room in my house, and I want to stay married, and we're at the bare maximum of shit we can have in the house. Like, anytime I get something, I'm not fucking joking, I have to hide it from my wife. My wife finds out that I got another thing to put inside this house, she gets mad. Because she's like, points out, and correctly, mind you, she's not being hyperbolic or stupid, there is no room in this house for anything else. No room. So, to keep, the old saying, happy wife, happy life, in my instance, this is very, very true, so I can't F it up. However, if I were to get one of these spaces, I could solve so many problems. One, I could move all this goddamn shit to there, and I'd have a warehouse to put it in, a little shop to put it in. I could put a bunch of stuff in there. Oh, hey, you know what I've also been wanting to do? Woodworking. So if I was able to put like a table saw in there and a couple of, woodworking tools and stuff, I can make my own damn cases, which I'd rather do anyways, but I don't have the means, really. And then I could obviously set up streaming equipment there, and we could stream from that location, so we could do pinball repair streams or whatever. And the crazy part is, I'm getting tons of ads for these. Like, it's not the same company. And there's like several of these in the valley, like in the Phoenix area where I live. There's one that's like a few miles from my fucking house, which would be ideal. The only thing that's like, is I can't get a hard number on price. This much money equals this much square footage and this much, this and that. Like, they want you to do a tour. They want to get you an estimate. They want to get some douchewagon on the horn with you to kind of like sell you on it. And I don't, I don't want to do that. So I'm thinking it might be like, if it was like a few $100s a month, we're there, baby. I'm gonna pack up and move into there, because that would be killer. And it would be expensive, because it's still a lot for that, but if it was not just a storage area, it was also a working area and whatnot, I could really expand kind of what I'm doing, and I could possibly have like, there's some plans I have in the distant future that it would be absolutely stupid for me to try to run it out of my house. Like, it'd just be dumb. And it would make sense to have an office so that I could ship everything and deal with repairs and warranties and customers and all that from an office out there instead of doing it from my personal residence. And if I could get it to be enough money that it basically at least paid for the space or severely discounted my out-of-pocket expense, we're in, baby. Let me catch up on chat. I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to get that thought out before I distract myself. DM'd you on Discord with the link to the... Okay, cool. I'll check it out, mate. Oh, wait. Upshift. About 2.5 years ago, you rated to SynthLab, who rated to Petch, who rated to Elcia Martin. I'm not familiar with those last two. And sent me down the Twitch DJ rabbit hole. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. You've had a profound well, hopefully it's positive. I mean, it sounds like a positive thing. Mate, I appreciate the sentiment telling me that. That means a lot. Whenever you guys share your I don't know, accolades or whatever of the channel, I really, it means a lot to me. It's a big deal. So thank you very much for sharing that, telling me that. Why don't you hook up with somebody else that does want to do something like you do, and then you guys could do it together. I could do a split, but I don't have any friends that have any disposable income. I have like one buddy who might, but I don't think he'd bother. I don't know. But that's a good point. I could split it with a friend, and that wouldn't be the worst idea. That way we could both run the shop, and you know our expense would be 50-50 or something. So that might be it's a tricky thing because you're like, you know, you're mixing business with friendship. So I try to avoid that as much as I can. But I don't know, if I could find the right buddy, it might work out for sure. Aqua, I remember, I'm so sorry, guys. I remember Laboratory 424 had a work loft space for their streaming, which made sense with their ping pong. Yeah, no, man, RIP Laboratory 424. I loved that guy. And I was so hyped at what he was doing and everything. It was such a bummer when he had to close down and everything. And I understand it must be hard to support a family and then do the streaming thing and it not like take off to where you're making money, you know, enough money to pay the bills and keep the channel up and everything. So, I mean, eventually they had to, like, I assume find, you know, they either had some job that kind of occupied all their time or they had to give it away because I think I remembered them saying that the space was getting really expensive and it wasn't economically feasible to keep doing it that way, which I was surprised they were doing it that way to begin with. So totally get it. Oh, wow, a bunch of vintage pim. Oh, nice. My brother has this retro arcade where it has rifles and you shoot rotating targets, not working, and it's relay tube nightmare. Yeah. I'm gonna try to avoid those. I'm trying to work on stuff that I know I could fix, and then I'll work my way up. I'm on in 5 DJ channels now. Oh, what neat, mate. That's awesome. That's awesome, Upshift. That's awesome to hear, mate. I'm very happy for you. That's pretty dope. Dave, why just an example, I was looking for somebody to do gaming console repairs in my area. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Dave. So, I mean, I'm glad we were talking about it because it's in my head. I'm thinking to myself, you know, Sid, you could budget, you know, not a lot of money, but I think if I were to pay like a few $100 a month, you know, which is about as high as I really go, unless I could find a way to take that space and just make guaranteed money every month, like I could guarantee to make $200 or something out of it every month, then I'd be even better, or, you know, more than that would be great. But I'm looking at it from that angle. If I can turn it into something that could make a little bit of cash and it wasn't just me renting a space. But I mean, I don't know, like I've even looked at storage facilities, like, cause I think it's asinine to get storage facilities, you know, like just get rid of the stuff. I get it. Sometimes you have to do that if you had to move into a smaller place and you don't have room, or maybe you had an estate in your family and you got to put everything. I get that, but like as a permanent solution for stuff, I really don't like storage. I think it's a fool's way to go. I think it's the hoarder's hoard. But I did look at the prices for them, and honestly, they're really expensive. And I'm like, well, man, I don't want to spend that. But if I could get a, oh shit, I'm not counting here. 2, 4, 6. If I could get a workspace and I could stream from there and turn it into something profitable, it's on, baby. It's on. So, I can't count all these. These things are being jerk faces. There's 2, there's 4, there's 6, there's 8, there's 9, there's 10. There it is. I streamed my whole DJ only one. Hey, mate, if I would have known... No, am I even following you? Let me make sure. I don't even know if I'm following your channel, Tim. Well, maybe. Come on there, computer. You can do it. Yeah, I'm following you. So I didn't get a... I don't know. Here, I'll turn on the notifications. Yeah, I mean, when I first started streaming, it was like months and months of just dicking around, talking to myself, and having like, you know, 1 or 2 people come in the whole stream. So it's kind of, in my experience, it's, I had to do it for a long time before I really kind of found an audience and got any kind of sort of momentum going. There are some repair and electronics science, you know, sci-tech, oh, what's the word I'm trying to say? Groups, like, or well, not organizations, but like little groups and whatever. And they do cross promotion, and that kind of can help drive a little bit more traffic when you're starting out. And I didn't know anything about that at the time. I learned about them down the road. When I found this place, which is just a huge 135-year-old Victorian, I was looking for a 2-floor commercial building for cheap with an apartment up top and a storefront shop downstairs. But I found this place for $14,500 and jumped on. Oh, nice. You managed to make affiliate? Okay. Well, yeah. If you get your first, what is it like? It's like 50. Or they changed the rules though, but yeah, I think you have to have like a minimum of 50 followers, and then And then the rest is time. I have a room for each hobby. Mate, that's awesome. That's the gold standard. Plus, I'm disabled, so I get a severe discount on property tax. Oh, nice. Well, there you go. There's getting the system to work for you. Look at that. A couple of BC 57s right there. Or BC 857s. Whatever. Well, I don't know. I saw these places and I thought, man, if it's affordable, this would be great because I would have a real work area and I could, you know, make the wife happy because I could get a lot of this shit out of here. And I mean, if the network is good enough, I'd be able to stream. I could make some more content. It'd just be a bunch of W's floating around. I feel like if I could pull it off. But the thing I'm worried about is that it's not gonna be that price. It's gonna be like $1,100 a month or $2,000 a month. Which, screw that. I'm not paying that. Yeah, speaking of OTAs, right. This thing uses like 6, how many was it? 5. There's 5 LM13700s in here. Is there room? No. My backyard is, I think it's like 150 square feet. It is super tiny. And it would be really hard for me to get any climate control out to it. It wouldn't be impossible, it just wouldn't be like an easy job. It wouldn't be cheap. Yeah, I have a tiny, tiny yard. If the missus and I want to get a new house, we've kind of outgrown this house. We've been here for 15, 16 years. And when I bought it, I didn't know my wife, so I bought it as like my bachelor pad. And quite honestly, I was kind of like resigned myself to that. I was like, I keep meeting crazy women and I keep having bad relationships and I keep getting my heart broken. Maybe being a bachelor is the way to go. Because my uncle, rest in peace, he was a bachelor and he seemed pretty happy. He had his things. So I was like, there's nothing wrong with that. Not everybody has to get married and everything. And so I had that all worked out. And then I met Mrs. Heresy and everything changed. I was like, oh no, I was wrong. Yeah, to do the climate would be a rough deal. I could probably get like a split or something, or like a window unit. But yeah, there's not enough room in my backyard. We got married and messed up. Yeah, I mean, this was 16 years ago, but I literally had like two relationships in a row where I was starting to question like if I should be in a relationship. I was like, I don't know, maybe it's not. But Mrs. Heresy, she's, I mean, not to brag or anything, but she's kind of the perfect woman. She'd blush if she heard me saying that, but it's true. She's just kind of the perfect lady. We were, at least for each other, you know? I'm sure some people, they were in my position, they'd be like, ah, no, this isn't what I signed up for. But for me, it works out really good. Oh, look at that. There's what I missed. I think I grabbed one extra transistor here, because there was one over here. I thought it was a foobar, but yeah, I think I have one and too many. Sorry if you responded to my garage shed comment. I had to take a call. Yeah, we did respond to it. The issue was there wasn't I have a very tiny garage. It barely fits a car, and then my backyard is not much bigger than that, and it's in a weird shape. So it's like 150 square feet, I think, is what I measured out one day, because we were looking into getting gravel or something back there, and no, it's not plausible for me to. Plus, I live in a neighborhood that has an HOA, which I know everyone hates HOAs and everything, but this one actually is pretty good. However, they would probably make a stink if I tried to build something in my backyard, even though there's not enough room. But let's pretend like I had a bunch of room. I'd have to like figure out what the rules are and everything like that on how big and blah 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 blah. But if we can get some money together, like for a down payment, the missus and I would like to just get a new house that's a little bit bigger than what we have room in a car, or room in the garage for 2 cars, one for each of us. Maybe actually have a real driveway, because we don't really have a driveway at all. Not really interested in acquiring a lawn. We have a lawn, but part of the HOA is they mow and take care of it, so I never dick with it. In our backyard, there's like, Mrs. Heresy does it every now and then, but she just takes a weed whacker, because there's just weeds and stuff. There's not even grass that grows back there. Man, this thing keeps chopping in and out. I don't know what's up, dog. I don't know if this file is funky or what. Here, let me skip to a different part of the video, and maybe that'll help. You're always looking for a future X. There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's just not gonna work. It's funny, like a couple of years ago, I visited a buddy of mine, old friend of mine from high school. We've done projects together. He's a great guy, and he had this really nice house. Now, granted, he makes a nice chunk of change. Like he has a really nice job, so he has a good income, but his house he had a nice big house, everything cool, beautiful house, but the coupe de grange, the part that I was like, dude, I wish, was that in their backyard, they had a really nice sized backyard. He had a giant wood shop. It was probably 400, 500 square feet. And then on top of that was a guest house. And when I stayed there, I stayed up in the guest house. And it was detached. It was wonderful. I loved it. I could hang out. I could listen to music and everything, and I wasn't even remotely bothering them. And it had a toilet and everything, but it didn't have a shower. And it was because he was right on the edge of being able to do it, because of how the plumbing was set up and zoned and whatnot. And they were like, well, you'll have to get like a bigger like septic tank or whatever it is in order to accommodate that, and it was going to cost a ton more money, And he was like, that's fine. I don't need a shower. Although, honestly, that's the only thing missing from that. Because it would have been nice, like, you're working in the shop, you get all fucking dirty, you don't want to come into the house and tromps it in. Just take, like, a rinse-off shower inside. That would have been cool. But either way, my point is, that man's shop is, like, what I wish I could get. And you know what's funny? One of his best friends and another buddy of mine, too, he has a really awesome wood shop, too. I remember now when I was visiting them on, what was that called? Reunion, for my high school reunion. We stayed at, his name's Alex, Alex and Jamie. They're both old friends of mine from school. And they got married and everything, and they have this really neat house that they built themselves. And then he has this giant wood shop with premium tools. And, yeah. I just envy the fuck out of those guys. I'm like, man, I wish I had that for me. That'd be great. Build a bald eagle's nest in the backyard to stick it to the HOA. For the plot, the bald eagle moves the next day and gains federal protection. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Well, he was having, like, them build it. Like, it was built and everything. He paid, like, 20 grand or 50 grand or whatever to have the whole thing built. And they brought that up to him. There's room in there. And he even brought up, like, there's still a space I could put a standing, a walk-in shower. But he's like, I don't really want to bother with it right now. And funny enough, he got divorced. And so it's just him and his teenage daughter, I believe. I mean, last time I talked to him, I haven't talked to him recently, but it was just him and his daughter. So I think between two people, even before, even when his ex was living with him, 3 people I don't think are going to overload that septic tank. But whatever, Yeah, exactly, Terminator. Yeah, and that's what he was quoting is like, well, you're like right on the edge because if you have this many showers and this much laundry, a laundry hookup. Laundry is one of those things you don't ever think about that produces a ton of water. And the dishwasher and, how many sinks and all that. And I guess he was kind of thinking long term if he wanted to sell the house, he'd need to keep that in mind, so. I fell down shoveling? Oh, what? You were, the snow? Ugh. Well, hope you didn't bang yourself up too much there. Wife wrecks all the fun, huh? No, his ex-wife was fine. If anything, like, I never really met her. Like, she was like, I don't think she went to school with me. I think he met her when she moved there to go to college or something like that. But what's funny is, like, everyone didn't really like her. And I always left it out. I was like, well, if my buddy likes this gal, then she can't be all that bad. And then when I went to go visit, the thing that stuck in my head that I thought was really, really weird, like, everything was fine. She was cool and everything. But there was this moment where, when I visited, I got there and he's like, my buddy was like, hey, I was going to take you to my friend's house. He's like an audio guy and he has a bunch of cool audio things. I thought you might, like to chew the fat with them. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. And when he brought up his name, his now ex-wife, you know, they were married at the time, she was like, "Oh, I hate that guy." And she just went on this kind of like tangent that was really kind of awkward about how much she didn't like one of her husband's friends. And I get where she's coming from. The guy's a little off, a little bit of a nerd and goofy and whatever, but he wasn't like a human chalkboard and a fork just going back and forth. He was, you know, you could just choose not to listen to him and have a fine experience. I don't know. I could not figure out why she disliked him so much that she had to like bring it up. Like it was just awkward. Like, I don't know. Like, I just thought like if the roles were reversed, if my wife had a friend over from work or something like that, and she's like, "Oh, you know, I'm going to introduce you to this friend of mine. We're going to go hang out and, you know, get some drinks or whatever." And I was like, "Oh, you're going to go hang out with her? Oh my God, that woman is so annoying. I can't stand her. You're not coming back here with it," you know, like, it didn't seem like a really douchey, but I kind of wrote it off that like, well, you know, they've been married for 15 years or whatever. I guess they're just really comfortable about this kind of shit. But then later, he, about a year or so later, he was in town for a job thing, and we hung out, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we got divorced," and I was like, "Oh really?" And then I told him that. I was like, "Oh man, okay, well since there's no gloves or anything," and I just thought it was really, you know, everyone was like, "Oh, she sucks," and everything. "Oh yeah, all my friends didn't like her," and I'm like, "Yeah, I always thought that was weird," and I was like, "She seems fine." And then she did that whole thing about your friend Chris, and I was just like, where's this energy coming from? Why would she dump on her husband's friend in front of her husband's friend? That just seems like a really unnecessary thing to do. And he's like, "Yeah, I caught that." And I even brought up, I was like, "Yeah, dude, you almost seemed uncomfortable when she was doing that," but he's kind of a character on his own, so it's kind of hard sometimes to tell if he's uncomfortable or if he's just bored or annoyed. No huge damage. Good. I walked behind my truck, forgot the ladder was on the rack, nailed my head. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That sucks. I'm sorry about that. Fell back in the snow in a t-shirt. Ouch. None of that sounds good. For a second, I thought the end of the story was him saying, "Yeah, she left me for that dude." And, oh my God, wouldn't that be wild? No, that guy, I went over to that dude's house, and yeah, I mean, it would be a hard sell for most women. I mean, unless, you know, she's 100% in the same weather. That guy had a nice house, like a couple bedrooms or whatever, but he had rooms that were just filled with wire, metal rack shelves and tons and tons of computer gear. And he was always hacking and funking with them. So, you know, basically my room, which I guess you guys have never really seen or gotten a good idea of, because I don't want to take a video because it's so messy. But it was like that, but he had it in multiple rooms, and he had just tons of shelves. Like, he had a whole room, I can't remember, it was his server room, and he had all these old fucking, old, like, 15-year-old server racks on these shelves, these wire shelves, and, like, he had a fan blowing on one. Like, it was just, like, all these fans going. It was all this noise, and I'm like, Yeah, I don't know too many women that would put up with this. I mean, I know they're out there. That'd be a great ending. Yeah. Now, he did tell me that she did start dating someone shortly after they broke up, but so did he. So I think they're both happy. He told me this story like he kind of knew it was gonna happen, and eventually they both kind of were like, yeah, this isn't working anymore or whatever, I don't know. I've never had a relationship that long other than the one I'm in currently, which I would never want to end. I love my lady. She puts up with a lot. I put up with a lot. In the end, we're pretty happy. Bring up. No, she didn't want that guy over there. She was so happy we were going over to his house. She's like, I don't want to deal with that guy. He was running his sprinklers yesterday and now it's snowing. That's hilarious. Yeah, Terminator, exactly. I hope it didn't smack you up too bad. Oh yeah, I've seen that. One of my buddies, the house they moved into, or no, wait, oh no, it's not the new house, it's the old house they had. It had like a Wi-Fi sprinkler, but I want to say it never worked, or he couldn't get it to work, or it was busted. And since it's a rental, you're not really inclined to put any money into it. Inclined or interested. All right, is that all of them? That couldn't have been 10. But it was. All right, let me make sure here. We got 1, 2, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 9, 10. Do 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 do. Oh wait, that's 12, isn't it? Damn it. Let's find something like that in Allentown because there's no way I can afford rent in the real business. Yeah. You know what's funny though, Dave? Like, back when I first moved here in early 2000s, my band, we had a rehearsal space that we rented, and we paid like, I think it was like $300 or $400 a month. It wasn't very expensive, and the best part was we had to pay our electric bill, but commercial electricity is, at that time, I don't know if it's changed, but it was, how do I put this? Obnoxiously cheap. Like, I remember we would just run the air conditioner in that rehearsal space 24/7 with the fan on and everything, like just constantly pumping cold air into there because it had a garage, like an overhead door that was really tall so you could pull a truck in, and it would just heat up and radiate heat. So to combat it, we just blast the AC nonstop. And our bill was never more than like $40 in the dead of summer. It was insane. I still think I'm lying about that part. I feel like my memory is like, dude. At one point, the drummer in my band and I, he was a singer too, but I was homeless for like a long time when I first moved here. And so I lived on his couch for like 13 months, if I remember right. And at one point, he didn't pay the electric bill, and so the electricity got turned off, and we didn't have they were gonna make us, we had to pay like the back due bill. We couldn't just pay what was owed. We had to pay the full amount. So it took us like 10 days or something to get that money and all that. We had to borrow it from our parents and shit like that. It was a big fucking nightmare. But we lived for like a week or so in the oh shit, that's right, there's 24, 41, 48s. Yeah, we lived in this studio and ran the air conditioner nonstop, and it kind of messed with me because I'm like, God, we only had to pay like 40, 50 bucks for electricity in this rehearsal space. And then while our apartment, we owe like $300 or whatever it was. It was a lot of cans of cheese. Just made more sense to to move into a commercial space and just live there. Man, living in that studio was probably the lowest point in my life. One of the lower points. Because we were like flat broke. Like both me and my roommate, we had no money whatsoever. Me and my drummer, the guy let me sleep on his couch. We had no money. So all we had in the studio was a bag of sunflower seeds and like ashtrays that hadn't been dumped out because I smoked back then, but I didn't have enough money for cigarettes. And I was like, to say I was depressed would be an enormous understatement. I was low. And so all I would do is just sleep on and on and on because there was no money, there was nothing to do. And I would wake up, because I couldn't sleep 24/7. So I'd wake up for a few hours and I'd go and turn on my computer and I'd write some music, and because it's in our rehearsal studio, so I'd work on music for a little bit and eat some sunflower seeds and smoke like snipes, cigarette butts. And I do that for like an hour or 2 hours or whatever, and then I just go right back to sleep. And that was my life for like 10 days. And we didn't have any food, so I just didn't eat other than the sunflower seeds. Occasionally, my other bandmate, who was my roommate, the guy I was stuck with there, his brother, he would bring us like some food every now and then. So like, I remember one day, the best day was he came into the studio and he dropped some oatmeal cream pies or something, like it was cookies, it wasn't even good for you, but it was food. It was like some brownies or whatever that he bought at the gas station, because he's not, I will say, those two guys in my band were not nutritionists. They were the furthest thing away from that. But he dropped that, and I remembered eating that. It's the first thing I'd ate like 5 or 6 days or whatever that wasn't sunflower seeds, which you can't really eat that much. And I still remember like how amazing that moment was. Like that like lifted me so much out of my depression of just eating like a stupid fucking brownie or whatever. But it was just miserable. We didn't have beds, so we slept on acoustic foam, like the egg crate foam. We just stack like 2 or 3 of those on the ground and just sleep on that. We didn't really have any blankets or anything. And we didn't have enough money for gas to go back to his apartment to get those things. So we were just kind of stuck with what we had. So it was, oh man, I forgot. I know I've told this story before on the stream, but I always like forget like how much that sucked, how much that was terrible. But what did Brian Geisen say? You have to go to hell in order to look up and see heaven. I think I'm what is the Brian Geisen? Brian Geisen. Oh. Brian Geisen. You have to be in hell to see heaven. Is that right? Oh, I think it's just that. Yeah, you have to be in hell to see heaven. If you don't know who Brian Geisen is, check him out. If you're familiar with William S. Burroughs, you already know who Brian Geisen is. Brian Geisen was the originator. Can't do it good. I need to smoke some ganja or something to get that Burroughs voice going. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So I got 10. I need 24. Apocalypse. 12. 14. 15. 16. 18. 20. 22. And maybe 24? I don't know. I feel like I counted this wrong, but I'll do a little quick count. I remember living off the rice and soy sauce for a while in Alaska until we found out we could write a bad check at McDonald's. $40 worth of cheeseburgers was like, oh my God. And it's sugar burgers too. Like McDonald's just, they put like sugar or something in their burger. That's why I call them whenever we order McDonald's. I'm like, yeah, I'll have one sugar burger, please. We don't have that. Yes, you do. You just don't call it that. But that's fine. We'll call it a double quarter pounder with cheese, or Royale with cheese, if you will. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, look at that. We got one extra. All right. Put that in the pile of coolness. What would Christopher Walken think about this, I wonder? Well, it's kind of strange. A lot of people... Wait, which part? The burgers? Control Alt Quinn, welcome in. Royale with cheese. Because of the metric system? Check out the big brain on Brad. You're a smart motherfucker, aren't you? Royale with cheese. Burgers, the cornerstone of any nutritious meal. Amidage freezer or any small plain burger reheats awesome in waffle iron or George Foreman. Oh, I never thought about that. Just toss the whole thing, buns and all, in there? That's not a bad fucking idea. I'll eat the shit out of a cold McBurger. You're on your own there. I need that steam to inflate my soul and my heart. Well, my wife's power steering pump arrived and my new serpentine tensioner tool. Seems I'll be out in the cold work tomorrow. Well, hey, you know, at least we can get the ladies' G-Ride going. I'm hiding uncomfortable hunks of metal in place. Put this uncomfortable piece of metal up my ass. 3 years until he died of dysentery. It's my favorite part of that joke. It's like he died of dysentery, and you're like, oh, that's even worse. Yeah, I always love that scene. It's such a funny bit. Like Christopher Walken just being so solemn and telling the story. It's your granddad. This time it was the Germans. He knew they weren't coming back. So he gave it to a gunner on the ship Okinawa. You know, he just goes on the Okinawa. And he gave your grandmother's name, and he promised to get that watch back to him. You know, it's just all this solemn, and then it just takes a whole wrong turn, and he just gets super racist. And he's just saying all this horrible shit. It's like, whoa! Oh, I thought this was like a real solemn story, but nah, it's just a bunch of slurs. Okay. And I know it's just funny because it's I don't know, just the juxtaposition of like, oh, this is so important and whoa there. Oh, you shouldn't say that. That's not. Oh, damn. Well, I guess the time period, still awkward. Doesn't matter. Does your wife not understand Pulp? No, I think she understands it. I think she does. We've never discussed Pulp Fiction, really. I don't think we've gone about it in our personal lives. Your father's watch. You'd be damned. So, he hid it in the one place they wouldn't look, up his ass. And then we go straight to ads. It's hilarious. It's your father's watch. All right, let me check out this link real quick. We're in the ad land, so I'm just gonna. Well, these are cool cases. Yeah, I might check this out. I might reach out to this guy. I mean, to be fair, I'm probably gonna buy. I think the solution that I've come up with for my modular problem is that I'm just gonna keep building little kits, like turnkey kits, travel kits, and just load them up with modules. I think that's the smartest thing I could do. I don't know, I mean, eventually I'll build a bigger rig for space station, and I'll say adieu to this guy, and I have a buddy who might take it, or I don't know, I could sell it on the market, I guess, but what I need is going to be twice as wide as this, and it's going to be at least 2 more. So it would be like right now that's what is that? 2, 4, 6, 18U. So I'd like it to be I can't do math now. 24? Yeah, 24U. But then I'd like a couple of 1Us fit in there, so it'd be 25, 26, something like that. I'd like to just build a big rack like that and put some fancy, cool lights coming on it, and you know, make it look sexy. And then I'd have space station worked out. But I haven't even had that case 2 years. And I'd like to get more time out of it before I move on. And also, I mean, the case I want to build, this goes back to the whole shop thing. I'd like to just make it my damn self. I'm pretty confident I could either DIY it or find a place here in town with like a CNC router or something like that, and I could just have them build me all the bits and pieces and I could just assemble it myself. That would be the smart thing to do, but that's a long-term project. For this one where I'm going to buy that one case, I'm thinking turnkey. I just want to get it in the mail, plug it in, and run with it. I don't want to spend any time wiring it or building a power supply or having it sit off to the side while I get the shit for it. I just want to plop it down and start loading it up with modules. It's your father's watch. Yeah, talking about the Facebook guy? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't have my screen shared. I apologize. I should have fucking thought about that. Yeah, no, I might check him out too. What do you use for a camera switch? Any old cell phone? Oh, we should do a tour. We haven't done a gear tour in a while. How is my rig built? I should make a YouTube video on it so I can just defer to that. But this will be practice. So I made an LDR vintage compressor in JavaScript. I just learned what that is when you explained LDR. Oh, really? Yeah, light detecting resistors. Nice. Yeah, a lot of his designs, a lot of this guy's designs use LDRs, and you can buy them, you can spend a lot of money on them, or you can DIY them, and they're great. That's cool of building it in JavaScript though. That's gnarly. I can dig that. Oh, they don't come with power. Cool. Well, then I might get my second case from him then. Yeah, let's do a quick tour of the rig. So all the cameras that are people cameras, this camera, this camera, which honestly is aimed wrong. They're all GoPros. So they're these GoPro Hero 5 Blacks. They're the only GoPros that I know of that have an HDMI out, and they have 4 lenses inside. So there's like one that's narrow, I think is what it's called. What are the terms? I don't remember now. Just a second, let me look. Yeah, so there's narrow, linear, and then medium, wide, and super view. So I guess there's 5 lenses. My bad. And so the benefit is that I can zoom in and out, and there's no autofocus. It's a fixed focus camera, so you don't get that nauseating camera zooming in and out crap, which drives me nuts. Let's see here. Oh shit, where am I? There I am. Actually, you know what we could go to? Is this sitting out? Yeah, it's gonna have the filter on it, but that's probably fine. So if we scooch back here, we see there. Oh, come on, buddy. Oh, there's this cable here. So we scooch back. We've got this camera, and then up here we have this camera, and then we have our multi-view, and that's where like the top right panel is what is the program, and then the left one is what I'll queue it up as. There's all the camera feeds, and then there's OBS, and then there's the like control panel window thingy. And then everything goes into this video switcher here, which is a ATEM Mini Extreme ISO. I can't remember. It's an ATEM. It's the 8-channel ATEM, but it has the ISO function, which basically means I can record all the camera feeds as separate video feeds. And so I can come back here. Yeah, I can put them as separate video feeds, and so onto a hard drive, a separate hard drive. It has 2 USB-C ports. One goes into the computer and shows up in OBS. Then the other one goes to, I can put it up to a hard drive, and I'll record those files, and then I can go in and edit them however I want, because I'll have, you know, each individual one. And it even has like a locking file, but they're already time-stamped. So even outside of DaVinci, you can just throw it into, I use Final Cut. And you just throw it into Final Cut and highlight them and say sync, and it'll make it a multicam view. And then you can throw it in as a multicam, and then you just use the keys to cut between the cameras. But and that's really good. I'll use that for like a lot of the YouTube content, like all the videos on the YouTube that come with just those zoomed in soldering, and there's just like music, or there's not any audio or anything like that. They're just kind of visual eye candy type things. All of those are from the ATEM, where I just took that feed, deleted all the other files to save space, and just used that camera, the microscope feed. And that way it doesn't have the overlay or, you know, anything popping up or anything like that. I still get a copy of that that's saved to the hard drive, and that's like the stream file that OBS saves. The video switcher is cheating? Yeah, I guess. I had like the mini. When I first started streaming, I got the mini, which is 4 channels, and it's a single output. Excuse me, here, let me get some juice. And it worked really great. The benefit to this one, aside from the extra IOs, is, well, one, you have 8 inputs, and then you have 2 outputs. So, and I haven't bothered, but I can have one of these video outputs go to another monitor, and I could have like a permanent feed of the microscope or something like that, but I just don't have enough room in this current setup. I have a way to fix it, but I haven't fucked with it yet. And it's not that high on my list. And it's so, there's 0 latency. So only latency I get in OBS is what OBS puts into it, which is not that much. It's probably like 10 milliseconds or something like that, maybe a little bit more. So I can work by just looking at OBS, and but if I'm doing really close up, high magnification, I have to switch my other monitor over and look at that, because when you're at high magnification, it's harder to work with the lag. You'll move your hand, you move your tweezer, and nothing will happen, and then it'll move, and so throws you off. But this one has 4 DSPs, so I can layer like more video feeds up and stuff like that. Well, that one's not going to show up. Yeah, like I got this little guy. Hey, wait, let's go this way. It doesn't work. But anyways, you get the idea. I can layer more. Before, I could only show 2 cameras, or 2 video feeds and a static graphic feed. That was all I could do at once, and it sucked butt, so out that went. So the ATEM Mini cost me like $500. I bought it during COVID and everything, like, man, that Blackmagic made money hand over fist during COVID because they were lucky enough to have that. They're an Australian company too. So, I don't know. They were lucky. And so I bought that at first for like $500 or $600. I think I got a little bit of a discount. And then I got the ISO. So they sell the G2 now. So if you go and look up the ATEM Extreme ISO, it'll be the G2. I think is how it puts the name. And that thing is very expensive. It's like $2,100, $2,200. It's a little overkill. And it has like silly stuff like a T-bar and shit like that, which I'll never use. And so it sucks in that respect. But the one I have is the original version, and it came out, well, I don't remember when it came out. It came out like 5 years ago. But I bought that at like B&H, and they were having this crazy sale. And normally I think it would sell for like $1,200, but I was able to get it for like $900, I think, is what I ended up paying for it. So I got a screaming deal on that thing versus what's available now, because now you're kind of like, it sucks. But, you know, it's the reason I did it is because I come from hardware world, and I don't trust software. I don't really trust computers to be, you know, the best at or the most reliable. So, plus I didn't really have like a nice souped up computer to stream from. Like OBS, maybe now it's better, but 6 years ago it ran like dog shit on a Macintosh. And so I bought a laptop, and it ran okay on the laptop, but I really had to keep things very simple. And then so I got the ATEM because I was like, well, I can invest in this. I can always sell it and basically just lose like $50 or maybe $100, and I can keep this laptop. I can I just feed it, send it a video feed, and that actually worked out really well for a while. And then I bought the PC that we're on now. Excuse me, the PC that we're on now, and that's the Stream Machine, and it's just got like a 1070 NVIDIA card, it's not RX, I can't remember the name, but whatever, the 1070. It's classic video card, and it works great for what we're doing here, and I can game on it a little bit. It kind of chokes when you try to go to 4K, but what's my point? I had a point and I got a little bit distracted. But oh yeah, and then I got the Extreme because I was sick of having to hit this. I had a switch box that had like multiple inputs, and so I would hit the switch box, and that would go into a live input on the ATEM, and that worked. But it came with a bunch of silly caveats, like sometimes it wouldn't sync correctly, and the only thing you could do was like unplug and plug back in the switcher, and then the bang box, I should say, not really a switcher. And there was just all these weird problems, and it kind of just sucked. And I wanted to be able to put myself up and then share like a screenshot, well, you can't, it's covered up, but like be able to share the video of the scope. Oh, one other thing, and then we'll be done. So here's the interface software for it. Oh, damn it. There we go. And this is like a typical video control vision board or whatever they call them. So here's all your live input. So if I change this, that changes the input, but you can use this to queue it up. So when I was showing the multi-view, the little camera feed just directly left of the program, that's where you'll queue it up. So we'll queue up that camera again. That's the microscope, and then we'll hit auto, and it'll just slide this T-bar up and down. But here's the 4 DSPs. Like, this is me. This is that one that we were just talking about. I can't remember what. Yeah, that's that one, and then I think I have, yeah, that one. I'm not gonna tell you what that one's for. That's a secret. And then that's kind of it. There's a bunch of weird little things it does. It has a thing called a super source. Let's load up the super source. So the super source is 4 separate video feeds and a video feed in the background, and I can still put on 2 of the DSPs. Yeah, so I could put another video feed up there. I don't think it'll let, yeah, it won't let me do 3, but it'll let me do 2. So it's pretty, that part is pretty amazing, although I never use it because it's not important, but, you know, trying to impress somebody. Pretty cool. Thanks for showing. I want to outfit my garage. I'm going to start to do a full S15 mini truck. Oh, wow. Tally, yes, thank you. Yeah, if you want to get a little bit more into the hardware, what's his name? EV Blog, you know, that guy, the Australian guy. He has at least 2 videos that I know of him tearing these things down and going over the guts. And it's honestly pretty fascinating. Like the chip that these things run on, it's an FPGA. And there's like a super expensive FPGA. Like it cost $1,000 from Mauser for the chip. And of course, he points out that's the shelf price. You know, Black Magic is able to get them for a lot cheaper because they're buying, you know, tens of thousands or whatever of them. But still, it's that sophisticated of a piece of hardware, or that sophisticated of a chip, that it would cost $1,000. $1,000 to mess with. And yeah, if you lived in Australia and you had, you know, FPGA experience, there's a job. Because he brings that up. He's like, yeah, you know, if you live in here, you could get a job with them. Sure, they're hiring. But come on, get off of there. You're driving me nuts. You are the shame of 1,000 shame things. I think it might be easier for me to do this one at a time. Yes, exactly. The Xilinx Connect, Kintex, yeah. Yeah, I believe that's the right one. I remember that's the model. Of course, I mean, there's only like maybe half a dozen FPGA manufacturers that actually make something like beefy, not just It's cool video. Maybe we'll have some time to watch it tonight. We could go over it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's kind of funny, is like, if I were to do this, my stream in OBS, it would be so much easier. But I'm relying on so much. Like, I'm relying on the next update isn't going to break that, you know, because they update all the time, and I get things breaking all the fucking time with them. So I'm relying on that not happening, and I don't like that. And then, in some respects, it's, and I could do more in OBS. There's a lot of things that I'm not really able to easily do. Oh, I forgot one other thing, although, yeah, you kind of saw it. Let's see, we'll do this. Well, here, we could do, Here, I'm gonna mute the audio so we don't get off here. But so if I hit, you know, our dance party stuff. So if I hit the dance party, I muted the audio, but that's a one-button press, and that is being played on another piece of hardware. I bought this thing called a hyperdeck, and it's basically like a fancy TiVo. You have two drives in front. I can actually show you a picture, but there's two drives, and it's basically for redundancy. You know, if you have to swap a drive out or something like that, if you're recording, you can fill up a drive and have another one in, and then pull that full drive and drop in a fresh one, and then go back and forth, back and forth. But I just use it for video playback. I don't use it for records. And it is definitely overkill. It would be way easier to just do it in OBS, but the way the audio is all set up, I'd have to get rid of the, you know, the effects going through delay and stuff like that. There's a lot of weird trade-offs, but I don't know. It works. I could do some, like, little tiny bumpers and have them pop up. And I've been thinking about that lately. I was like, you know, I should program some little graphic effects. Like, one was the meme of, you know, the math. Whenever math would flow over the screen when someone's thinking or whatever, they'll do the math theme of, you know, equations flying past. I found the file for that's both chroma and green and, you know, keyed, whatever, you know, like it's keyed out, so I could do an overlay of it. I just haven't gotten off my butt, converted it to, it has to be like 30 frames because that's what I set everything up as, and I'd have to go back and re-render all this shit, so I'm just leaving it at 30 frames. It doesn't matter. And then that's all I have to do is convert it to 30 frames and then make it a .mov file for Apple, or an Apple compliant file, because that's what the hyperdeck likes. And then I could make it a button, and then I could do a little meme of whenever I'm trying to figure out something, like what the hell I'm doing. The FPGAs are and everything. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would imagine so. I mean, why not? They must have some crazy deal with Xilinx or Xilinx. That's how you say it, I think. Yeah, they must have some crazy deal. They just reach into the big bucket of those and like harvest them up like water, and they flow down. They're like, yes, see this, Peter? This is what we are come to. This is why we come to work. But with an Aussie accent. Oh, see here, Peter. This is why we come to work. All right. Oh, no, that's not a very good one. I can't. I need to watch some Aussie stuff. I need to watch. I don't know. Carl Jobst. Oh wait, I feel like here. Let me fix these. Cameras lights are all weird. Or wait, or maybe here. There we go. But here, I'm gonna fix these lights anyways. Oh, man. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think those connect. Second ago, sorry. Work thing again. All right. Man, I just got this crazy craving. And I don't know what it is yet. It's like I'm craving something. Like chocolate or something, you know? I can't figure out what the hell it is. Oh, you bastard, I had you perfect and then you screwed me. You screwed me. Oh wait, there we go. Here, I'm gonna fix this guy too, since we're just fucking. No, I'm thinking more about this space. This might actually be like a good idea. Like, oh shit!
Deldude0356 gifted a tier 1 sub to Ash 123 _
Deldude! Dropping in that gift sub love. Let's fucking go, mate. Massive epic. Thank you so much, mate.
3561 gifted a tier 1 sub to I'm a Juggler.
Damn.
Deldude0356 gifted a tier 1 sub to Artbox_stream.
Porphyry with 100 bits.
Deldude0356 gifted a tier 1 sub to Loopsy the Clown.
Oh, wait, Loopsy the Clown. Porphyry, thank you so much for the 100 bits. And again, Deldude, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Let me see, I didn't. Bandit. I'm a Juggler. I remember I'm a Juggler. Artbox Stream, I think I remember that one too. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much. You're super kind. Super dial. You super dial, fool. Don't let anybody tell you differently. Cause they're just jealous. I'll be jealous. Oh, that's what I thought. Upshift with the 200 bits. Oh wait, did I do it or did I lose it? Hold on. I screwed up here. Thought I grabbed it early. I did.
P0 Fiery gifted a tier 1 sub to Substation Blitz.
Let's see. Let me get comfortable here. Got that hype train action going. As Upshift, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Wait, oh, we got Porphyry gifting a sub too. Holy smokes, hold on. Holy smokes. Let's go, folks. Where are we going? To Hype Train Land. Land. Here we go now. Called the Cena and the Teapot. Boom. Shaka laka 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 boom. Oh wow, that was so hot. That was dope. Let's fucking go. I miss it. Now we got Porphyry with the gift sub. Let's we got a little bit more time left. Let's do another jam here. I think I'm gonna go with my favorite. You know it, you'll love it. Well, hopefully. Let's go! Thank you so much for that hype train. Let's fucking go, 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 go. Boom! Shakalaka boom. Rasta. Good stuff. I'm gonna change into my rap name. Little Winded. Well, what's up? I'm Little Winded. Got some fat rhymes for you. About the importance of proper hygiene. Whew. How was that? Oh. I hit the time. I hit the thing. There we go. Let's say 103. I was like, that can't be right. It can't be at 76. Oh, now it's not updating. What the hell's going on with everything? Refresh. Huh. It's not working at all. There we go. All right. It was higher. I hit the button. It broke it. Classic me. Alright, what are we doing again? I totally track lost time. Doing this, that's right. Thank you so much again for that bomb-ass hype train there. What was that? Altogether, I think we had, it says 6 gift subs and 300 bits. Level deuce. Nice. Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate that. Good exercise, too. Hey, Dell Dude, welcome in. You were here earlier, though, right? Right? No. I think I remember, but now I'm doubting myself. It's a weird sensation, but a common one. Whew. Especially feels nice just sit back down. All that dancing, man, that's intense. It's intense. Yes, right in hell, mate. Just get right in there. Don't be bad about it. It's like the worst impression ever, but it's fun. Isn't that what impressions are all about? Insulting the people you're impersonating. Yeah, I don't know too. You need a smoothie? I don't know. I was thinking about it, Del Dude. I already ordered. Well, I might get some hate on this, but you know, I'm just a hungry man. But I did get some Chick-fil-A earlier, and that was my lunch before the stream. What time is it right now? It's 5. Mrs. Heresy won't be home for another 4 hours. That's when dinner time is gonna hit. And Miller time, am I right? No, wait, that's not it. I guess I don't hate Miller Lite, but it's not something I go to. Would be kind of nice to have a smoothie, though, wouldn't it? Am I looking at this wrong? You got me thinking hard about the smoothie thing. I'm weighing it out in my head. I think I should hold off, though. There's a big big part of my brain that's saying, Sid, you're gonna eat dinner in like 4 hours, and the smoothie's gonna ruin your dinner, and it's just gonna be sugar. You should tap the brakes just a little bit. And then the other half of me is like, I won't be able to stream for like, you know, maybe next week, but you know, it's just, you know, I don't know, man. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Maybe we should treat ourselves. And then it's just going back and forth over and over and over and over. It's like, there you go, Master Shake. I tell you though, I've been getting vanilla milkshakes and they haven't been. I got one at, where was it? Shake Shack. Thought that'd be really good. It was bad. It was like just melted milk. It wasn't a shake. And then I got one at this place called Ted's Hot Dogs. And that was a proper shake. Although I still think it could have been thicker. The shake could have been thicker. Not whatever disgusting thing you're implying. Biddy-bidoo. Yeah, I had like a hot dog one day, and then the next day I had a hot dog, and I was like, oh man, I think I used up all my hot dog credits. I'll be able to have a hot dog for like a month now. It's kind of sad, but it was a good hot dog, so. And you know, to be fair, they did have cheeseburgers. I could have tried their cheeseburger, but I'm like, nah, I don't come to Ted's for the burgers. Although I should try them maybe. They're probably pretty good. Their hot dogs are amazing. Like, life-changing. So good. Maybe we should get some hot dogs. Oh wait, we already ate there. Damn it. I can't have any more glizzy. That's right. I've used all my hot dog yeah, and I ate at Shake Shack twice, and I had like I had a burger one day, and then I was there like 2 days later, and I had a hot dog, and the hot dog was pretty good. It wasn't bad. I've had better, but I definitely it wasn't too terrible. But I thought it was weird. It felt like the dog had been like steamed. Like, you know, they'll put it on the grill, and then they'll spray some water, and then they'll put a lid over it, and that's how they were cooking it. It kind of felt like that's how they were making it, which is good, but definitely not my favorite way to heat up a hot dog. But the day before I had like the burger, and the burger was actually fucking amazing. They're real messy, kind of greasy burgers, but it's all worth it because it tastes so damn good. You're just over this guilt that you feel. New credit each day, so I could just wipe it out and start it fresh. Then shakes. Yeah, it was just milk, dude. I don't like milk. I mean, it's okay, but I don't feel like drinking bunches of it. Yeah, I mean, they're not bad. It's just, lately, my preferred way is charbroiled. I love getting a little bit of God damn it. I knew that was going to happen too. I just was like, oh, I'm going to see if it does. That's better. Watch myself do this. It's so annoying. There we go. Yeah, well, this like so Ted's, which I don't know, you might have Ted's hot dog. I know they're from like the northeast. I've seen them in Ohio, but so they have like a char grill, and that's what they'll cook the dogs over, and I think they do a cut down it, to cut some lines down it. There's another place here, I'm forgetting the name right now, but they also have a char grill, and they cook those dogs the same way, but they put pretty big spikes down, like slices down it, which I don't hate. It tastes pretty damn good. God damn it, you guys are gonna make me want a hot dog. I can't eat 3 hot dogs in 1 week. Well, I mean, technically I could. There's nothing physically stopping me from doing it. It does sound really good. That and smoothies. So I can just have like a hot dog in one hand and a smoothie in the other. That'll be my 72 virgins. I'll be like, nah, I don't want that. I just want a hot dog and a smoothie that I can just keep eating forever, and then the smoothies never goes out. That'll be my heaven. Just give that to me. As you wish. That'd be pretty sweet, actually. That was heaven. Just eating glizzies all day and drinking smoothies. It seems like a heavenly existence. Streets are paved with mustard. So you can just dip your glizzy in there. There's a local chain here, and I think they've stopped selling them altogether now. They used to make Polish dogs by dropping them straight into the deep fryer. Oh, that'd be good. I thought I just heard somebody. We're going to have to get some like chips or something to snack on now. We just keep talking about damn food. Five Guys, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Five Guys makes a really good shake. They have really good hot dogs. I mean, they're nothing like groundbreaking, but they're good, And then, yeah, with Five Guys, I just tell anybody, I'm like, if you don't like a lot on your burger, you're not going to like this place. But if you like a bunch of stuff on your burger, you should just get the everything or the all the way, which is how they prep it. And it's just a ton of toppings, but it's good. It feels like you're eating a salad with a burger or something. There's so many damn toppings. You're like, oh, I might have worked my way back to healthy. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, that's too bad they failed. That's crazy. They're really popular here. Kind of want to fix that guy on the left. Yeah, you know, you might be right, Porphy. They may be on a downfall. Cause yeah, last time I ordered fries, I was kind of surprised that they just gave me a cup of fries and not, you know, half a pound or whatever. Yeah, that's right. Potatoes are a big one too, so I don't know. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I like their burgers. I think they taste pretty damn good. Oh, I think this is all just melted ice now. Oh well, I guess it's a good source of water. Let me get a fresh drink here. It's kind of a little chance for me to stand up and walk past the pantry. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this water here. Ooh. Yeah, sure. Alright, let me just check here. No. I mean, well, yeah, sure. I can try it. All right. Got a replacement Dr. Pepper. Oh shit, did the music go? What's up with the music, man? Oh. No, it's doing that thing again. Oh shit. Internet's taking a hit here. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Alright, so let me type in the Chizat here. Internet is acting up. Please stand by. Oh, I just misspelled internet. All right. See if this thing will fix itself. Usually it does. Let me pull out the old... I think it's Twitch. Yeah, I don't think it's me. Let me check something here. Yeah, because I'm okay on YouTube. I'm showing packet loss, but it's not insanely high. So yeah, I think there might be something up with Twitch. Not me this time. All right, well, we'll give it a minute here to what? To right itself. Give me time to introduce our sponsor, Pringles. It's a can full of sodium. Ah, damn it. It's a can full of... Jesus Christ. It's probably the least healthy thing I could be eating right now. Looks like it's fixing it. It's about to right itself here. Maybe. The numbers are bigger. Still a little drippy drip, but I think it's coming back. And yeah, it was Twitch the whole time. Huh. I'm waiting for the Twitch thing to go. It's still saying drop frames, though. Yeah, I'm still dropping a ton of frames.
Brand new!
Bassy 1983, welcome in. Sorry you came in, the internet's all wonky here. It should be clearing up soon, though. Let me look at the Twitch inspector. Yeah, the connection speed is good. But it just keeps saying it's dropping frames. Okay. I see green. Oh, weird. YouTube reset. Are we good, YouTube? I think we are. That was wild. What the hell just happened? Yeah, go ahead and if you're watching, go ahead and refresh your browsers. I'll give it a minute just so everything catches up. Because it's probably like really far behind or something dumb like that. I think we're good now. I think we weathered the storm. I don't know what the hell these storms are. All I know is they don't beat the delicious taste of Pringles. Sodium in a tube. With Pringles, you'll get 15 times the recommended daily dose of sodium. And your doctor will be upset with you. Tell that doc to go talk to the snack chip industry. See how far he gets. Or she. I don't mean to be sexist there. That was rude of me. How about they? Whatever the case may be, Pringles. Possible cause of diabetes. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. Allegedly. No, actually there is no allegations of that. I just being stupid. Comedy, parody law. Yeah, I think we're good now. Just waiting for that drop frame percentage to go down. But I'm still having issues with, let me try a different stream. Maybe it's this stream is on a dumb hard drive oh, it's not loading either. I have to listen to my old hip hop albums that I wrote. Yeah, it's like not working at all. Nobody, does anybody know any jokes? About 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 plumbers? Know any good plumber jokes? No? All right. Well, I do. But most of them are highly inappropriate. No, this is crazy. It's not showing up. Like I can't go to here, I guess I could just go to his stream itself right now, the live one. They weren't up earlier. But yeah, we'll just do this for now. The VODs must be... Ooh, wait, I'm seeing me spin on. All right, I think we're 100%. Except now I can't pull up the Twitch feed. The artichoke? Oh, leak. Oh, but-bump. Settle down there, Andrew Dice Clay. Hey-oh! What are you talking about? Oh, shit. Let's drop it again, but only on Twitch. Here, I'm going to type in chat just in case. Internet is doing the dumb thing again. Yeah, now we're getting our drop frame count climbing again. God. What's wild, it doesn't make any sense, is YouTube is solid. And if I use up the other end of the bandwidth by doing like network checks, it doesn't bring anybody down. So it's definitely has to do with my connection to Twitch. Yeah, I'm not showing any packet loss. So yeah, it's something to do with Twitch. We'll weather it for a bit. It should correct itself. I hope. Right now, it's giving me the big numbers. Oh yeah, but I can see me all slideshow. Undersea fiber. Yeah, there you go. Well, I think my ISP is like a big provider, like data center provider for a lot of these guys, like Twitch. Well, not anymore, I guess, because Twitch doesn't seem to have They used to have, like, up until a couple months ago, like a ton of ingest servers, and now they have like 3. So I think they're trying to do the Twitter thing and like trim all the redundancy off, and just so you have like, you know, just those servers, which I don't know, that makes sense, I guess, in certain things, but with this, you would think it would be a bad idea, but what do I know? All right, looks like we're back, and it looks like the drop frame counter has stopped counting up. So if you want to refresh your screen to get back on here, we'll be here. Waiting. All right. I want to do an old trick my mom used to do. Still does. Takes these old styrofoam cups and pours soda into them and reuses them. Behold. Now I imagine when the foam goes down, it'll equal this better. But right now, it's like some sort of. Okay, now it's making sense. It's still pretty high. Still pretty high. All right, we should get back to soldering for science and senors and senoritas. You know what I realized? I didn't put the other transistors on. I just put the 857s on, or 457s, whatever the fuck they are. I didn't do the other guys, the 47s. I should be fired. And then rehired. Ooh, a political text message. Yay. It's like I try to avoid it, and it just finds me. Oh, this is shameful. God. Oh, well, whatever. I saw a deal on a smoothie gift card at Costco the other day and thought of the stream. That's great. There's a lot of that's why I feel like I see to get there's some more missing pieces, but I think I could be a good pitch man. I personally I'm not a big fan of capitalism and commerce and whatever, but when it comes to getting free shit, I'm a little looser with these morals. If I could get free smoothies from that smoothie shop that I order from instead of paying this ungodly amounts of money, well, fuck yeah, let's do it. Quit your flapping and let's going. And the Dr. Pepper, that's always in the works there. It's never gonna happen. Dr. Pepper just doesn't pay for advertising. I don't think they even have an advertising budget. Like, when's the last time you saw a Dr. Pepper NASCAR? Right? Wait, is there? I don't want to be an idiot and someone go, number 22! Dr. Pepper NASCAR. The first article comes up 2 years ago on Reddit. Says, appears that Dr. Pepper and DoorDash have left 23, so they... Oh, there is a Dr. Pepper. Oh, wow. Holy shit. All right. I know the holiday seasons are far away, but If you're ever like trying to think of a gift for me, look no further. Just get me a Dr. Pepper NASCAR. We'll call it even. Hey, think about the cool gift I'll get you someday. You know? Think about that. Think about the return, the karma. You give me a Dr. Pepper car. And look at it. It's a fucking Toyota, baby. It's a Camry. I mean, oh my God, we're ticking all the boxes. Holy shit. I gotta catch my breath. This is all the boxes. Yeah, I actually, initially I was kidding around. It was like it's a goof. It was a bit. Now I'm dead ass. That's what the kids say, right? They're dead ass. I'm dead ass. I really would love a race car Toyota Camry emblazoned with Dr. Pepper. I don't even care if it's cream soda. I mean, I'll try that. I haven't really tried it yet, but I'm sure it's heaven in a can. And it was 23. Did I say 23 earlier? I can't remember. Just cruising around, making video content. Hey, this is Sid here, seeing I'm in my my Dr. Pepper Toyota Camry Super Sport. Holy shit, I gotta save that. Oh, the driver's name was Bubba Wallace? I didn't even read. Oh, I should read this. Oh, shit. It's gone. Moorville, Dr. Pepper 23XI. Racing announced Thursday the return of Dr. Pepper 23 speed tuition. Although I read something that they left. The tuition program provides $5,000 each to 23 college students pursuing their interest in the career and motorsport industry. 2 tuitions recipients will also receive an internship in their field with the 23XI through the 23XI Speed Institute. That seems like a confusing sentence. Dr. Pepper, 2021, tuition giveaways. Who's driving this bitch? How do I get this person's job? These are part of the Toyota guys. I don't know about that. All right, whatever. I don't want to get too deep into this, but I do want this car, and I will stop at nothing. Nothing. Do you hear me? Nothing to get to it. If I see the car up front with the keys dangling from your hand and a clear title, well, you'll hold all the cards, won't you? And 23 flavors of smoke. Oh, that's so funny. I didn't know that that's an actual thing. Now I want it to be my thing. You could just buy a Camry and then buy one of those vinyl wraps. Oh. I thought I made it clear I wasn't buying anything. It was going to be a gift. So I just need someone to gift me a Camry. I'd like it to be souped up, though, to be honest with you. I'd like it to be racing ready, you know, and street legal, but I really want, like, something to soup it up. I'll warn you right now, don't bother with a turbocharge. Fucking waste of money out here. It's too damn hot in the summer. Turbocharges just are not happening. But if we could, put like a 5-liter, like a 5-liter engine or something in there, now we're cooking. I'll take a 3.8, but I mean, I'd like something pretty beefy. And then, you know, probably a regular transmission. That's probably smart. Nah, I'm kidding. I get a racing transmission. I get something fun. Paddle shifts. Oh, a Hemi. There. Now we're cooking. Cooking with codeine. It does have a big enough hood. You could probably fit a pretty good sized block in there. No one's gonna stop you. All right. I'm not gonna keep tinkering with it. Man, that much torque though, I'd probably just rip the tires right off every time I peel out. It's like rump. So long, sucker. Where? Okay, I'm sorry. I zoned out for a minute. I was thinking about the Dr. Pepper car again. It's kind of, you know, when you start thinking about it, kind of starts thinking about you. And I don't know, it's the fuck. Yeah, the internet's all weird. I remember, what was it? I think was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. YouTube like went down. It was like Mrs. Heresy was watching. She thought the internet was bad, and I'm like, no, it's something with Google YouTube, because Google wasn't working either. I had to whip out the Alta Vista. I'm kidding. I had to go real old school. Get up the AOL online. You're in hell. What? You've got mail. I could have sworn. No, you didn't. Oh, okay. It's very terrifying that you can speak to me. AOL talking guy. It's worse, the horrors that I bring. The what? The horrors. Infinite. Shame. Pain. Oh, wow. That sounds like a Clive Barker thing. Clive Barker ripped me off. Yeah. Hey, what is that? Oh my goodness. This is what is that? Nulf? Ah, damn it. Yeah, there it is. Nulfy Hardware. I think I said it right. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. You've got mail. Hell yeah. Guys, get ready because things are about to get heavy. Jump up because we're going to bump up. And get down because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got none other than the Brutzler coming in with that piping hot. Won't stop. Skilly bop. Oh my God, freaking hot. Ray! A visit from one of Twitch greats. The Brutzler is in the house. Willkommen. Welcome in. Hold on, I gotta press the things, right? Shout out at the Brutzler. Booyaka! Hello, Sid. Was geht's, Verzin? We're, welcome in. Thanks, mate. We're doing electronics, if you can believe it. Soldering. Tel ik dacht again. Welcome. Oh my God! Look at that! 3-stream streak. Let's go. We're. I think it's the same thing that last time you guys rated in. We're still working on this vocoder. We've got all the resistors and the capacitors soldered on. And now we're doing all the silicon. We did the transistors, which are up here. And now we're doing the mountain of diodes. There's like tons and tons of diodes on it. It's a little bit depressing, but you know, you take the good, you take the bad. You take them both, and there you have the effects of life. Whoop whoop, thanks a lot, Sid. Today we started developing a Wi-Fi board. Oh, cool. With the CC 3351 dual band 2.4 and 5 gig Hoyts Wi-Fi Bluetooth chip. Then we started evaluating different Wi-Fi antennas and searching the best, or soldering the best. Oh wait, searching. No, colors are the same. Threw me off. Wow, electronics. Oh yeah, I know. Weird, right? Yeah, this one is taken. We did the resistors, and it took about 10 hours to solder those on. The capacitors took about 8 or 9 hours to solder on, I think, maybe 8. And then this is just taking forever because I keep getting distracted, and then I start thinking about. I found out. Oh, you guys don't have Dr. Pepper. It's a soda. It's really popular here. Well, it's not. Yeah, I'd say it's really popular here in the U.S. And it's my favorite. And I've been. I found out there's a race car with the, it's got Dr. Pepper all over it. And I kind of want the car, but that's neither here nor there. We're going back. We need to go forward. We need to make different designs for different antennas and searching for the best. Too sweet for you? Really? Wow. See, I like Dr. Pepper because it's not that sweet. Like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, it just tastes like sugar water. But Dr. P, a little more back in there, a little easier. My back hurts. Yeah. Well, we gotta take stretches and breaks and stuff like that, you know, kind of relax a little bit. You know what? Since you guys rated, and it's and this is like twice, I guess we you know, several times, because some people are getting 3-stream strikes. Or no, wait, yeah, it was at land-based. 7-stream streak. Damn, that's pretty cool. I say. In celebration of the Brutzler coming in, I think you know where I'm going with this, right? Yeah, you know what to do. Let's do it. Minutes high. Or Twitch. Brutes of time! Let's go, Brutzla, Donka for the raid, and always appreciated, always loved. Thank you all for being pretty damn awesome. Look at my glasses. That's clean. All right. Dude. Ooh. Oh, ow. A little zit on there. Ow. That guy smarts. Pretty good. Didn't like that. Zupagile. Nice. Zupagile. Let's go, guys. Let's go. We don't do the dance party all the time. We do them for hype trains. And from time to time, when the Brutzler and crew raid in. Because it's such a celebration. Oh shit, that's right. These are the wrong buttons. There we go. Sometimes I feel like I can just touch it. But I can't. It's against the laws. Those sticky transistors are getting everywhere. They are. They are. Well, welcome in. Yeah, we're working on a vocoder. It's kind of neat because it's just like an array of bandpass filters and envelopes. So it's just kind of these sea of parts. And it's pretty repetitious. It's kind of fun if you're kind of stupid like me. I know 2 of our viewers have already built one of these, and they all were like, dude, it's pretty hectic. And I'm like, sounds like great content for the stream. Hectic's my middle name. Well, yeah, Sid Hectic Heresy. Yeah, now you know. Don't open up a bunch of credit cards in my name. It's not going to do you any favors. That's actually, I kind of like that bit. Your solder. Let me try again. Your solder is very shiny. Always wonder, is it lead? Oh yeah. I'm a big proponent for leaded solder. I use the. Oops. Well, it's covered up. Well, some of it. I use the 6337. That's my jam. It's my party. That's my girl. That's my ride. That's my hot. That's my cold. It's my in-between, my soul. It's really good stuff. You know, if there was something magical I could do, I would magically provide leaded solder to everyone who requested it. Just like someone be like, I wish I had some leaded solder. I'd be like Santa Claus. I'd be like, ho, 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 here you go. Have you ever done BGA? You know, we were talking about this like a couple of weeks ago. I have not. I know how to do it. I understand the principles of it, but I've never done it. Honestly, I've tried to do QFNs, which are I would argue that BGA is probably the most difficult, and then right below that is QFNs. And I managed to finally get a W with the QFN because I had like at least one or two instances before where I soldered one and it just didn't work, didn't happen. And I couldn't, I kind of was in the back of my head like, oh, it's probably me. I probably messed up. And then recently, I had this QFN that wasn't working. It should work. I was really confused. And I looked at it really carefully under the scope. And I was like, these look a little sus. Let me touch them up a little bit. And I went through and I really, really tried to make everything as perfect as possible. And it took a lot of flux. It was a big mess. Took a while to clean up. And then, much to my surprise, I popped it into the piece of equipment, powered it up, and it worked again. Couldn't believe it. So, I feel I have a little bit more confidence in tackling a BGA when that comes up. But if I can avoid it, that'd be great too. Yeah, well, that's what I used. I didn't use, or no, you know what? That's not true. I did hot air with the QFN, but then I touched it up with a soldering iron, and that's really what I needed to do, was just use the soldering iron. I just have done BGA recently. It took 2 to 3 tries, but it's not difficult. Yeah, so the thing that I've seen is, well, here, we'll pretend like we're here. So you'll heat it up, and you'll get everything to temperature, and you'll see the flux kind of boiling out from underneath the chip. And then when you're kind of confident that it's that everything's to temperature, you can tap it with like your tweezers ever so gently, and it'll wiggle and come right back. And when it does that, that's how you can tell that all the balls are liquefied and you're making a connection. Of course, things can go south if you push it too hard, or at the very beginning it wasn't aligned properly, and it's grabbing all these different, all the wrong pads and everything. But that's the format I've seen how people hand solder it, with a hot air or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I just need to like make sure I didn't drink any coffee beforehand, so when I whack it with my tweezers, it's not gonna sail off the table or something dumb. Oh, cool! I won something. But writing is, yeah, no worries, Satuna, you're good. I don't remember ever doing QFN either, but I took all the training at the old TI plant when I worked there. Oh, cool. I've seen that. Yeah, I've watched like other much more talented, solder YouTubers and stuff do this, and I've been like, okay, that's what I gotta do. So Sid's, I'm ready to bed. Yeah, no worries, mate. I was kind of thinking you might have taken off when we were doing the dance party, and I missed it. So, good to knocked. Thanks again for the raid so much. Thanks for that ruler again. I still need to get off my butt and start putting that together. Maybe we'll do that tonight. But I really want to tinker with that some more because I think that's a really cool project, and really appreciate it getting that from you. Looking at Wikipedia, DHVQFN, dual inline compatible thermal enhanced very thin quad flat package with no LEDs. Oh my gosh. So is there 2 rows of? We might have that actually here. Is that possibly what this is? So I thought these were pins, and then I was looking at it earlier, and I'm like, no, I think this is a QFN. Yeah. Oh, those white lines are not leads. Oh, wait. Yeah, every other line. Oh, maybe this is BGA. Those look like solder balls to me, and it looks like it's floating on them. Yeah, my mistake. This is BGA. Holy crap, these are tiny pitched balls. Wait a minute, where am I on this thing? Oh, I'm on the wrong spot. Oh, yeah! So she said before the side. Well, not to remind me. Yeah, this is BGA. Damn, that's crazy. I thought those were leads. I guess it goes right up to the edge, too. Yeah, it's kind of weird because it looks like, I think it's the markings on the edge that are throwing me off. But yeah, they are like right on the edge. I wonder, I've never seen that footprint though. I wonder if maybe it's bald on the outer perimeter and there's like a thermal pad in the middle maybe? I can't find a complete data sheet on this. I can find like a promotional sort of data sheet, but nothing like explaining all the pins and whatnot. And I haven't, I probably can find it if I dig a little bit harder, but we're going to work on this project later on in the stream and future streams. This is from an Elgato. Yeah, you can already tell them that. This is from an Elgato analog video converter to USB. So this chip right here, this what was the model here? The CX23103. This guy is that's all this chip does. So it's kind of nice that we don't, the failures, if it's easier to troubleshoot if everything's in this one package, which is kind of the case. My belief is that the input side where the analog video comes in, there might be some failed components or something between there and there, or there may be a power issue between there and there. I'm not totally sure. Now I'm looking at it, I don't know if any of that's going to be the case. But I need to find the real data sheet on this. To troubleshoot it. But as it stands, it's kind of interesting because this thing will show up. The USB will work just fine. And it detects it and everything, but it just poops out when it goes to the video input. It'll say no signal, or it'll give a messed up, janky, signal. Oh, shoot, I'm behind on chat. My bad. USB 33XX or so. Okay. Yeah, we may end up replacing some of these. That might be something we do down the road. We have like a lot. Like client sent me 20 that are still in the case, and then there's like about 20 more that are already that are like this. They've been. Oh hey, Esther Erot Gruzo. Thank you for the follow there. I think I messed up every one of those. But to be fair, it's the first time I'm running into those words. So, but we've got like about 40 of these all together here, and client was willing. It has a bunch more, but they're like, let me send you some and make sure you can fix it. And if it looks like it's fixable, then I'll send you the rest. Oh, it's a DFN QFN 24 4x4 millimeter. Is it that small? I guess so. It looks a little bit bigger than that. 0.5 pitch? Ugh. Yeah, that's about the only part that I can agree with. I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. The rest, I'm like, really? It's 5 millimeters? Maybe not the die. Yeah, the die is like just under 10. Or not the die, whatever the hell. The outside. I'm just using words interchangeably. Die. Get all creepy, do our metal waka wakas. Die. Yours is bigger. Okay, sometimes we're gifted. Sometimes we're not so gifted, you know. I'm sure you have much bigger chips than me somewhere else. We're just not talking about them yet. Yeah, but the pitch does sound about right. That does look like a 0.5. You will join your brother. Oh shit, that's like way too much solder in it. Well, I wish it would get off of this. I don't need it here. This back end looks all weird too. There we go. No! It's a little weird, right? Right there. No, don't do that. That's like the opposite of everything I stand for. Oh, man. You're just going to embarrass me now. Okay. Bringing it back around. I see. All right. You're the boss. You're the boss. Man, I might just cheat here, because that's a lot of solder. I was trying to get it off, but it was being a jerk face, so let's just cheat real quick. I don't want to play the safety dance for too long. This is way quicker. Nice. You can never, yeah. Yeah, we had someone come in, I don't know, like a few streams ago, and they were like, you know, I'm learning to solder and everything, but the guy who's teaching me is like, you know, lead-free is the best. And they had a bunch of stuff that, I don't know, I was under the impression it was different, like, oh, well, leaded solder will crack, and stuff I never heard of, like lead solder would crack and be brittle, and I'm like, who told you that? That's not true. I've never heard of that. Why would they have used it for, and then I went into, my understanding of why there's ROHS lead or solder and stuff like that, and which the TLDR is so that we can continue to throw electronics into landfills. That's why. But they were pretty adamant from the person, was teaching them how to solder and everything, that like leaded solder is inferior and whatever. And I was like, all right, well, believe whatever you want. I'm just telling you, you should try it. Try anything once. You can buy some leaded solder, and they're here in the U.S. too, which is much easier to get this kind of solder. I know over in Europe it can be a little bit trickier, but I'm like, just buy a little bit, try it out, see what you think. I'll give you a hint. Turn your iron down a little bit more, because there's 40 C of distance between the two temperatures, and you'll notice it, and it'll be frustrating. So to make your experience as pleasant as possible, do 320, 380 C, something like that on your iron. Interesting terraforming. Team leaded, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I mean, that's my research. I really haven't, I'm not like I haven't written a report for school in decades, so I haven't really gone down and been Mr. Journalist and looked all this up and everything, but it's definitely not because of a health issue. Like, a lot of people think leaded solder is going to be toxic to have in your home, and that's not true. I know that. I don't know a lot of things for certain, but I know that you're pretty safe with leaded solder just as long as you don't eat it. I think you physically have to consume it for it to be like a health issue. The smoke that comes off of your solder when you're soldering is not from the solder. It's not from the lead or anything like that. It's from the flux. In fact, it's a good way to tell that you're out of flux. If you're not for certain, if you don't see any smoke coming off of your iron, flux up, baby. You're going to have a hard time for the rest of your soldering. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Lobster votes, keep lead in solder, don't eat the electronics and become a perfect society in the recycle. Yeah, that's my thought too. Like, it's kind of becoming more of an industry, because it's starting to become a cost versus, it's cheaper to acquire things from a recycling scenario than it is to go mine it and refine it and everything like that. If you already have these different minerals or these different components, you could simply grind it up, melt it down, and create that component rather than having to go through all the processes. And I mean, that's just one thing, but there's tons and tons in electronic recycling. And I think it seems to me anyways that we're moving towards that, which would be great, because we have so many electronic devices these days, and they're pretty homogenized. Like, we don't have too many of these weird components that we're never going to see again. It was just made by this one company for this one TV or this one thing. That's becoming less and less of a thing these days. And because of that, now we could be able to harvest all these op amps, or harvest all these resistors, or these caps, or we could harvest a lot of components, op amps and whatever, off of boards and repurpose them, and there's not going to be any downside. That's not like they're going to be less quality or anything like that. And then just pure extraction, like extracting the gold and stuff from from the boards. Yeah, Sad Tuna, I didn't know how to respond. This was someone who was new to soldering, and they were told this, and they honestly referred to the person that was teaching them soldering as their sensei. So, you know, I didn't want to be rude and say, your sensei is wrong or anything like that, but I did go, well, I've never had that happen. I know that it'll happen with low melt solder, so maybe we're getting those two things confused, because if you do have low melt, it will crack. I've heard of that happening where it'll start to get brittle. But regular leaded 6337 is arguably more, I've been told it's more Euclidic, so that when it goes from a liquid to a solid, there's less bubbles, there's less, it's more, it goes to a full solid. It's not, there's not going to be any whiskering or abnormalities because of that mixture. And it's crazy to me that it's just 3% difference from 60-40, and that really makes it react better. Part of the lead usage in solder was under 2% OD world total lead consumption before. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, there's the whiskering effect. I've heard of that too. Yeah, I've heard of that happening, but I thought it was from something else. What are those components you're replacing? So there's two parts. These are actually diodes. So they're 1N4148 diodes. But this package is called MELF. MELF. And let me tell you, we love our MELFs here. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. It's an acronym for metal electrode leadless face. Not as cool as I originally thought it was. It was like, MELF? I think you spelled it wrong, but I'm game. And then I was like, oh. Okay. I mean, I bought 1,000 of them. I hope I'm happy. The guy who designs this board, he often will use these. And I don't know why, but this footprint, I think it's SOT 80, but it'll accommodate a bunch of other ones. So if I wanted to, I could get the diodes in a different footprint, and it'll still fit on these pads. So it's a little bit versatile, but I bought these a long time ago, and I kind of just dig them. They look cool. It's not a very good reason, I know, but and they are a pain in the butt to solder, but it's very rewarding. Like, it feels good when you get them in there. You're like, ah, very satisfying. Yeah, Wisconsinite. Oh yeah, that's a MILF there. You ain't never seen a MILF? Oh yeah, there's that one there is 4148. Yeah, that's a good MILF there. The ones with the the Zeners? Yeah, those Zeners, we got some of those coming up. Those are gonna be MILFs too. I feel like I think I'm screwing up and going from Wisconsin over to the Dakotas. It's pretty close. God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have done that. I was like, you shouldn't add solder, but you need just a little bit more flux, and there's nowhere to grab it from. And then that happens. One more time. Come on. Ah, man. I just keep pulling chunks of solder off of this. This is good. I wonder if I could just rub it back and forth. Yeah, I thought so. Have you tried the method where you tin the pads for? Yeah. That's what I tell people when they come into the channel, and they're like watching the soldering, like, oh, this is really cool. I'm like, oh, don't solder like this. This is me being impatient and ready to face all the consequences of my impatience. But you should not do that. You should solder, put a little solder on the pad, take your tweezers, slide it up, heat it up, line it up as best you can, take the iron away, count to 2, then take the tweezers off and bump it on the other side. Done. Put on your sunglasses, go to the danger zone. Or the highway. God damn it. I got my... Wait, hold on here. Dance party created a little bit of a lasso. Icon, or iconic, oh man. Iconoclastic. There we go. That was fun to try to pronounce 20 times. I don't know if you might, are you stuck behind ads? I'll wait for the, I'll give me just a minute and I'll answer your question because I'm afraid that you might be behind ads and you'll miss the whole thing. Man, I hate ads. They hate me. Okay, so you don't have ads? Okay, cool. I didn't know if you had them blocked or you're, lucky. Because I do have it set to where it rolls the ads every 40 minutes, and I have a little thing showing me there's ads going, so that's why I was asking. So I actually, to answer your question, it goes back to me being impatient and that. That's basically it. Like having to stop and grab the iron or grab the solder and then let go of the solder and grab that. It's like a bunch of steps that I'm like, oh man, that sucks. But if I use this 0.8 millimeter core solder, it's just enough force to move and manipulate the parts around. So I can just cheat. I mean, sometimes I have to just give up and grab the tweezers and do it, but I try not to if I can, because it just adds time to the build. And this thing we've already put like, what do we? Excuse me, sorry. I think we have 18 hours on this build already. That's hell. So iconoclastic, I agree with you, but I like to do it this way because it's just faster for me. It does have its drawbacks, and like I said, I'm prepared to take them on the chin and be like, ah, Sid, you Icarus fool. You flew too close to the sun. But you should. I don't know if you've seen so I imagine you haven't seen it before. Like when I do the resistors and the caps, oh, it's so satisfying because I'm just using the surface tension and everything to hold everything in place. So I'll just wave my iron up and down on these. And enough solder will collect and drag it back and forth, and it'll just beep, 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 beep. It's great. It's my heaven and my hell. Nah, it's all heaven. You know what? I'll tell you what, mate. For you, I'll do it. We'll do it your way. I'll show you that. I'll give you the little difference. So. I've got, now to cheat, I've got the tweezers and the solder in one hand. so I can do both. This will be this is me meeting you halfway. So we put a little bit there. And then let's give me this guy's a little touch up here. Damn it. Here, I'm almost tempted to here, let me just do that. Ah, bastard. I knew it was gonna happen too. So this is me trying to avoid putting flux on here. That isn't this 44 shit. There we go. So there you go. There's using the tweezers. It's pretty straight. It's kind of off to the side. I'm not going to F with it. I'll be happy with it. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but it does kind of eat at me a little bit. And yeah, that's the thing. When I do it by hand, I tend not to be very straight, and I keep making little tiny, like they'll just be a little bit crooked. And so they don't look as nice. Because, like, I mean, all these guys are pretty damn centered, and they look pretty good. However, once we've got everything on the board, I'm going to reflow it on a hot plate. So we'll take it up to like 220 C for about a few minutes, tap the plate to kind of create some vibrations, and then cool it down. It'll be awesome and sexy simultaneously. Scheisse, using 0.8, so I have 0.8 and 0.4 diameter. For 0.4, I like to use that for the fine pitch stuff. Like if we're doing T-sop, stuff like that. 0.4 is perfect for it, but 0.8 is so stiff and even. I don't have any 0.6. I could buy some. Here, I'll give you an example. Oh, Mr. X is taken out. Mr. X, gute Nacht. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, tomorrow you've got new... Oh, man, I hope I can catch your stream and your next stream when you do that. Guys, if you're not familiar with our good buddy, Mr. X, go give him a follow. Fantastic musician out of Germany. Making the beats and the squeaks and the bleeps and the... Did I already say beats? I think I did. Beeps and boops and squeaks and boops. It's awesome. Fantastic music. Lots of modular synths. Lots of keyboards. A little bit of mixture of future and past compositional methods. Highly recommend. Good buddy of the stream. Frizzen and Spasm. Oh, nice. Zipagile. Verchuse, welcome in. All right. I think that's all the caps on this board, but we still have 2. We still got 6 left over, so I think that's going to go on the other board. Oh, wait, I was going to show off my goofy soldering technique. We'll do, yeah, there's a spot here. Well, I don't like that one. Let's do, we'll do this guy. So here, let's have some fun here. We'll put on this 1K resistor again. You've seen it once, now you'll see it again. 1K resistor from hell. So we'll clean these pads up real quick just so we have a nice, nice clean work surface here. And then we'll take our bit, drop them in, kind of where we want to be. And then we'll switch off to insane mode. Oh wow, it didn't work at all. Booyaka! That's how I like to solder, baby. Takes half the time, twice the fun. Soldering skills probably overlap with dental filling skills. God, I don't want to think about that. I hate dental stuff. Do you have an exhaust for the fumes? I do. I call him Mr. Snuffleupagus. Unfortunately, because of the materials, he won't take googly eyes, so I can't put any googly eyes on him. But yeah, I've got this fume extractor here. Whenever we do like a hot plate or hot air, I turn it on because that produces a ton of smoke. It's not good. I remember one time before I got this, I was like reflowing underneath a board. It was all this smoke, and I was looking up, and I could just see spires of light, like God rays and whatever from my light fixtures I have. And I was like, oh, this can't be good for me and my pets. They have tinier lungs than me. I should man up and get a fume extractor. And man up I did. What is the board for? So this board is a vocoder. Oh, wild. What? Why is it changing to that page? Oh, because it's weird? I don't know. So this board is it's a eurorack module. So it'll sit in a eurorack system. It's added to this guy. This is Space Station. It's over here, literally. This is like a eurorack modular. You do all your plumbing on the front, and then all the goodies are just power connections in the back. That's what this guy is, but this particular module is to do your intergalactic planetary, your around the worlds. If you're a little bit older, got a little silver in your hair, you probably know the Dori Arigato, Mr. Roboto, that jam. That's what this thing does, is the vocoder effect. However, this is like a really cool vocoder because you have a lot of unique things that other ones don't have. This is 10 bands, and you can output the individual bands. Like, this is the full output, but you could just listen to the individual band if you want. And there's envelopes that open up, so you can have these envelopes push other things. You can interrupt the existing envelopes if you want. Pretty wild shit. Intergalactic. It looks like a map. Yeah, the traces are a little annoying. Do you use pedals to control your scenes? Yes. Yeah. I have a... we were talking about the rig earlier, and I didn't bring that up. But I use a hardware system. I use an ATEM. It's from Blackmagic Designs. It's a ATEM Extreme ISO. The first one, the Gen 1. They now have a Gen 2, and they don't make the Gen 1 anymore. And so it's a hardware video switcher. It has 8 HDMI inputs and then 2 outputs. One of those outputs is tied to what you send to the stream. Oh, guys, get ready because things are about to get heavy. Jump up because we're going to bump up, and get down because there ain't no clown in this damn town. We got none other than DJ Joey coming with that piping hot, won't stop, skilly bob. Oh my God, freaking hot. Ray! Guys, we got none other than legend DJ Dowie in the house. DJ Dowie, link is in the chat. Oh, Shisa. 50 months, mate. 50 months. LFG. LFG. It's gonna go for a minute. That last part was funny for some reason. All right, Dowie, thank you so much for that 50 months. Coming in from 76, Rakuni, but gotta run. Oh, yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a good rest of the night, and stay guile. No, I'm sorry. Stay super guile. I was in mid explanation or something, and then we got the raid. So I don't want to leave those people in the dark. Oh yeah, we were talking about the deals. So yeah, I use a hardware system, and I have I have three of these, three different. I have the big Steam Deck. I don't know if I can bring that into frame. Yeah, just barely. Nope, maybe not. So I got the big Steam Deck, I got the medium Steam Deck, and then I have or Stream Deck, I mean, and then I have the foot pedal underneath, the 3-foot pedal. But I use a program called Companion from this company called BitFocus. It's an open source, I think it's open source. It's free to download, it's a free program. It is insanely powerful. Great for hardware if you're trying to run hardware. And I personally hate Stream Deck software. I hate Elgato's software. And this bypasses needing any of it. So it's a wonderful life. Let me catch up on the rest of the stuff here. So I think that's... What was the board for? Dowie rated. Intergalactic. Yeah, you know, from the Beastie Boys. Intergalactic Planetary. Another dimension. Another dimension. Yeah, there's one screen under here, and those buttons have like kind of a focus effect. Yeah, and it shows up as a video device. It's one of the problems with the Stream Deck. Like, you can't plug them. It'll eat up your bandwidth on your USB, so you have to like parse them out. However, that's the rest of this. The way these things are set up, they're all on Companion. They all plug into a Raspberry Pi 4. I think it's a 4. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a 4, and it's only got like 2 gigs of RAM. It's one of the smallest ones they had. I bought it a long time ago, and it runs the software. It just runs nonstop. I never shut it off or anything, and glitchless, like never any problem. Yeah, I should be careful with that. So it's nice and stable. Good old Linuxy sort of stuff, stable. I found a company that makes little LED screens on top of individual keyboard switches. I want to make my own Stream Deck like hardware, but the switches aren't cheap. And yeah, exactly. Damn. Cashing in on that DDR. Oh, that you said a DDR3. Oh, wow. Kudos. Kudos. All right, these are all Zener diodes. We're not doing those. Oh, but there's a regular one. Here, this camera's all goofy. Oh, there's those transistors I missed too. All right, we got a couple things we can do. Yeah, I was explaining it earlier, so I'll try not to be too repetitious about it for the people who have been around. They already saw the tour, but the way the stream is set up, this camera and this and where is it? This camera, and then there's also this camera here that's hanging off of the microscope. All of these are GoPro Hero 5 Blacks. I don't think they don't make them anymore. They haven't made them for years. But they're the only ones that I know of that have HDMI out and 5 lenses. So you have like, what was it? It's narrow, which is like the really zoomed up one that I use most of the time. And then there's linear, and then you get into the wide angle ones that are great for if you're, doing some cool surfing, I don't know, or skiing or whatever the hell you're using your damn camera for. Rub it in my face. And they've been pretty good. I've had one fail on me, and they're next to impossible to repair, so they're kind of like, it's kind of a done. But the problem that failed on it was the HDMI port. Like, it just stopped working consistently, and I tried all kinds of stuff. The only thing I haven't done, which would be a last-ditch effort, is to blast the jack with heat, like pour some flux down there and just blast it with heat and like hope it works, but I don't really think that's gonna do it. It still works as a regular camera though, so I can put an SD card in there, and so in the past, if I really needed an extra camera, I just put that in and have it be an SD card, but it's hard to marry it up with the footage. Like, the footage doesn't all line up for some dumb reason. I don't know what it is, if it's like something with the file format or what, but whatever. Yeah, the mini HDMI, exactly. It works pretty good. I mean, I'm always updating it. Like, I bought these circular polarized lens for this, but then it had the problem of like these displays not showing up with it. So I've been tempted to just take it off because I have a lot of the times that displays are under the screen, and I'm like, I don't want to take this off, and then I have to readjust the exposure. So I don't know. It's a work in progress that will be forever worked on. But I was explaining it earlier, the reason I like to do it that way is everything's on hardware. So if I turn off my video switcher, what's up there now is all OBS. There's no scenes. We're just locked on a single scene all the time. Everything, all the video, the cuts, even dance parties, everything's coming on hardware. Like when we had the dance party earlier, when, I don't know if you were here, when the Brutzer came in and crew, we had a little dance party celebration, and that is running off a video playback device that I have underneath the desk that's queued up and synced, so when I hit a button, it'll hit play on that, and I can call up whatever video I want. But you have to do it, well, actually I do it with the software oh, just rolled right all the way fucking off. Here, we'll humor this guy for a minute here. Fuck you. Forgot to count. It's too far. Damn it. All right. Desktop memory I put in my wish list is out of stock. Yeah, get ready for that to. Looks like that's going to be a reoccurring theme. So weird. I mean, I understand why it's, well, at least the explanation given on why the memory and everything, but at the same time I'm like, why can't they fix this? Why is this like an artificial, it feels like an artificial inflation. Which sounds like a brand of nitrous balloons or some nitrous oxide. Well, that's the thing. Like, I felt like they that was the story I heard. Like, they weren't going to ramp up manufacturing. They were just going to be enjoying the fact that they could sell something that, was used to be $100 or whatever, and they can now sell it for $400, and it's the same thing. And if they were to make enough, then they wouldn't be able to sell it for 400. They'd be able to, it's like this weird hack of capitalism or something. This hack drives capitalists crazy. There we go. Yeah, I hope it blows over. I mean, we dealt with shit like this around COVID, and pretty large scale, and no one perished, so I'm sure we'll make it through this BS storm. Pook, the destroyer. Welcome in. What you working on? We're working on a vocoder from for nonlinear circuit, or from nonlinear circuits. I was showing it off earlier. Here's the guts of it. You've got your usual. You can plug your microphone in. You've got your carrier, and then you have some noise with a filter on there, and then so you have your main out. But if you want to, you can get the individual outputs of each of the 10 bands. And then the envelopes can be controlled. You can have them output to whatever you want for each band, and then you can interrupt the internal envelope and send your own signal into these, which really got me fascinated because I'm like, whoa, there isn't anything that lets you do that. That's gotta be fun. Dude, is it like a holiday? Are people shooting fireworks? What's going on? It's trash day tomorrow. Maybe people are just taking out their trash. I don't know. I was definitely affected, but I also read in an article as long time ago about sand silicon availability being an issue. And that could be it too. It could just be resources. I've heard different stories, and I don't know. I take a lot of them with kind of a grain of salt because it's just I've been lied to, but misled before. So I'm I'm like, well, whatever. I don't really care how it's here. I just wanted to get fixed. Got your AI engine that makes fantastic fart jokes. It's great, but I need my RAM so I can play. What the fuck is that noise out there? It's 6:55. Well, I guess it's not that late. I almost want to go out and see what the hell's going on, but I also don't care. Alright. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20? But where is the... There's 2 more resistors I'm missing. Or 2 more diodes I'm missing, not resistors. Maybe they're on the other board. Oh man, look at that guy. Like, that's a little clown hat there. Alright, I don't think there are any more diodes on this board, because this board's pretty sparse. Yeah, not here. Alright, let me go back to this board. Oh, my I spy with my little eye. There it is. There it is. Oh my goodness. How you doing, Apuk? Good to see you. I think I caught you not too long ago. It was like within the last week or so. Caught a little bit. I think I said yo. Pretty sure I said yo. It's my standard greeting. Oh no, yo! See, that's not a greeting. That was more of an exclamation of concern. Oh, bro. Man, it's like someone's out there drumming or something. But they're trying to do like the opening of... no, not that. That'd be yeah, it was Modular Monday. That's what it was. Now I remember. Hooty hoo with the konnichiwa. Welcome in, mate. Good to see ya. Possibly the last stream of the month. Oh, God. Ah! Ah! Kapla. Yeah, well, these are a real pain to solder because they're round, and then they're kind of a button to... Oh, hey! Listen. Holy shit, mate! Membership over on the YouTube. Let's go. Thank you so much, mate. Enjoy those emotes. We just added a new one because we got enough members. I added the Frylock. I feel naturally we'll have to add the Master Shake next, but now we got Meatball, and we got Frylock. I don't know, we might get Shake, but I'm kind of wishing we didn't. We get somebody like Happy Fun Bear.
or MCP pants, or Dylan the escape plan. Or Dillinger escape plan? Yeah, we get them in, and that old boy, he'd be like, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Shine on Durgy. I think that's how you say it. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, we got a Meatwad freestyle rap. All right. Tell you what, let me go to the restroom really quick, and then I might poke my head out and see what the hell that fucking noise is from my neighbor. I'll be right back. Welcome in, by the way. Thank you for the follow. Give me 2 shakes. Now, 2.5. 2/3. I went outside to look, and it was it's one my neighbor, one of my neighbors, and they're like working on their truck. Oh shoot! I didn't hear that. We got a game over too. Nice. Everything that we desire. All right, let me get our Meatwad wrap going. Is it this button? No. Oh, I need to fix that. Yeah, it should be that button. But we can do... No? This one? Yeah, there it is. Let's see. I'll do that last. Let's get this going. Holy crap, what's going on here? Diego, thank you so much for the sub over on the YouTube. Welcome in. All right, let me solder this guy on, otherwise he'll roll away and kill another family of drifters. Yes! Drifters can be entire families. Have you heard of the Manson family?
Hello, Sydney.
Ho, 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 ho. Hooty hoo with a hello. Alright. How did we do this last time? I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah. I gotta do this. And here, I'm gonna put this away for now. And what the hell? This is F that. And then we're gonna start this up. Oh, wait, we need a cool background, don't we? Alright, let's see. Let's do this one. This one's locked. Alright. Alright, Meatwad Freestyle Redemption in effect.
Let's go, yo! How you doing? That's good. I can't hear you. I got these, I ain't got no ears. Damn. That's a hard fact to deal with. But I'm dealing with it okay. What about you? Oh yeah, you got ears. Well, let me bump it up a little bit here. Okay. You know what? Hold on a minute. Let me fix something here. Let me do a little bit of little patch Adams. Yeah. Okay. Bump it back in. Okay, we good now. I can move about. Alright, what we're gonna do is bring up the DJ. Oh, hold up. I just forgot something else. Music's never gonna be loud enough. If we don't bump it up. Yo! Whoop! Here we go, yeah. Oh, we done. Thank you very much for coming out. Buy my album, Chicken and Beans. That's a CD. Okay, hold up. What's this? Yeah. Just keep going. Yeah, I can feel this one. Turn it up in my headphones. Wow, god damn, don't you understand? I got my plan in my hand, and I ain't got no hands, you understand? Damn, I don't know if I'm a man. I'm just a meat-wad loving all that I can. Let's go, gonna do it to the flow, gonna do it every note, and then I'm low. Then I'm gonna give it to you one more time, cause I'm gonna be to you. Oh, so we're gonna rap, then I'm gonna go rap, then I'm gonna go yo. And then I'm gonna feel good, cause I'm gonna feel that, and I'm gonna feel roll, yo. This is a trick out. Meatwad plan, damn, don't you understand? I can't pretend fans and they don't wear hands. I don't know what I'm gonna do next, but I'm gonna do what, and I'm be writing checks. All your hands in the front in the air. But you wave like you just don't care. Then just so you care a little bit more than I think you should. Oh, yo, no, let's go. Let's roll. Yo. I'm gonna be the one on the meat man. Don't you wanna see on the meat man? Ho. Then you wanna go fast. Then you wanna go smooth. And you know I'm the master, and I'm the sick dude. Meatwad, damn, beat. Oh, Meatwad, damn. Beat, here we go. Yeah. What? Hey, damn it. Oh, let's roll. What? Yeah. Huh? Oh, but see, you're gonna see me beat, and you're gonna see me when you're gonna beat me. But you're gonna see everything that I'm gonna beat when I meet and I beat my buddy. I'm gonna mind down, and I'm gonna rock out. When you know that the words coming out of my mouth. Yeah, damn it, that was straight. I gotta be honest with you, gotta be real. I kinda couldn't control the volume there for a second. So I got lost and I just went hoop hoop, hop hop. That's an insider thing. That's what Eminem does. Okay, next song, please. Not this one. No, keep going. No. It's like I know all these. Hold up. Pump this up in my headphones a little bit, DJ. A little louder now. You be finding out what other words to be coming out of my mouth, you see. Don't you know I'm an embassy? Don't you know that I'm an embassy? I don't feel that I can be that, and I know that I'm gonna be flat. Gonna be CD and element P, and you know that XYZ. And I'm gonna be when I do, when I go, when I don't feel. Don't know when I'm gonna go flow, when I'm gonna flow, and I know yo, and I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna be you, and I'm gonna rock harder than you do. You see the beat that I do? When you see the things that I flew? When you see the things that I don't know what to do, but I do. Meat right understand. My meat right, I got plans. I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna bust it out one hand. Ooh, what did I see? What you gonna see when you gonna see me? I'm gonna be the meat man scene. Paching. Oh. Ka-ching. Let me hear that bell ring. Bop. Booty. Bop. Booty. Bop and booty. Booty. Bop. Bop. Booty. 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 Bop. Bop. Booty. Booty. Bop. Bop. Booty. Booty. Bop. 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 And drop. Don't stop. Yeah, this is for real. 2026, bro. Let's get it in here. Throw your hands up for the meat. Ooh. One more time now. Boo. Bop. I gotta ride it now. Boo. Ha. Don't you feel the meat man ain't gonna bring it to the drop? Gonna meat man to the left. Gonna meat man to the right. Gonna feel it on to the left. Gonna feel it back to the right. Gonna feel tight, gonna feel good, gonna feel what? You know what I would. Don't you know that thing has been? And about to zing, ding, boom. Oh yeah, right up. I'm gonna be loud. Ooh, I'm gonna bust it all night. Yeah, damn. Don't you know I'm the meat man? Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Yeah, damn. That was smart. That was hard, yo. You got my album, Chicken and Beans. I was gonna sing it, but you know, I'd rather you just buy the album instead of downloading it off the damn internet. Cause I know you be doing it. I got people, they tell me that's the reason your album ain't selling. Cause people like it so much that they just steal it. And I guess I should be proud, you know. People are stealing it and being like, hey, this is worth stealing, but not worth money. Okay, thank you all, and remember, don't eat pumpkin seeds, because then a pumpkin will grow inside your belly, and then it'll burst out of your chest, and then it'll kill the entire crew of the.
Kind of like that part.
You don't eat pumpkin seeds, because then pumpkin will grow inside your belly, and then, here we go. The pumpkin will grow inside your belly, and then it'll burst out your chest and kill the entire crew of the Nostromos. Just put that out there. The best way to do it is to nuke it from space. I'm just putting these words out here. You don't have to listen to me. That's okay. Okay, I fade away.
All right, that was fun. That was fun. I had a good time. That was actually pretty wild. Where's that? There it is. Boink. All right. I think we're back at it again. Who was it? Hootie with the Meatwad freestyle. Thanks again. I appreciate that. That's just what we needed. A little break from reality. A break from the norm. So the Pliskin, yeah, the emotes for YouTube will not show up on the screen. I actually revisited that problem last night. I was trying to see if there was a way to do it and see if there's any programs I might have missed. And no. I found something where it was like a plugin or program that you run, and it was from GitHub and everything, and I was looking through the dev thing, and the person explained that YouTube doesn't provide the API for the emotes. Like, anything that you get won't show the emote. It'll just show, like above here. See how it just says WAD what is it? Colon underscore WAD colon. So that's what the API spits out. It doesn't spit out the icon data or the emoji or anything like that. And there's no way to retrieve it from YouTube. So there's no way for them to pop up, which is super annoying to me. I figure you could render it from the HTML, but no one's figured that out, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of annoying, but I will continue to work on that. I at least got the Frylock emote in there, so you know we're doing a little bit better, But yeah, I've been trying to improve the YouTube experience because I know you guys are, would like to have as much fun as some of these Twitch guys are having. I've been looking into a chat bot for YouTube that would allow sound effects and like something similar to the channel rewards, so we could have, if you get this many points, you can do this or something. I've been looking into that, but I haven't quite, nailed it all out. But it's in the works, mate. I don't forget about my YouTube peeps. Honestly, YouTube's kicking butt. We've got, just to brag, just a little humble bragging, if you don't mind. Hasn't hurt anyone yet. Holy crap, we're past it. We now have on YouTube, it'll probably go down, but we now have 1,901 subscribers or followers, or however you want to put it, on the YouTube. We're on the way, we're on. I was gonna call you mate, and then I don't know. I don't know how that came. That came out wrong. Let me start over. We're on the way to 2K. 2K. That's pretty dope. It's dope to me. I mean, it's compared to other big YouTubers, it's small potato pie. But I don't care. Yeah, YouTube hasn't opened up their chat API. They didn't start with IRC like Twitch did back in the... Yeah. It's something I can't seem to fix at the moment, but I am always visiting it, and I am always trying to improve the channel. Make little teeny tiny improvements here and there. It's my goal and my shoot. DMT? Oh, no. That's not what that says. Deep cut, indeed. All right, we need 847s. I think they're all on this one board, too. Not this board, but this board. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, no, there they are. There they are. You ever wonder sometimes if there's somebody out there streaming us? Right, right. Oh, show you something. Ah, I thought I hit the right button. I did hit the right button. Why is it not? Oh, because I have that shit up. All right, now we're good. Don Travis already. I'm not holding my breath. Not holding my breath. Pliskin, I wonder if in the future people will be able to traverse atomic positional data and recreate moments in time. Ah, that can't be healthy. Isn't that what the Nexus did in Star Trek Generations? Guinan warned us about it. I mean, that's Whoopi Goldberg. Without a funny hat. She knows what's up. With or without a funny hat, I should say. Look at this. Another 847. How adorable. Well, this is a button pain spot. Get hot! There we go. God, that was painful. Need to watch more Star Trek? Like what, old school or the new stuff? I haven't watched any of the new stuff. I hear good things, but I don't know. There's a piece of me that is gonna hate it. And I kind of like living in this limbo. It's the classic Schrodinger's movie or Schrodinger's television show. If you don't observe it, it neither sucks or is terrific. It just lives in that state of being both. And it's both a great show and Same time? Yeah. Been doing that with a lot of things over the last 8 or so years. Like the Bill and Ted 3 movie, like the last Bill and Ted movie. I was really excited about it, and I even bought it and everything. It was during COVID, you know, you couldn't go to the theater, so I bought a copy to, you know, show my support, and then I never watched it. Because all the previews made me go, I don't know, man, this doesn't look good. I don't think I'm gonna like this. So to keep from being disappointed, I just never watched it. Yeah, but are you talking about like the original series or the next generation or just the whole, are you referring to the whole franchise like Voyager, DS9, Enterprise? All right, we're doing pretty good. We don't have those damn diodes. We do have a lot of TLO 72s. And 74s. So we could do that. We got to clean up all these pads. There's a lot of on the pads. Schmutz, if you will. Oh, wait a minute there. Apuka and season 2 is like that for me. I love season 1 so much. I'm scared to watch the new one in case it's bad. Season 1 of what, though? My bad. I think I missed that. The whole franchise. It's hard, mate. Honestly, Pliskin, it would be a hard thing to do because a lot of like I like the original, I like the Next Generation. However, it's pretty dated, you know? At least the first 3 seasons are kind of like, what are we doing here? Afterwards, like season 4 and on, it like everything kind of gels and everything's kind of like the best it could be. But Voyager and DS9 are kind of, they're pretty good out of the gate. There's some people that would say otherwise. But I think both of those are really good. A lot of people love Deep Space Nine, and I liked it too. I want to watch it again. I just haven't bothered to. And I haven't, like I said, I haven't watched any of the new series, so I can't tell you on that. Those are probably the most accessible these days because it's modern writing, it's modern effects, it's, you know, they spent a lot of money on these sets and everything, and it looks really good. So those might be a good entry point, and then you could watch like the old stuff and kind of get that lore and that back if you really liked the show. But it's a hard thing to say. Like, I think TNG is really great. But I think a lot of this, what I like about it is nostalgic. I don't think it's like, you know, like I could recommend to a 15-year-old or something. Oh, you're gonna love this show, and then they get this is crap. Nobody talks like this. This is, what's with these camera angles? You know, I don't know. I kind of feel like that would be an issue. I don't understand the deal with Enterprise. Nobody likes it, but I have to say I thought it was pretty good with some duds here and there. Yeah, I've brought this up before. It's the opening music is just so off-putting. And I know you can skip it, but you have to listen to like a little bit of it. And just that little bit is so off-putting to me. And I'm kind of joking around, but I'm also kind of serious too. And I kind of was annoyed with some aspects, like, you know, doing the whole sexy T'Pol thing, I was like, well, that's kind of unnecessary. I mean, the lizard brain is happy about this. You know, no complaints, but you know, this seems a little cheap. But you know, I look back and I'm like, you know, they kind of always did that. Like Voyager had 7 of 9, Jerry Ryan, come on to kind of spice up the show. And you know, when I was 20, 22, 23, and I was watching it with my buddy, we were pretty excited when she came on to the series. Now I'm an old man. I don't really give a dick. But, you know, when I was younger, I kind of cared. Kind of wasn't too bad. Oh, wait. I'm way behind on chat. I'm doing the animated show Lower Decks because it was written by true fans. Everything else, New Trek, I can do without. Even the Strange New Worlds just comes across as C-tier fanfic to me. Really? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about. I heard Picard was pretty good, and I'll probably give that a try. I have, like, the first season downloaded somewhere, but I don't know. I mean, it's hard these days for me to, like, watch a TV show because I just get so bored with, like, seeing the same mechanics or being able to identify like writing tropes and, you know, just stuff that I'm like, oh, it's this crap. I wasn't a fan of DS9. I was like, hey, let's go. I'm a big Voyager fan. I think it's great. People dislike it, and I'm like, all right, whatever, man. I think the thing I liked about Voyager is that it had something that I always enjoyed about the original series, which was like every episode, pretty much, they encountered a new alien, a new thing, and I always enjoyed that. I don't like these stories where it's like, oh, you know, these people are having, you know, these internal battles or whatever, or this like kind of soap opera on the ship type crap. I'm like, no, I want some weird alien being that I've never heard of that lives in fluidic space and is the sole enemy of the Borg. I would like that. That would be great. So I always enjoyed that aspect of it. Yeah, well, they got a different producer, Flask, for TNG, and once the Rick Berman took over, it was and Gene Roddenberry quit sticking his hands in, because Gene Roddenberry isn't. I mean, he's great and all, but he's kind of a. Well, he was kind of, I should say, was just kind of a stupid old man kind of thing. He just had a lot of dumb old man things, and I don't know. We were talking about this last stream. I hate advertising for this, but there's a really great podcast called Newbie Star Trek, and the format is initially the format is there's these 3 guys. And one of them has watched all the Star Trek, all the Star Trek. They know it very well. The other guy has watched it on, passively on TV. And then the other guy has never seen it before at all. So they'll watch an episode and they'll do like a 45-minute podcast about it. And it's really interesting because they're younger guys, and so they have kind of a very different take on the show than I do. So there's an interesting perspective of these episodes that I really like. And they also have a really strong production background. So they can speak to a lot of stuff that that's technical or more in the minutia of like writing a television show like that. And all those little extra features, all those little extra things are really enjoyable to me. Oh wait, I'm not catching. I'm like rambling, and then okay. I know our kids love the old ones. Enterprise and is the best DS9 series. Oh really? Okay. And Troy used to wear a teeny skirt in some of those. Yeah, she had the dress uniform. Sloppy steaks. I said I used to be. I used to be. Oh yeah, there's nothing to stop them from you ordering a glass of water. Let's see, I did it again. BSG was a soap opera. Yeah. It was, and I was okay with it, but I really was there 100% for, wait, there's more of them? There's more of 3? Oh, she was a Cylon this whole time? You know, I enjoyed that, like the kind of sci-fi mystery part of it. But yeah, I could do without, what was that one guy that, like, not Edward James Olmos's character, but the old guy that was like with the eye patch and everything. Man, his whole backstory was kind of like, I don't know, it was just kind of like, you could have the same television show with none of that. It's like totally unnecessary, his fucking story. The actor was great. I loved all the acting. I loved all the actors in that, in BSG. But, man, some of the stories I was like, ugh, this fucking thing. I tried to rewatch it a while back, and I was like, I'm good. I was trying to watch it with the missus, and I realized, like, this isn't gonna work. Hey, Kelton, welcome in. By the way, I did love Edward James Olmos acting. That guy could read a phone book. I'd be cool with that. Tom S. Wilkinson. Thomas D. Wilkinson. Ryan G. Wilkinson. Uh-oh, that wasn't good. We're not even gonna spool these guys up, but we'll clean them off, you know, we'll keep them clean. I feel like BSG got very Christian coded past the first season. I don't quite catch that. Like, that was one thing I kind of thought was interesting, is that they had this whole mythos that was like, was it the ancient Greek or, my memory's a little shady on it, but I remember I thought it was kind of neat that they had, like, you know, Apollo and Zeus, and, you know, I think it was Zeus or whatever, that was that was the gods, that, you know, and they'd be like, when the gods have favor, that whole thing was kind of interesting to me personally. I thought that was a neat twist. The Kelton. Yeah, there you go. To watch it twice? I'd like to watch it again, but I don't think I could. I tried to watch it with the missus, and she was just not into it, and it made me hyper realize how I'm like, oh yeah, this is kind of stupid, this part. Oh yeah, this isn't really necessary. But I was like, oh, you just gotta wait. You gotta get to the part where, what is it, Baltar or whatever? He starts seeing 6. It's great. It's great. This is the cool part. Zero Narrative, by the way, welcome in, mate. Doing all right. I got, we're just doing some soldering here, trying to get this, everything that we can on this. We're still missing some parts. And then if we have some time, we'll do a little bit of, we'll take a look at these Elgato analog encoders, analog to USB, like analog video to USB capture devices. That would be the right name. Capture. 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 Yeah, we got like, I don't know if you were here when we were popping them out last stream, but yeah, we got like 40 of these units, and there's a bunch more. But for now, we're just going to see if we can fix them. I went through yesterday and just built a little test rig and went through and tested them all, and wrote down what was wrong. And so, like, a majority of them, like 15, I only was able to do 20 because there's 20 in a case, and then there's like about 20 more that are out of their case. So I'd have to build like I have to build a little sacrificial container for it and everything. And I'm like, all right, well, we'll do that last, because I'm sure we're going to have some that out of these cased ones that are going to be unfixable, or we could at least rob from it and use the case to do it. But most of them, well, and actually nearly every single one of them showed up as a USB device. And the way this chip and everything is, that's a really good sign. That tells us that most likely the chip is fine. There's one chip on there. There does seem to be like a firmware that kind of programs it, but it's separate. So if we need to replace the chip itself, I did find a place that sells them. They're not cheap. They're like $15, $20. But if we can get like a pile, you know, oh, we need 10, then we could definitely get the discount. Or if we need 20 or whatever the hell we end up doing, I think I can get a little bit of a discount from this company. And they're out of California too, so just down the street. All right, that's all of the desoldering. Brought to you by the soldering braid. It desolders. Jesus. Oh, let me do a little stretch here. I haven't... Oh my God, it's like cricking and cracking. I know, it looks like I'm doing some weird miming. Scarf.com. Braid that solder. I saw the craziest snake oil I've seen in a while. It was, oh, we got a stretch in here. Well, I'll do both. It was I think it was made of copper or aluminum or something, but it was a jacket. And I won't say the podcast that it was on, but you could probably figure it out. And the host was like, oh, this is a cool jacket. And the guy's like, yeah, it's a Faraday cage. And I'm like, that's not how Faraday cages work at all. Jacket is not a cage. And they're like, it'll stop EMI from getting into your skin and giving you cancer, whatever the hell. It was like just a whole bunch of woo. And it cracked me up because I was like, oh my God, this nonsense again? Funny. Let me grab a fresh beverage here. Yeah, what was it? It was a, yeah, it was just a, it was copper. I can't remember what it was made out of, but it was a jacket, and it's supposed to protect you from solar flares or something like that. It was the biggest load of crap because I'm like, I mean, I'm not that scientifically knowledgeable or anything. I have my I have very clear limits on my knowledge, and I knew just enough to be like, that's bullshit. That's not how waves work. But I always get annoyed at like special cables and stuff for audio. It's things like that. It's just like, no, that's not how this shit works. Oh, there's a mustache to groom. Excellent. Definitely use some of that action. Just got my mustache trimmed yesterday. It's my hair guy. He like trims up my big old bushy eyebrows and then takes care of my stash. Bless him. He's the best. Let me catch up on chat. I think I'm behind. Soderbreg is Pug. Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing some Molex connectors tonight. Great to have company. Oh, yeah, let's go. Are you soldering them in? Or repairing them? Nightfall, welcome in. Be right back getting my tinfoil hat. Right? It's totally, yeah, it's just, I don't know. People are weird. Sometimes I think I'm just overly skeptical. You know, I'm just like, it's bullshit. And then someone will prove to me like, oh, you know what, that's plausible. But like out of the gate, I'm like, that's BS. You're just throwing that word Faraday cage around way too loosely. You need to look at what makes that work first. Yeah, exactly, Zero. That cable video, prime example. As long as the baby doesn't touch my mustache. Gripping them and making power. Oh, cool. Oh, the DMX controller. Let's go. X gonna give it to you. Should we do the TLO 72s or the 74s first? I think we should do the 74s. But my heart says we should do the 72s. I should follow my heart. All right, we need 16 of these bastards. That's going to be a lot. But if you've been with the channel for a while, you'll know that I purchased over 500 TLO 72s because I was tired of ordering them. I got different kinds. I got the C series and the H series. No real reason. I just did it to do it. So there's 10. Just need 6 more. What was that? 10, 12, 14, 16. All right. You know, I could do the 74s at the same. I could, you know, they're pretty easy to discern between one and the other. I mean, mostly. We need 15 of those. Let's see how many are in this strip. And then we'll just take what's left out of this top one here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 8, right? And we need 15. So 8, 10, 12. All right, I just need 3 more. That's awesome. Oh, to the cards. Yeah, I bought like 350 of one, and then I bought like 200 of the other, I think, or 100 of one, and then I bought another 100 from DigiKey or something because I was just impatient. I didn't want to wait. But I shouldn't have to buy any for months. Months and months. Oh my god, my back is just fucking being a jerk face. Dozed off on the couch last night, so that's probably why. Alright. Dude, I don't even know where to start. Maybe... I guess I could just place these all on here loosely and then go to town. Because there's like a bunch. Wait, where's the... Oh, God, it's kind of hard to see the pin 1, though. With my old man eyesight. But I guess if we just get him roughed in... Yeah, I can't... Yeah, I don't even know if I've got these going the right way. I'm just... I think I see the dot. But maybe I don't. It's a lot of op amps. I don't know if that's obvious or not. Oh, you bastard. Try to sneak out. Oh, wow. So all the TLO-74s are on this board, and then all the TLO-72s are on the other board. Go figure. Guess I could have just divided this up into 2 projects, but I didn't want to look at stuff. Oh, there is a I'm wrong. There's a TLO-72 right here. So shut my mouth. Nice. Yeah, probably easier just to do the bottom row from R to L and then scooch up, rinse, repeat. Until it's over. Meow. Probably could just scooch this guy. There it is. Well, a little bit to the side. A little too much clockwise action. There we go. Watch it eat shit the moment I get near it with an iron. One of my favorite types of chip. What, the 14 pin? Oh, yeah, with Soik. Yeah, absolutely. Why is that shit on my arm? I feel like I might need a, well, no, maybe not. Boom! Bop! Alright, let's see if we can do this without the tweezers. It's abomination against man and God, but that is why I am known as Sid Heresy. If you're looking for something different, then you're looking for Sid conformity. Which is too bad, because he got ran over by a dump truck. Sloppy steaks. Oh my God. What was the name of the restaurant, though? I can't remember. It's like sloppy steaks at Fajouli's or whatever. I wonder if that started like a meme of people like doing that IRL, like if that takes off as like a stupid TikTok challenge or whatever. Sloppy steaks. I would watch that. I would be in favor of that. Even though it probably would suck, I'd still be like, life imitating art. Gotta love it. Hey, Tronics, welcome in. Good to see you, mate. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, these are TLO 74. They're 4-channel op amps. The 4 stands for how many op amps there are. And the 7 stands for how many people had to be destroyed in order for this power to be released. Sloppy steaks at Julie's. Man, I saw him and like another actor from that I've seen. He was in the, you know, I Think You Should Leave, but he was like one of those character actors that showed up in maybe a couple of episodes. He was in the one with
Brand new!
oh shit, look at that. Portnoy Geo7 coming in with that follow. But it was like an ad, and I don't remember if there any comedy. It didn't make any sense. Like it was weird. But it looked like it was supposed to be a bit. Like I was like, oh, any minute, you know. And Tim was even acting weird. He's kind of doing his character, but there was no punchline. Oh man, that's gonna eat at me. I forgot about that. I was seeing that like before I started the stream, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? But it was the same, the other actor was the same guy that was in the sketch about was it Gerbatol or whatever? It was the baldness medicine or whatever the fuck. He's like, you guys talking about this? Talking about Gerbatol? No. We're talking about fingering. Talk about sex. You guys weren't really. Why won't you tell him? Because I hate him. Here too now. All right, there you go, mate. All over. All over. Oh, wait. So this one's backwards. Look at this. Bo, bo, bo. I can't remember who it was. Someone DM'd me who was really smart, and they were like, where is pin 1? And I'm like, seriously? And I'm like, what? And they're a smart cat, so I'm like, I don't know. What did the data sheet tell you? And they're like, data sheet doesn't say it. And I'm like, okay. And I looked, and yeah, I couldn't find anything that clarified it on the data sheet. And then I looked at the chip, and I'm like, it's the text, mate. You got to read the text from left to right. Left is pin 1. They're like, are you sure? And I'm like, well, why would it be the other way? That would be insane. You'd have rioting in the streets. Yeah, I know. They're smart. They've designed their own modules. I'm like, why is this hanging up on you, mate? You should be well past this. You should be hitting me up. I mean, crap. But I think a little bit of it was just reassurance. They're like, it's this, right? And I'm like, yeah, it's that way. So. Yeah, you're right, Zero. Well, I think they had like, they were worried that they damaged it or something like that. So they were trying to troubleshoot and they're like, did I break this? And I was like, nah, you're good. Unless you send it voltage the other way, then yeah, you're screwed. Meanwhile, hey, Cannabinette, Twitch wants you to watch the NBA? Really? They have that on here? Isn't the season almost over? I'm not a sports guy, but out of all the sportses, I kind of like the basketball sportses, just because it's got a lot of action. It's and I kind of follow what's going on. Dude, why isn't this getting any solder? Which wire? Is Olympic still going? I think so. I don't know. Life is weird without cable TV. We got rid of like cable TV a few years ago, and I'm like, all these things that you would normally be like, oh yeah, I just would turn on. Well, I don't really have those channels anymore. Like it was New Year's, and I'm like, oh, where do you watch the ball drop? Is there? We went to YouTube, and I'm like, there's nothing local here. I guess we could go by Vegas, and then we couldn't find like a good Vegas feed. The Norwegians and Italians are cleaning up. Well, good for them. No cable. Yeah, exactly. We got rid of cable. We have OTA TV, and we actually get pretty good reception because we're near like one of the big radio towers. But if you don't use it, you don't even think about it. And we really don't use TV. Mrs. Heresy, when she got into just watching YouTube videos and that was her entertainment, oh man, I got rid of that cable as quick as I could because she was my only holdout. Because she likes And I used to be this way too, so I understood, but she would just like to turn the TV on for background noise. So she'd just leave it running and it would play like, you know, whatever show. And I got sick of it. Like as time's gone on, I've just been like, I don't really think that's a great background noise or anything. So yeah, once she started getting into that, I was like, hey, you know, I was like, I'll download these other shows that you want if you know if we're gonna miss them, or we can subscribe, you know. But I was like, I'm really tired of paying like $100 a month for something that we barely use and low key resent. Hockey? What about hockey? I'm sorry, I missed that. Oh, in the Olympics? Exposed cheating attempts. Ooh, spicy. Yeah, we just have like a regular YouTube account. Mrs. Heresy, she has like a premium, but it's like the lowest tier one where they basically just take out the ads or lower them. And I got that for her birthday last year, and it's probably the best thing I ever got her. God damn it. Which skier sported a better name? Peekaboo Street or Breezy Johnson? Jesus, I didn't even know those were the names. Kind of like the Peekaboo. Breezy Johnson sounds like the name of someone that's heavily into shirt cocking. Go to like Burning Man. Oh, there's Breezy Johnson. Why do they call? Oh, that's why they call him that. Okay, that makes sense. ESPN alone used to be $19 of your cable bill back in 2020. I know. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not a sports guy, so I didn't really bother with ESPN. But yeah, it's still kind of pricey on some of these other programs. It's like, what are you guys doing? What, hockey's fun to watch? I don't think I've ever given hockey a chance, to be honest. Fuck. When I grew up in Oklahoma, we didn't really have a hockey team. I think there might have been one after I moved out. But I don't even know if that lasted, honestly. I can't think of the name, so I'm wondering if that was short-lived or what. But yeah, it's never been really popular. And then I move out here. We do have a hockey team, but the stadium or rink or whatever where they play is like almost as far away as you can get from where I live. It's such a drive, and I'm like, I'm good. No one sold me on it. Like, oh, Sid, you got to go watch hockey. And I'll be like, oh, really? Olympic hockey? Well, I mean, I might give it a try. I don't know. I generally, like, if I'm gonna watch sports or anything, because I don't follow anything, I don't know names or any of that. I usually like to, I like stuff that has a lot of action. You know, I'm moving my head around and stuff, but it's not too repetitious. Like tennis, I get really kind of bored with pretty quickly. But that's, you know, a pretty high action sport, but it's, oh god damn it. What the hell's going on here? Probably should have cleaned this thing. I saw a little bit of videos of some snowboarding. That was kind of cool. I'm kind of glad they added sports like that, because that's kind of interesting. And I mean,
Smoothie fun. And sorry, sir, your hockey team to Utah.
was it Utah? Wait, let me see. Utah hockey team. The Mammoths? Where were they before? I don't remember the Mammoths. History, blah, 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 blah. Salt Lake City. Denver. Oh, okay, yeah, there was, okay. Salt Lake City initially emerged the potential to end. The rumors regarding the Arizona Coyotes potentially relocating, spreading after the failure of the new Tempe Arena. Yeah, okay, I remember that. And 6 months later, in January 2024, Ryan Smith, owner of the NBA Utah Jazz and co-owner of the Major League Soccer Real Salt Lake, petitioned the NHL to begin the process of expansion to... Oh, wow. Well, no Coyotes then. That's fine. It seemed kind of like absurd for a place in the desert to have a hockey team. It just seems a little bit, you know, a little bit stupid. Before I forget, Anonymous, thank you again for that $25. Thank you very, 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 very much. That's a heart right there, mate. That's a heart right there. It's gonna go straight into the smoothie fun. We almost got a smoothie today, but I wasn't hungover, so seems like a good idea to have a smoothie when you're hungover, but when you're not, it's like, what am I doing? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed something. Women's volleyball, I love. I know how you like it. Some sort of op amp. What, this? Yeah, these are all op amps right now. We're doing the this is the 2-channel one, the TLO 72, and we just did all the TLO 74s. Those are 4-channel op amps. I mean, I have these, but I don't want to use them all for one project. Although, well, no, I just want to be safe. It won't be a big pain to solder these kids on anyways, but there's like 5 of these LM13700s. But we have like 15 and 16 of the rest of the chips. So there we go. Look at that. It's starting to look like the future. Awesome. Make those bikini pops. Hey there. Hey, come on. We're all thinking it. You don't need to say it. I can't remember where I was. I think I was at a bar somewhere, and it was women's volleyball, and like I was trying to talk to my buddy, but it was on the TV behind them, and my lizard brain was like, no. Anyways, what? No. Come on, man, get ahead in the game. So, anyways, you were saying that. Oh shit! Oh, come on, damn it! Maybe I should do this. There we go. This is better. Keep talking. Yeah. There we go. So, they still going? Oh, damn it! See, I can't. Huge dono. Exactly. Well, yeah, you guys have been really awesome lately. I gotta say, you guys have been throwing the gifts, throwing the tips, throwing them bits. I really appreciate it. And we got over on YouTube. We got I forgot now. I'm spacing the name as I'm being a dumb shite. Pliskin. That's right. Pliskin added as a member now over on the YouTube. Added in on that emote life. Good time. Real Salt Lake. Oh, did I say it wrong? I don't care. The same question, but is there a control plane? Wait, I'm sorry, mate. I'm behind. Encabulator impedance is about three tooties, but 4 fruities. All right. Speaking of tutti frutti, I gotta go to the restroom. Doesn't make any sense. I'll be white black in a minute. Pink. Man, filled 20 gallons lighter. Keeping that one to myself. Wait, shit. What's the module being worked on? This is the MUN. It's the vocoder from Nonlinear Circuits. It's a 10-band vocoder. It's based off of an old one that's kind of rare and sought after. He added a ton of extra abilities, like you can hear if you want, you can hear the discrete bands. You can also take the envelopes when they open individually for each band. You can also put your own envelopes in there if you want to. It's freaking wild, honestly. Yeah, there's 31 op amp packages, and then there's 5 of the LM13700s, which are dual OTA op amps, or dual OTAs. It's like saying ATM machine. I've already established that in the damn name. Now, I kind of got my excitement. I got a little bit of pep in my step, mates, because I when I went to the restroom. Oh wait, that sounds weird. While I was at the restroom, I was thinking again about the warehouse idea, and I'm gonna look into this more because this might solve like so many problems in my life. It'll cost me money, but if I can get it to an affordable amount of money, we'll be good. And for those who don't know, maybe people are new coming in, I'll repeat it because I was talking about it earlier. Electronics, exactly. So out of nowhere on Instagram, I got an ad for this thing called fractional warehousing, and it's basically there's a large warehouse and they'll rent out little divisions within it. And there's different things for, if you need a loading dock, you can have one in a loading dock. There's a loading dock access, of course. But if you need like a little area, you can do that. If you need an office or whatever, if you need a place to store inventory and things like that, that's kind of what it's geared towards. And I watched one ad, and now I get like 1 million ads, but all these places are in Phoenix, and I had no idea. I'm like, why have I just now learning about this? And it started opening up the can of expanding this shit out a little bit, because I'd love to get I'd love to work on pinball machines, but I kind of sacked that for a while because I just don't have a workshop. I don't have enough room. I don't have, any of that. And there, like about a year or so ago, I was talking to these one guys that they were going to rent out some space to me, but then they went under, and then the owner passed. He didn't own it anymore. But anyways, the guy in charge passed, and so I did. That kind of went away. And then I saw this ad, and then it subsequently multiple ads, and I'm like, dude, this might be it, because they offer climate control, and you've got racks and shelves that they'll rent you, or you can just bring your own, which I already have that. And then you've got electricity, of course, and then you have a Wi-Fi and internet and all that. And I'm like, well, maybe I can rent one of these if the price is right. That's ultimately what it always is. It's if the price is right. I'd be able to do a bunch of stuff. Like, I'd love to have a shop so we were talking earlier about doing some, very basic woodworking, so I could build some modular cases, and I'd love to do that, but I don't have any room here. I have like a little table saw, and I'd love to get like a real table saw or something like that, but there's nowhere to store it in my house, and I can't kick the missus out of the garage or create that havoc for who knows how long. So I'm it's like the only option is to either wait until we buy a new house, which could be years from now. I don't really know when that's going to happen. Or I could rent out one of these warehouses. And then it was brought up that I could possibly share the warehouse with a buddy. So I might be able to find a way to split it, 2 ways or 3 ways or something like that, with good, close friends. So I don't, because that's always the issue. It's always, in my experience, it's always can be kind of dangerous to mix money and friendship together. I work very, very, very hard not to ever have that. But I think in this instance, if we were able to devise like a schedule that would work for both both of us or all three of us or four, whatever, the number of people we need, it might work. And then I could stream pinball repairs. I could also just start going nuts and filling that place with modulars and just have this giant fucking modular ridiculousness there. I don't know. I'm extremely into this idea. The problem is, like, one of the ads, it had me because it said starting at $200 a month. And I'm like, dude, if I can get a space for $200 a month, I'm all over it. But then when I went, I couldn't find what that space was for 200. A second here, I gotta stretch again. So I didn't, I have a feeling it's like a bit of a bait and switch. Like 200 is like a closet for rental. And then what I would want would cost like $1,000 a month, which I can't afford that. That's way too much money. But I have like little things I've been doing on the side that have kind of been my quote unquote retirement plan. And, if they were able to generate enough money to pay for the roof there, at the very least, well, that would work. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Get a CNC machine, one specifically woodworking. Already have one. I have a CNC machine that does, it has a 12 by 12 workspace, 12 inch by 12 inch. And it has like a 4-inch height. And I originally bought it to do front panels, so it can cut aluminum panels. But the only problem is it's like around COVID, I upgraded it to a bigger machine, but the clamps for the spindle were 3D printed and they fucking broke. And so I reached out to the company, which is like, I believe just one person, and I was like, hey, this broke, and never heard back. And then like the website's gone, and I'm pretty sure like the whole project is abandoned now. It's quasi open source, so it's not that big of a deal, and it's just the hardware that you still go to the industry standards for the software and all that, the machining and everything. But the unit itself, it's all there. I just need to fix the clamps for the spindle. I need to make new ones. I've always wanted that kind of space. Yeah, I'm wanting it really bad. I'd like it to be something I could walk out of my house into, but if I had to pay a few $100 or so a month to get that same thing and I just had to drive there, I'll get over it. And it'd be nice, honestly. I would make that office fucking awesome. I'd get a little fridge, maybe a little microwave or something, and it just party out in there. It's making me all excited. I know I'm going to be disappointed by the price. That's going to be the problem. Which one? Oh, which CNC machine? Look up Zen, Z-E-N, Toolworks. Here, well, actually, let's look it up together real fast. Oh, there's that Dr. Pepper car again. God damn. So... Yeah, the website itself is fucking gone. This is basically what it looks like. It looks like the 1212. Yeah. I got the bigger spindle though on it. Oh, this has the extruder. So yeah, you can turn it into a 3D printer. Here's this one, but it has the small spindle. I got the upgrade. Is this it? Yeah, I got this upgrade. I think this is the one. Maybe not. Hold up. There we go. So this is the one I upgraded to this format because there's a higher clearance and the mounting, like, its plunging is like way up higher, so it plunges the cutter down. So you have like just way more room. Mine is 1212 though, so it's not this shape. This is 7 by 12. Mine's like as wide as these other ones, but and the spindle on it is much more powerful than the one they originally had. The spindle I upgraded with, the original one I had was like 3,000 RPMs max, and I think it was 100 watts. He has 100 watts. I replaced it with a spindle that's 400 watts and 12,000 RPMs, so 4 times the power. And so I could cut aluminum panels easier and do bigger surfaces, but now. Let me catch up on chat here. Bypaster, decades ago, I used to do metalwork and storage units. Oh, really? Need aluminum? Yeah. I have some options to get some fabricated, and I've looked into it. I need to scan the dimensions or get the exact dimensions, and then find someone or some place to fab me the clamps so that they're, like aluminum. The actual unit here is all made of ABS plastic. So it's been milled as well. I wish I could find like a good picture of it. So all this is made out of single piece ABS plastic that's milled. But this one that I got, it doubles this. It doesn't really show it here. But there's 2 of these struts, and then there's an aluminum plate in between them. And it gives it more rigidity, and it prevents this from wobbling back and forth so bad, because that was kind of an issue before. I'd have to slow down my feed so it would work right. But with the new struts, before it ate shit, it was like, holy crap, like the vibrations were gone. It was really nice. Yeah, you want a climate control. From Canada? Nice. Does it also 3D print metal? You have a way to mount extruders onto it, and I mean, it's not much work to modify it to be a 3D printer. I don't know about any metal extruders. I don't know anything about. I'm not a 3D printing guy. My knowledge is pretty low on the topic. Cincy? Oh, that's cool. New Trek episode. All right, we were just talking about that too. That's funny. All right. Yeah, this CNC, it was originally for woodworking, was their target demographic or market or whatever. And like all the examples were of it, of doing like inlays and things like that. And But I reached out to them over and over, and before I bought it, and I'm like, could this cut aluminum? I have this type of aluminum. I want to cut it. You know, is this something it could do? And they're like, yeah, it could do it. So I got it. It cost me a little bit. I think I spent like, so those were like $600 or $700. And then I had to buy like a laptop to run it. But I, at the time, the oh, look at that! If Nuril coming in with that follow. At the time, the controller card that they sold was like really old, and I had to get a laptop that did that had a real printer port. Like you couldn't use a USB to what was that? What's that cable connection called? It's parallel port? Maybe it's parallel port. I'm trying to think of. Because it basically just had voltages that went high and low, and there wasn't enough if you used the USB. Like, none of those would work correctly. Take a quick little tick. IFN Real, that's what the name is. IFN Real? I don't know. Here, let me look at this brand real quick. CNC. Oh, cool. Yeah, these are great. These large mills. Oh, dude. Man, mine was 400 watts. I looked into some spindles that were really high powered, but I'd have to get a water cooling solution for it. And I looked into that and I was like, oh crap, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of crap. Maybe in another life or another finance scenario. Dude, hold up. I'm trying to do two things at once here. Failing at all of them. And this gig I'm going to is in Salt Lake City. Not looking forward to it. I hear it's nice, but the guy that does my hair, I was getting my hair cut, he like just came from there because him and his son like to go skiing there. And he was like, he was going on, oh, I love it there, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, not a great place if you like to drink, though. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I've heard that. And he's like, no, it's really bad. He's like, him and his son, they were about to go out for dinner, and they were like, sitting in the lobby at the hotel, and they're like, oh, well, let's get a drink at the hotel bar. And the bar was like, it was the size of like a, I don't know, like a newsstand or something. Like they barely had anything. And they were like big whiskey fans, so they're trying to find a good whiskey. And he was like, yeah, they really didn't have anything. You know, they had like some stuff that's okay, and we ended up getting that, but they didn't have any like really good whiskeys or anything. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's Salt Lake City. Your bartender probably didn't even know what any of that stuff tasted like. Yeah. SLC has a massive Mormon population, and they kind of run things there. I guess. I don't know. I'm going to bring some flasks. I'm thinking Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. So, we might have some short little streams from this gig, because this gig, I was looking at the schedule, and I'm done usually around, some days like, what was it? Here, I'll just pull the fucking schedule up. We're taking a little kitty cat break here. All right. So the day I work, so I fly in Friday, and I'll probably just spend that time by myself, you know, walking around, enjoying the city, trying to have a good time. And then the first day, I'm only there till 2 p.m. And then I should be cut. So Saturday we'll probably have a stream, unless I can find something fun to do, like I don't know. I'd like to find some pinball, but I think I looked around and there was like jack shit. But we'll see. But that's one day I will be able to. Sunday is a long day, so I probably won't be able to stream. And then Monday shouldn't be that bad. I should be done by like 5 o'clock. So I might stream from my hotel. I might try to enjoy SLC. We'll see. I really feel like I'm going to be bored as hell and wishing I could find like some really good beers, but all the gas stations have like nothing. Or they don't even sell beer at the gas stations. That's probably what's going to happen. But, and then I fly back on, is it Tuesday? Yeah, I think it's Tuesday. So at least I'm not there for very long. My SLC story is being on the train from Denver to California. We were 4 hours late when we pulled in, and the local cops made us wait as they walked the entire train with drug-sniffing dogs just because they could. Yeah, that sounds about right. I can see, like, for the people who get off the train in your city, but the people just passing through, dang, yeah. I've heard stories where, like, outside of the temple, the Mormon temple, like, there's cops out there, and they'll write you a ticket for swearing. Now, I don't know if someone was fucking with me when they told me that, but I was like, oh, shit. I can't go anywhere near that place. I'll rack up thousands of dollars in, like, one sentence. Like, the cop will just be, like, flipping paper on his book, or... like, oh man, this guy's, he's still not done. Write us all down. He said all these swears. I mean. But I can probably try to avoid hanging out near the temple too. I'm not really a religious guy, so I mean, sometimes churches are cool. And, I don't feel like this is one of them. Then I'm gonna be like, oh, what a cool church. I'm gonna fucking check this out. See what I can't go near it. I'll get in trouble. They did not? Oh wow, what a shock. Because you're coming, well, from Denver to California. Yeah, that's it. That's probably it. Two cannabis-friendly territories between one cannabis-unfriendly territory. I met a Mormon guy. Oh yeah, no shade whatsoever to the people. No shade at all. When I went to school, a bunch of guys that I hang out. They kind of hung out more with my friends, but I would hang out, and I'm still, you know, they still say, hey, what's up, Sid? You know, we're good. They were Mormon, and yeah, it's kind of like that South Park episode. They kind of did a whole thing about it. They're just really nice people, and yeah, their religion is, you know, it's a little unique. Try to be nice, you know. I'm not trying to throw any shade. It is what it is. You do you, baby. You do you, but yeah, all in all, I think they're really nice people. Really friendly, really kind, open, and whatnot. So, that's good. I guess that's a positive thing. Yeah, Mormons are, yeah, exactly. So we're all on the same page there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm only there for like 4 days or something. I fly out on the 5th day, so I really, I've had to be in worser scrapes. That whole time that I was in San Antonio, that was probably the least, one of the lesser good parts of my career. That's a point where I was just like, I can't do this anymore. This is a bad idea. And then everything that could go wrong did go wrong. I had that heart problem. I had an infected tooth. Yeah, it was just no bueno. I made lots of money during the National Jamboree selling Mormon kids, let's say, all sorts of things. Yeah, that's what I hear. They like to get naughty. Yeah, Mal, it was awful, mate. It was, and I was like, I still had a whole show ahead of me, but we were setting up, and it all started when I drank so they were giving us free coffee, free drinks, and they were just going to Starbucks, so I'd get them to get me a Frappuccino every time, which is just sugar. And I took a sip of it, and the right side of my face just started kind of aching, and I was like, oh, that's not good. And then I was going to work, and I'd lean down, and I'd pick up something, and I'd be like, oh, that's not good. And it was just, it wasn't blindingly painful or anything, but it was way uncomfortable. And there were several times where I just sat for a bit and just kind of, it's like, all right, I can only take so much of this. Let me just sit, let this throbbing go, and then I'll get some energy back, and I can go back to working and dealing with the throbbing. Yeah, I could do both, but I gotta take a minute just to only have one pain at a time. And I took a bunch of ibuprofen, which did help. And I had to go see an emergency dentist, and then they couldn't do anything, but they gave me antibiotics, which started to help, but it was close to the end when that finally kicked in, and I was feeling okay, it's not driving me insane. Luckily, that was for the flight back, but yeah, that was a horrible experience, and I'm the whole time I'm Sid, you don't have to do this. You can implement these plans that you have. Get off your butt and start really pushing them, so you don't have to do this anymore, unless it's something you want to do. And to be fair, I wanted to do it from the get-go until I got to it, and then I was like, oh, this is a bad idea. And I think in the future, I'm never gonna do that again. I know one guy, he was telling me oh, I have a show every year that's like that, and I'm like, no, thank you, man. Oh yeah, I specifically, the dentist that I went and saw, he took x-rays, so he did see it, but he was like, yeah, I'm gonna prescribe you ibuprofen if that's okay. He's like, I could give you something stronger, but it's not, I don't know if it's gonna really, ibuprofen's gonna help with the swelling. And I was like, no, I don't. I was like, that's fine. I don't really want any painkillers because they just put me to sleep, and it's like a walking sleep. I would try to walk, and I just run out of gas, the tiredest you've ever been, And, I'd just lay on the ground and fall asleep kind of tired. Like, they're like sleeping pills to me. Now, not all of them, but most of them. Most of them are like sleeping pills to me. And I'm like, yeah, I gotta work. So I'll just take the ibuprofen and, or acetaminophen or whatever, so I can keep working and manage through what's going on. God damn it. It's not coming off, is it? Feels like I made it worse. That was the last time, yeah. When I had kidney stones, and really bad, like really, really bad ones. I've told this story a few times on the stream, but like when I had the kidney stones, hit it, like so to be clear, like the peeing them out part is very uncomfortable. That part sucks. But there's also a part where they go from your kidneys into your bladder, and as they travel down that tube, that is the pain that I experienced. And the doctor described it as a evolutionary holdover, and I was like, that's a very astute way to put it. But when that hit, I didn't even know what was going on. I thought I was dying. I couldn't hear. It was like I was so much pain. It was just like a wash of like high-pitched water or something. I got tunnel vision. I was on all fours just screaming. My poor wife had no idea what the fuck was going on. Like, 1 minute I'm sitting on the couch. The next minute I'm just like screaming. I can't even talk. It's so much pain. It was absolutely insane. And it caused me, I basically kind of passed out from it because it was so intense. I started to just like, I didn't have any strength in me or anything. So I say all that to preface that they told me after I got to the hospital and everything, they're like, well, you've got 2 more to pass. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, you're going to have 2 more that are going to come out here any minute. So here's some pain medication for you. And it wasn't anything, I told them the same thing, but I said, like, I really don't care if I fall asleep, but, because, it's not a situation like where I was talking about earlier where I'm working and I just need something to numb the pain. I was like, that's fine if I pass out. I go, but I need it, that was an insane amount of pain, so I needed to work for me. And so they I can't remember what they'd prescribed, but it was pretty nice. The only problem was when the kidney stones would drop, the pain was so intense that I would get sick. So I took one of the pills when I felt it coming, and then I went to the restroom went to the bathroom, I should say. I went into the bathroom and I was like, I'm probably going to get sick. I don't feel very good. This pain is starting to hit. I feel it coming. I just want to be ready. And then, yeah, I would get sick and I'd be like, oh, that pill. I probably didn't absorb any of it. All right. Well, anyways. So there was like 1 or 2 times where I thought it was going to happen, and so I took the pill like immediately, and then I ended up nothing happening, and so I would just I'd be pretty high. I mean, it wasn't bad, but I don't know, I just don't enjoy that sensation that much. Like I like going out of my mind as much as the next guy, But some of them just feel, I don't know, just feels dumb. But I tried to enjoy it. I was like, I'm just going to make, I'm going to make something good out of this, and I'll just enjoy getting a little little whacked out of my brain from it, and hopefully I can get these things out of me so I can quit crying. And pain, crying out loud. I mean, I didn't really cry. Come on. No, I was bad. Stay hydrated. Yeah. My urologist and I figured out what it was, and it was more of stay out of the heat. So that the stones that I had were most likely caused when I worked Comic-Con. And I worked the outside band during the hottest day of the year. Like it actually, and this was in June, it actually got cooler in the summer, just for that to make sense. So it was really, really hot. And I went out one day and I weathered through it. I wasn't too bad. But then the next day was worse. And I remembered I went out and everything, and I had people to come in and would relieve me. So they would come, they'd come and watch the board, because there was just bands outside, like nonstop. And they'd come and watch the board, and then I'd go inside and just cool off in the air conditioning, drink some water, get some Gatorade, all that. I did everything you could. And I ended up, at one point, I went inside. I really didn't feel good. And I got inside and I was like shivering, And that would happen when I'd first go from the hot to the cold, because it was such a drastic difference. My body would just be like, oh, brr. So I started shivering, and I sat down in this chair inside the convention center, and I was still shivering and shivering and shivering. And I just kind of hunched over and just kind of like, just tried to rest a little bit, but I'm still like, brrr. And then I looked at my phone, and I realized I'd been there for like 25 minutes or something. And I was still shivering. And then it dawned on me, I was like, oh crap, I have a fever. Now I know, I want to do the cowbell thing too, but this it's going to ramp up the story. So I realized I had a fever, and I was like, oh crap, I'm having like a heat stroke or something. And so I had to tap out. It was one of the very, very, I think the only time I can think of where I had to tap out, and it felt really bad. It felt terrible. But the guy that took over, he was an old salt, and he could take the heat better than me. And so he ended up doing it for me the rest of that night, or the rest of that day, and then he took over the next day, because I was like, I can't go back out. I feel really, really sick. I think I overdid it. I don't know how to fix it. I mean, I drank tons of water. I had a fan on me the whole time, blowing, keeping me ventilated. I drank Gatorade. I drank water. In the end, I had to drink a bunch of Pedialyte, and to try to, get myself back. But that caused those first 3 enormous kidney stones. And then, like, the next year, I was in a similar position where I was outside in the heat for a really long time. It was really brutal. I drank a lot of water, but, I still sweated. And then, 6-9 months later, I had another stone. And the urologist is like, I think it's you going out into the heat. Because I'm like, is it me drinking soda? And he's like, no, those things can contribute. They don't help, but they're not, unless you're just drinking an enormous amount every day, it's not going to do that. He's not a big, that's what's causing it kind of thing. He was like, if you're out in the heat, that's what's causing your kidney stones. And I'm like, well, I drink plenty of water, and I drink Gatorade, and, I do everything I can to stay hydrated. And he's like, you're never going to be able to do enough. The way your body is now, it will never be able to process the water fast enough to hydrate you. Full stop. He's like, there's just not going to happen. He goes, I've seen this before. You're just never going to be able to do it. He goes, so you need to stay out of hot temperatures for long periods of time. And that went, that's been a thing, like with gigs now. I tell people, like, oh, we have this function, it's a graduation, it's going to be out at the blah, blah, blah in front of the building. And I'm like, oh, is this outdoors? Yeah. I'm afraid I can't take this gig. I'm so sorry, but I can't be out in the heat. I'll get a kidney stone, and I've already had a few of them, and I don't ever want them ever again. It is a pain that still haunts me sometimes. Every now and then my back will kind of hurt, you know, and I'll be like, is that a muscle or a fucking stone? Yeah, it was a heat stroke. I'm sorry, I should have answered earlier. Yeah, we debated going to the hospital, but I didn't think it was so bad. It wasn't until later on when I was talking to my urologist. He's like, you should have gone to the hospital and had them give you a saline drip. He goes, because your body's not going to have to do much processing for that, and you'll hydrate again. And I was like, oh, well, shit. Didn't think of that. He's like, of course not. You're not a doctor. That's why you got to go to the hospital when your old-timey remedies don't work. I'm like, old-timey? Well, it was just like, so your body, he explained this to me. Hopefully I can do it justice. But he explained it to me. So your bodies are always processing your liquids. You know, it takes it in from your bloodstream, and then it processes it. It gets rid of the waste, and you're able to get the hydration. But if you've got kidney problems, or if you're not drinking enough, or whatever, they just don't work as much. And that was kind of his thing. He told me, he's like, the best thing is to keep exercising your kidneys by drinking plenty of water, urinating, and keeping that up. He's like, if you want to drink coffee, drink coffee. You want to drink soda, drink soda. You want to just drink water, drink juice, drink that. Those things are not. He's like, all things in you know, what's the fucking, all things in oh shit, what's the phrase? I forgot now. Fuck. Whatever. It's fine if you have a rational amount of any of these things. All things in moderation. That's what it is. There you go. Malja, thank you. All things in moderation are fine. And he's like, but it's important to keep your kidneys active and have them constantly processing water and fluids and so forth, so that you can keep it that way. Because he was like, if they don't, they start building these crystals up instead of flushing them out naturally. Like anything that's possibly going to be a stone, if you drink enough liquid and you urinate enough, it'll pass through you without any problems or discomfort naturally. But if you're heating yourself for 10 hours a day, day after day, and you're not drinking enough water, or you're not able to get enough water in your system, then those crystals will just turn hard, and then you'll have to pass them in the most incredibly painful way humanly possible. I think that was the gist. All right. Keep drinking and peeing. Yeah, that's why beer's not is good for kidney health, believe it or not. Light beer's the best, of course, but yeah, beer constantly is having you pee. Yeah, it is dehydrating you for sure, but your kidneys are working. They're happy. Same with coffee. Coffee's what is it, a dielectric or whatever? No, that sounds like the wrong word. Whatever. Coffee stimulates that action. And I brought it up with my doctor, as you know, my general practitioner, as well as my urologist, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. Because I was like, I was trying to drink some coffee to kind of, so I'm drinking less, you know, soda. They're like, yeah, fine. Devin, welcome in, by the way. Use the like button. It helps the soul. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to get this finished, and then probably, I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I kind of have some stuff I want to do for work, but I kind of don't. I think I have it all. I don't know. Diuretic, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Tired but well, Sir Sid and his trusty ski jumpers. That's very sweet of you. Oh, come on, you bastard. All right, I'm going to solder this on, and then I'm going to check in real quick with Mrs. H. She just got home a little while ago, and I'm sure she's hungry, so I want to just see what she wanted to do for dinner. So give me 2 shakes. I'll be back in a lamb's tail. Probably. Well, yeah, definitely. But yeah, I'll be right back, mates. Hey, babe. You home, bro? You hungry? Do you have anything in mind? Oops. realized I forgot to turn my mic off earlier. I was talking to my wife. Well, whatever. Did the cha-cha at the taco joint tonight? What? Sounds like lyrics. To an anthem of awesome. Come on. Oh man. So we ordered dinner. It was DP Dough, which is like a kind of a weird snack place or something. I don't know, but they're open late and they make calzones. It's not to be confused with DJ Doughy, which is kind of what I do a lot. I think of DP Dough and I think of DJ Dough and I get really confused. It still looks crooked. Son of a bitch. What the hell? Ah! This is driving me nuts. There we go. Tacos, fish, beef, or pork? Kind of like beef a lot of the time. Fish tacos aren't bad. Yeah, okay, yeah, who else? True. It's like goo that's making this side, like, sticky. Oh, it looks like there's like a little bit of solder I forgot. I missed. T1000. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a... Mexican food is really good, but it's not like my favorite food. Like if we go to a Mexican restaurant or something like that, I usually get like a chimichanga because that's like the thing I really like. And it's usually the size of infant. It's more the size of a newborn. I could go vegan. I couldn't. Be up for it if I could replace cheese. And, you know, cheese is the one I'm really stuck on. I really like hot dogs, too. Really, really love hot dogs. Yeah, my favorite is hot dogs and pizzas, actually. I guess I like burgers, too. I've had some good vegan, vegetarian pizzas before, but I can't say the same about burgers or dogs. Oh man, this is going bad. There we go. I could eat Mexican most meals because there's just endless combinations of tortilla and meats and sauces. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's just, I'm not personally a massive fan of those ingredients. I mean, they're good, but kind of, I don't know, kind of weird about it. I love cheese. Yeah. Cheese is a deal breaker for me too. Yeah. And it's like a hard thing to replicate and the, you know, because it's a complex flavor. I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I'm not a chef. Redburn, welcome in. How's the entire work day of streaming treating you? Not too bad. I wasn't planning on streaming super long because I have a flight out tomorrow, but I was like going through my head and I'm like, I kind of got everything prepped. And I was like, you know, I got a afternoon, well, it's like a 12 o'clock flight. So I'm, you know, I don't have to go to bed early or anything like that. Not that I probably could. Dude. This is cool. This is really cool. We don't have it all on, but we're really close. We need 20 Zener diodes, and I only have like 12. And we need these 150 nanofarad caps. I don't have that value for some reason. And then we have 5 LM13700s. We could put the shot keys in here because it does have that. But I think that's all the SMD that's missing. And we need all that before we can do any of the through hole. We could maybe do the through hole, but it seems like a foolish thing. A thing from a fool. But, yeah, high five. Agree, not into imitation stuff. Oh, look at that. Getting a little interesting. Ah! Kaboom! Oh, should I? Veggie vegan food is the best when it's not trying to taste like meat. Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Yeah, Indian food is a good vegan, vegetarian cuisine for sure, and there's some great food in there. I just like I totally am into vegan, like having vegan cuisines and vegetarian cuisines. I think that's fine, but I don't want to ever limit myself to only that. I understand why people would, but I'm like, well, I'll just do all of it. Kind of like it all. I mean, there's some stuff I don't care for. Oh, it's got pineapple. No, thank you. But everything else sounds great. Not an imitation stuff. There's an Indian place, one light rail stop from me, and they're on Leftovers app. Leftovers app. I can get 2-time lunch. Oh, wow. For 12. Wow, that's cool. That's a screaming deal. Chat is good. When I lived in a very good Indian... Oh, I bet. Not so much in North Carolina. Yeah. Might be some... There's got to be some gyms somewhere. Nothing against hot dogs. I ate my share of chili cheese Sonic dogs during the pandemic because that was one nearby. Yeah. I think Sonic's like... I still like it. I don't think it's bad, but they're kind of like the bottom of me like wanting a chili dog or a hot dog. They're like kind of the bottom tier. Sounds like they're not good, but they are good. But there's way better out there. You can go to like a bunch of other places and they have much better hot dogs. Dairy Queen is not one of those places though. They have pretty much the same hot dogs I think as Sonic. I don't think they're identical, but they're like the same preparation. Let's see. So what do we want to do? What do we want to do? I don't know. We do have those Elgatos that we could work on. What'd you order? I ordered this place called DP Dough, Doughy or Dough or whatever, and it's basically they just make like calzones or calzones. And so I ordered the Italian, which is just a bunch of yummy sausages. And I should have gotten the macaroni and cheese one. That's what Mrs. got. Just now thinking that'd have been good because that'd be like a food shit sleeping pill. I'll eat that and I'll be like, I can just fall asleep at will now. But I didn't want to go to sleep just yet. Let's see here. Let me pull up some internets. You know what? Let's just do a little bit of Elgato troubleshooting. I'll show you guys what we're getting, and then we could probably just do a quick probe around to see if we have what's causing our issue and whatnot. So let me do that. I like that idea. That sounds like a fun idea. Hell yeah. So we have this cool little rig here. It's a little lipstick camera. And it looks really neat. Like when they work, they take colors like super saturated. It looks wild. Unplug this. And plug this in here instead. And then we'll take this cable around. And we'll take this cable around. Oh yeah, and then I need to plug this guy in so we can protect it from cooking the Mac. In case this shit goes bad, it'll just shit on that, not the port. All right, so let me see here if I have a way to pardon me. We'll do it that way. Oh shit, where's that program though? Oh, wait, I think it's in downloads. It is. Sweet. Okay. So, here, I'll show you. Here's the screen for the software. So right now it doesn't detect the card because it's, well, believe it or not, it's not here yet. But we'll change all that. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's, I've heard that before. That yeah, the water is a integral part of a New York pizza. All right. So we've got a bunch that just flat out don't work. And then we have some that have like crazy video artifacting or noise and stuff. And then we have a few that just work. I'll grab one of each. So we got, here, I'll grab just one of these. These flat out just don't show up. And then I have one. I have one that tests good. So we'll see if this one that tested good is still going to do so. And then we'll go from there. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, let me fix that though. All right, our food's on the way. Wait, that's the wrong one, isn't it? No, that's the right one. Is it? Huh? Nope, wrong one. Derp derp. Stand by. First day. So now, okay. Oh wait, does that work that way? Hold up, sorry guys, it's my first day. It does not. So whatever, we'll just do it this. We'll do it this stupid way. Oh wait, that kind of works actually. So there we go, it's showing it. It's not detected. I'm going to plug it into the USB port. That screen goes away, and then we have to hit continue. And now we have a video screen here. It'll say 1 moment, please. Here, we'll just cut to it. Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, yeah. Fuck. So, Really important thing to do is to connect the camera to the capture card. I know. It seems like it's unnecessary, but believe it or not, it's super important. So I'll plug it in. Booyaka. Look at that. We're back in business. Look at it. Whoa. This lens is scratched to hell, so it looks all janky, but you know, you can see the whole rig now. So this one works, and we could put it off to the side. Check our food real quick. Okay, they're taking the long way. They're super tramping it. Okay, so this is one of them that makes crazy glitchy video stuff. This one's pretty cool. So I'm going to plug this in, and then we're going to plug this in. Goes away. We're going to hit continue. One moment. There you go. We can do our own Feel It in the Air Tonight. I'll remember all the worry. Face doesn't show. The brain out and go. The difference between you and me. Yeah, I don't know. It's like weird. I can't even quite diagnose what's up with the camera. Like why does it get worse when it gets closer? Is that like a light thing, or I don't get it. But pretty bad. Disconnect that, pull it out. So that's one of the ones we could work on. And then, shit, did I? I did. And then we got this doohickey. Yeah. I was doing this in the wrong order. So we have this doohickey. Ah, never got it. I can tinker with this cable a little bit. You know, I can wiggle it. Nothing. Nearly all of them are like this. There just says no signal. Some of them are a little bit come through and you get a rolling pattern, which makes me think it's a sync issue. Although, how to fix that? But we could go ahead and pop this rude boy open and see what she's got, you know? I think that's not a weird thing to say, is it? Yeah, it didn't even flicker, but it always gets recognized by the USB. So the USB is always working. So I don't know, I'm kind of thinking it's got to be something on this side, but I don't know what the hell I'm going to be looking for here. Also don't know how to crack these things open. Oh, Jesus Christ. You just use your fingernails. I have a sponger. I got this with my headphones. I was like, oh, cool. Free sponger. There we go. Awesome. This is unfortunately exactly what I was afraid it would be. But we now have a rig to test these single boards, because we have a ton of these, and now we can just go burp, burp, and test them out. This is different. It's a little different. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not. Maybe it's not. I think I'm wrong. I kind of want to do that now. I kind of want to take these headers out, and then we could plug them in and check these other boards, and we could... that might be the thing to do tonight, is like document how many of those... Oh, hey, Porphyry. Sid, my wife has referred to you as Timu Phil Collins now. Yeah. Okay. Well, that happened. Come on. Sure. I lost my place, though. Wait, what the heck? I just lost the Timu thing. Where is that at? Dude, did I just have a spasm here? What the fuck just happened? Red. Oh yeah, there's composite left, right, and then there's an S video input. Sorry. I think I'm way behind on shadows. I don't know what's going on. Oh, there we go. I figured it out. I'm just stupid. All right. So yeah, I want to do that now. So I'm going to use the same format I did before. So for ones that just say no signal, I'll put a piece of tape on them. Here, let me put it not on the stupid sticker. And then how hard are these to take off? Oh, cool. They are not difficult at all. Well, spoke too soon. Maybe I need a little wedge. Boink, boink, boink. All right, awesome. Let's do this. Let's go through the ones we have. My food's gonna be here in a bit, though. How far away is it? Away. That can't be true. I mean, they're still stuck. Okay, yeah. They're coming down the mountain. So they will be here in a bit, so I don't want to mess up my food chomping area here. Let me see something while I'm thinking of it. Ooh. Do that. All right. So let me take these things and yeah, let me get the bag-o boards here. Tenderly cared for and packed in this paper towel, or paper, what is that, brown paper shipping shut? I don't know, wrapping? Doesn't really wrap. Doesn't have a sense of rhythm. Ouch. Just bang my damn toes. All right, so we can keep this over here, and that'll give us an area to put these guys. Because the other ones I was just throwing on the floor in piles, but that doesn't seem like a good idea here. Let me check on the food again. Yeah, I planted the seed to my buddy to go to this Salvadorian restaurant. There's like a few here. I don't know if they're a chain or what, but I was like, I don't care as long as it's tastes good. I'm not gonna be like a big, oh, it's not authentic. I need my Salvadorian dishes to be from El Salvador. Need them to be. Okay, so. Is this one I just grabbed, I guess? Oh, well, let's not do that. Here, I guess I can untangle this because we're going to use this as a jig for a bit. Okay. All right. There it is. Let's punch it in. Ooh, shit, those tweezers went in that thing. Oh, it's detected. That's good. Let's plug in a video source because I forgot it. Okay, hit continue. One moment. That's not a good sign. It shouldn't take that long. No signal. All right. So we got another no signal on our hands. But it's detected. Oh, shit. Just do it this way. It'd be way easier if I... All right. So there's... 2. All right. I think my food is here. Yeah, my food's pulling in. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Maybe 3. 3.5. All right. It's favorite time. It's no one's favorite time of the stream. I don't know. It's kind of mine. I kind of like the part where I eat. It's fun, refreshing, and exotic. I don't know if I'm gonna eat this whole thing. It's kind of big, but it kind of looks delicious too. But I do have a video for us to watch. It's good old Dave Rat. We all know Dave Rat. If you haven't, you're going to. He's got a video here. Let's go to it. Oh, damn it. Are Ethercon couplers bad? Hold up, let me fix this. It's driving me nuts. There we go. So if you, with well, especially with audio and stuff, you don't want any interference because it'll screw it up and you get like errors and less bandwidth and all that. You know what? I'm not going to reiterate. He's going to explain it. Let's go.
All right, today let's take a look at the impact of Ethernet couplers. Neutrik makes a Cat5e coupler and a Cat6a coupler. They're different. The Cat6a is a much shorter wire connection, much more direct, a more high quality, high speed connection. This one here has just got straight wires in it. We'll take a look inside. How much do these impact the cable run? What's the difference between running a cable with a connection and a coupler versus a solid cable all the way through? I've got 10 10-meter pieces of SuperCat XM cable.
Yeah, don't spend
here,
60 bucks on it.
As well as a 100-meter reel of SuperCat XM. So we can compare what 10 pieces all coupled together does versus one continuous piece, and we can do that with the Cat5e couplers or the Cat6a couplers
rough cut there.
versus the entire run and see what the difference is. How much difference does it make? Are these couplers crippling your signal, or do they not make much difference at all? Let's take a look at the difference between the Cat5e and Cat6a couplers from Neutrik. I've got them open here. Here's the NE8FF, and you can see it just has 4 pairs of wire plus a ground wire. They're not twisted, and they're not especially short either. And they mount inside of this metal aluminum extrusion, and they're just panel mount connectors with wires going between that screw into it. The Cat6a is a completely different device. It's actually got a rubber outside to it that keeps it somewhat waterproof, and it's the size so that when you plug the connector in, it forms a little seal with the cable.
But is that
connector.
Ethercon?
And inside we have the 2
so.
housings here where the connectors clip into. We've got our 2 ground connections that carry the ground from one side to the other of the shell and the RJ45. We've got a shielding surround that goes around the entire thing. And then here is our electrical connection. And if you look at it, it's a little circuit board, and we've got the gold tabs. And in the shortest route possible, it connects one to the other. So it's very, very effective in minimizing any additional length or oddity to it. Let's go ahead and look. So we'll pull this out, and we can actually, I can see through it a little bit, and they're not twisted. It's hard to do that with the circuit board, but they are very short distances. All right. Let's really quickly look at the charts and data that we'll get from the tester. I'll keep it real simple. One of the things we'll look at will be insertion loss, and that's the amount of signal that's lost in the cable. The red line is the specification. These 4 other lines represent the individual pairs, and we want those to be below the red line. A failure is when it goes above the red line and we have more loss than we want to have, or the specification dictates. The red line in some of the charts will go out to 500 megahertz if I'm doing a Cat6a test, and it'll go out to 100 megahertz if it's a Cat5e test. Next, we have next. Next is near end crosstalk, and that's the amount of signal bleeding from one pair to the other pairs. And we can see that the pairs are written out here and the colors relate to that. And this red line here is the specification. For next, we want this jumbled mess of lines to be as far above this red line as possible. The red line is the maximum amount of crosstalk allowable, and this is upside down. So very loud crosstalk would be 0 dB, and very quiet would be 140 or below. And here we have a cable that passes. This is 100 meter of SuperCat XM. Power sub next is another version of that. ACR is attenuation crosstalk ratio. That takes into account kind of this insertion loss where we have attenuation, and the next where we have crosstalk or the other crosstalk specs, and combines them. So it's really kind of useful if you have a very low loss cable but a little bit extra crosstalk. This ratio can still stay good, or vice versa. But it's going to look at problems with these couplers or the quality of the pair twists and so on. Power sum ACR, ACR far. Let's get into return loss. Return loss is the bounce. It's the amount of signal that goes to one end and bounces back and reflects down and shows back up at the first end. And that jumbles things.
Just real quick, what you guys are talking about, you can get like mats off of Ali and Amazon for like 10, 20 bucks, and they have a bunch of little frills and everything, and those are just as good. They're silicone mats. And they can take a high temperature of your iron just sitting there and nothing will happen to them. That's really all you need. I got this one because of the cameras. The one I have is, a lot of it is because it looks cool, I liked it, but it was for the cameras. Because I'd have all the lights reflect up on my face, and it would be a teal, and it would cause this discoloration, and I'd see it in the cameras, and it would drive me nuts. So, swapped it out with this, paid way too much. No regrets.
Up and causes confusion and makes things messy. So we can look at that as well. And again, we want this to be as high above the red line as possible. When we have a bunch of couplers in there, it's going to cause things to bounce around a lot. So we should see some interesting stuff go on. Cool, let's go do some testing. All right, so let's go ahead and test the 100 meter cable with no adapters at all. I've taken the shells off and plugged the RJ45s directly into the tester here. All right, so we're good here. So now we have a reference that we can go off of. I'm going to go ahead and test this again in the Cat 6A mode. All right, so we have the pass again. Let's go ahead and look at the 10 adapters. First we'll do the Cat 5E and then the Cat 6A. Coupler number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Coupler number 9 and cable number 10. Okay, so let's go ahead and test the Cat 5E couplers. Oh, we have a failure here. Oh, wow, look at all those peaks and valleys. Those couplers are causing some sort of frequency-related insertion loss issues. Let's go ahead and check the Cat 6A couplers and grab that data. Now, you would probably not want to do this as a standard setup for your gig unless you like adapters a lot. But one good way to see if there's a problem is to magnify the problem, is to do it a bunch of times and then look at the cumulative effect so that we can then deduce what's going on with less of it. Let's go ahead and test this out. Insertion loss 0.1 dB. Well, that doesn't look near as bad. These couplers are definitely better. For this test, what I'm going to do is take two 10-meter cables and put a single coupler between the Cat 5E, the Cat 6A, and then we'll do a third test where I put a very, very short, high-quality jumper between, and I put two of those couplers on there, two Cat 6As or two Cat 5Es, and then we'll be able to compare the single coupler versus the short cable and a second coupler and see how much a coupler adds or degrades the signal. So let's go ahead and check that out. All right, and we'll do just the single. Cool. So I went on to do a bunch more tests of various configurations. And
But-
now let's go ahead
but
and
that
take
toaster
a look
costs
at
like
these
$5
test
grand.
results and see what we find. All right, so we grabbed a lot of data from a lot of tests. So I'm going to focus on the failures and the highlights. I have uploaded all of these data files to the YouTube channel members Telegram channel. And you can find a link to that in the members dashboard in the messages there. You'll be able to download and dive into these further should you choose to do so and hang out with other channel members there. All right, so let's start with the 100 megahertz, 100 meter SuperCAT XM with no couplers. And let's go ahead and go down the line real quick here. Wire map data, this gives you the specifications of the cable. Insertion loss, this 24 dB is that critical spec for AES 50 that we need to be below, and we're well below that. Near end crosstalk, power sum, near end crosstalk, kind of cumulative version of it. Attenuation crosstalk ratio, power sum, attenuation crosstalk ratio near, attenuation crosstalk ratio far, power sum, attenuation, crosstalk ratio var, and return loss are the graphs that we can see. Let's go ahead and take a look at insertion loss when we add two Cat5e couplers. And we can see that we are at 21.6 dB at 100 megahertz instead of 20 point something. So maybe we lost a dB or so with the Cat5s. And we lost about the same with the Cat6. So return loss wise, we lose a dB. If we have some headroom there, you're going to be fine. And we can look at that, the 500 megahertz. We're doing just fine with no couplers. But the Cat5e couplers, they don't like the high frequency. They're not built to go above 100 megahertz, and they sure don't deal with it well. Puts us out of spec there. And the Cat6a couplers, they do mess with us. The green pair is out. So this is adding two Cat6a couplers and two short cables. So you do got to be careful with adding couplers to very long cables, like 100 meters, when running high data rates. All right, let's go ahead and look at this more extreme adventure where I put 10 10-meter cables together. Here's our reference point. And when we add 9 couplers, 10 cable chunks, we get all kinds of fun. We get a little sawtooth here on the blue and the green, with the brown kind of holding and the yellow kind of staying below, and they're jumping above and giving us a fail in insertion loss. Let's take a look at the same thing with a Cat6a coupler. Much better. For 100 megahertz, we're fine. Even with 10 jumpers, we're still within spec there. Let's look at it, the 500 megahertz. With the Cat5e jumpers, it's chaos and probably going to fail. And with the Cat6a jumpers, it holds strong and then goes wonky towards the end there. And it's just the green pair. It's kind of interesting. If you're running Cat5e 100 megahertz stuff, you can throw a few Cat6a couplers in there and be golden. Cat5e couplers are not going to be as friendly. Cat5e coupler at 100 megahertz and the Cat6a, where it makes barely any difference. 9 Cat6a couplers.
Man, I might buy me a couple of those.
Messed with us. Next, there's our near-end crosstalk. Look at that, just a mess. Return loss. And we're failing the ACRF, the PS ACRF, and the insertion loss.
Damn.
With that one. This
that is
one's
all
just failing insertion loss. So this is very interesting. 9 Cat6a couplers testing out to 100 megahertz. We're off by 0.1 dB of insertion loss and pass everything else. With the Cat5e couplers, we fail in 3 different categories. If we go to the 500 megahertz test, we fail all over the place with the Cat5e couplers.
Yeah, but that's fine.
And we're failing in 3 categories with the Cat6a. So probably don't want to use that many jumpers. Let's go ahead and look at the 2 10-meter cables, 20 meters, 66 feet, 1 Cat5e coupler, 1 Cat6a coupler, 2 5e couplers, 2 6A couplers. We can see the 6A couplers are
Yeah.
better, but they all pass. I mean, if you're running shorter cables, throwing a few couplers in there is not going to really make a difference. You're not close enough to the spec. But if you're running high frequencies, now we have issues. Look at this brown pair has gone way out of spec with the Cat 5e coupler, and with the Cat 6A coupler, it stays within spec. And the same thing with the double 5e couplers, and the 6A couplers hold it within spec. You really want those 6A couplers. The 5e ones suck. Cool. I think that pretty much highlights what I was looking to find out here is how much do these couplers affect it and what do they do? And we can see that adding the couplers in to the cables creates a degradation of the signal. And the Cat 5e couplers definitely degrade the signal more than the Cat 6A couplers. Cool. I hope this adds some clarity to EtherCon couplers. Low speed data, 100 megahertz, you can throw a few in there. Avoid the Cat 5e couplers and use the Cat 6As whenever possible, especially with high speed data stuff that's over 100 megahertz or the cables are long. With short cables, it doesn't matter much. When you run really long cables,
That's a great
you
mixer.
wanna
The
be
I
careful
think it's called the
not
Venue or the
to
Venus
get
or
too
something.
far into the limits of the specifications.
Why did he have to edit that part? Oh God, it's so weird. Some of the editing is a little odd that he does, and I'm always like, what the fuck? But whatever. All right, let me go put this plate away, and then we're gonna go back to solving a mystery. Who shit in my pants? And we're back. We still haven't found the culprit, but when we do, we'll deal with them. All right. Let's see. I took this off. Let's put this back on. All right. Let's do another one. Let's get these guys sorted out real quick, and then we'll go to Funky Town. Funky Town. Let's go. Well, hold on. Okay. Boink. Moment of truth. Oh, wait, we didn't. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Did I not test those other ones with the camera on? Fuck. I just realized I forgot to plug the camera in. I don't know if it was unplugged earlier. I'll have to retest those guys because I'm an idiot. Okay, this one says no signal. Let me do a quick unplug, replug. All right, nothing's happening, so I'm gonna assume that it tells the truth. Okay. The orange tape of Ophelia. Of Venice, that's the name. I remembered V, but I got dumb. Yeah, when I first started AV, I got to work on that board quite a bit. It was always nice. It's like the last board really before everybody kind of went to digital. like M7 and shouldn't. Why am I unplugging this? I should never do that. Right, it's recognized. About to recognize. Uno momento plays. What's this guy know what he's doing with all the I don't know his personal life, so I couldn't speak to that. Adam Fighter, welcome in. Yep, no signal. Unplugged and replugged. That's a no from me, dog. Okay, that's what I thought. Now we'll do this one just to make sure, because I can't remember if I stupidly turned the unplugged the camera, so I'm just gonna rerun this. Why do I keep doing that? I unplugged this. Who am I trying to prove here? Who am I trying to prove? That doesn't even make any damn sense. All right, that's a good sign. Hey, look at that. We got Feel It in the Air Tonight mode. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Yum, yum. I kind of look like that. Yum, 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 yum. All right, so this one is glitchy. So I haven't come up with a tape color for that. So I should change this tape, or oh yeah, let's do a different color. That'll be perfect. Ophelia from Hamlet. No, I need new glasses, really bad. I've just been not really wanting to face the Piper. I know, it's stupid. Oops. Hammett. Hollywood can't even come up with good original ideas. Stole Hamlet and called it Hammett. Starring the ghost of Mickey Rooney. Or no, not Mickey Rooney. He's still alive, isn't he? Andy Rooney. There you go. Oh wait, I already have a pink. Alright. So we got our pile of oranges here, and then we got our pile of green. It's definitely on the up and up. Okay. Let's go. Dr. Dangus. Dr. Dangus. Mr. Dangus will come in. It's about Shakespeare and his wife and his child with that name, I believe. Interesting. Mr. Dangus. What are stars? Some people think it's a great bunch of farts. Get up in the sky. Make sure. Definitely no signal. Do do do. Do do do. Hope we find more heated in the air tonight. I really like those. It's really funny, and it's fun to have that song stuck in your head. Do 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 do. See, all these are getting recognized by the USB works, so it's not like a power issue, which I kind of leaned towards in the beginning. It's not like, at least it's not the power for this chip, this USB chip. Because, I mean, it interfaces with it and everything. The backstory of the making of this. No. Wait, which parts? About the famous gated drums or something? How they invented that? I've heard that one before. But no, the actual, what the song is about, yeah. Nope. I'm just going to remember how I remember it in the beginning. Miami Vice. Crockett and Tubbs. About to take some Colombian dealers down. They had Uzis, as was the preferred weapon of people of that particular profession at that time. Kind of wish Uzis were still a thing, honestly. Kind of neat guns. I mean, if you want to be like a gangsta. Hey, Tronics, yeah, this is an Elgato analog video capture card. We had a viewer send me in like 40 of them, and they've got like a lot more, so we're just trying to see what's wrong, catalog what's broke, and then, you know, we can troubleshoot it. But right now I just need to figure out, you know, why it's not working. Miami Vice is the way the lore should be. You know, they're like walking around in their pastel suits. Don Johnson and shit, that other guy, I can't think of his name. He played Tubbs, I think. Uzis with shoulder straps, like a purse. Yeah, exactly. Pray and spray. Yeah, the 80s did. I was watching, man, what movie was it? I think it was Predator 2. And the gang guys had what the fuck's going on here? Am I that stupid? A little bit. I didn't bend any pins. No. Yeah, Michael, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, hey, look at that. We kind of got something. Wait for it. Ready, C. Wipe C. Shit! That's not it. Out to 1. Sorry, tape gave me the wrong information. God fucking damn. No, okay. All right, so that's not, that one's different. I don't even know how to categorize this one. And I'm kind of out of tape colors. I've got blue. I'm going to put it with green, and I'm going to write a message to myself from the past to the future about it. That's right. It's probably the same damn problem. Honestly, I almost want to call it a orange problem. Yeah, I'm going to put it orange, but I'm going to be like, I'll put intermittent, which is, sounds like a really cool name for a transformer. Here's Optimus Prime and intermittent. Ready to do battle. All right, I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh yeah, this thing is fucking toast. Okay, never mind. We're not doing that. We're gonna do the big tip. I don't think I spelled intermittent right. I think it's like, unless I'm talking about the dimension of a mitten. Well, that's cool, you know? Sometimes spelling is for the birds. Crashing into boxes, yeah. Dronix, you're heading out, mate. Take care, stay guile, and see you soon. I might be able to stream next week, and I'm gonna try to stream from my hotel maybe, but no promises. We'll see how things go, but cause I got like the definite next stream will be March 12th. So mark your calendars then. I do have some stuff on the YouTube, so oh cool. This one kind of, oh wait, nope. Hey, look at that. Whoa. Is that the color or oh shit. Yeah, that's not supposed to be that way. It's like one of the colors keeps sinking out. Yeah, there we go. Now we have white. I think it just has to heat up. Now, there we go. Now we're back to out of color. Or maybe that's just the temperature, the auto temperature of this camera. Because, like, the colors on this camera are insane. But I keep looking really sick. All right, not the good kind of sick either. All right, so, well, this is definitely a green. Works, but doesn't look good. I'm not even sure which ones I want to start off with. Like, should I? Well, I guess, I don't know. Works, but no colors. Or colors are bad. Maybe I should have done this over a beer. Sorry, I was channeling Worf. When something really bad happened, he'd be like, "Ah!" And then he'd, you know, growl some more. It's pretty slick, really. Yeah, if you love Michael Dorn, you should go check out. There's the Dungeons and Dragons pinball came out like within the last year or so. Yeah, but I think it came out about a year ago. It's super fun, but they got a lot of really cool voice actors for it. One of them, my man Michael Dorn. So, oh wow, this one looks totally different. Well, no, it doesn't. The board does. Yeah, like this is a different shade and everything, and the composition is different. I wonder if we'll have the exact same problems. What do you think, kids? Probably. Gonna go with a yeah. Yeah. All right, powering up. Going hot. Oh, hey, we got in the air tonight mode. I love this thing. Oh, this one's actually, it's pretty bad. It's like Luma is screwed up or something, right? I think that's what's happening. Because, yeah, my pale skin is reflecting the light, which is just going to be light, and it's like, it just like poops out. Yeah, I think that's what's going on, so at least we have a name for this. Are they all broken? Yeah. I've ran across a few that seem to work. I don't know if maybe we need to run them for an hour or something and then they'll stop, but there's been a few that seem to be okay. But out of the 40 of them, it's about 80%. Well, probably more than that, like 90%, 95%. No work. That's burn. It's a level issue. On composite. On composite video? Or component, I mean? Did I say composite? Well, shit. I can always get the two confused. Component video, I think. Whatever. The common, yeah, you know, that's the other thing. I need to look at the chip, try to find the data sheet for it so I can get a better idea of how you wire it up, like what to expect for the input side. Is it straight in? Is there any buffering? You know, what dialing in is done component-wise. All right, so this guy's DUN. Yeah, I know. I'm very curious what the S video would be like, because from what I can tell, those are independent inputs on the chip, I believe. So like there might be a component, composite, whatever the word is. I always get confused. But then maybe S-video works. What I think I'm gonna do is, I had a buddy who had an S-video thing, but he's like, I don't know where the hell that is. It gave me the impression he doesn't know where it is and he doesn't want to look for it, which is fine. I don't blame him. So I was thinking about either getting like like an old retro gaming console, but that has it, but I haven't been able to find one that does. If you guys might know off the top of your noodles, let me know, and if it's not really expensive, it might be a great project to have, and we can retrofit it, or whatever. All right, let's feel it in the air tonight. Hey, look at that. This one works. The colors are a little janky. Oh, there we go. It's doing it again where the colors are burping out. Yeah, so this one is functional, but now I wonder if those other ones I had that were goofing up, because I hadn't. Yeah, you just watch it change the color temp, and it makes me look all sick. If we go around here, see, those seem okay, so I don't know. Either way, this one kind of works, but I don't think it's working correctly. Oh, really? Interesting. So I did notice something that's, I think I'll be all right, but this chip is a BGA. So it's not going to be easy to probe. However, there is a connector here, and I believe this connector gives you access to everything. And there is some info off to the side. So I believe there's like a JTAG sort of connector here. And I believe we can go in that way. Or, be able to probe and whatnot along that area. Let me pull this out. She got a picture. Oh, shit. Well, I kind of wonder, like, how these degrade, too. Like, would that be part of the answer? Like, does it first start to get the colors off, and then we have, like, a Luma issue, and then it's no video? Some of them looks like a syncing issue. Like, it's not being able to lock to sync. Now, look at this guy. Oh, shit. Yeah, he's all purple. Or is he? Yeah, it still does that, but I don't know. That might be... Oh, there we go. So you go to the green, and then you go back. It's like, Arr! It's the green. The green's throwing the color correction, or whatever the fuck this is, off. That's hilarious. I like that. That is comedy. Yeah, so I think that I'm since this keeps being recognized by USB, all these units, and that's where it's on the chip itself, I'm of the hope that there's no damage to this chip, because I would think if something happened, it would take the whole thing down with it. That could be a false assumption. I don't know, but it's a working theory. It has some legs, but I don't know. You know, we do have a working one. I could check that one again. All right, let's plug it in. Recognizes. Better recognize. Lumichroma spreader. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. It can't. There's not a lot of circuits between there. There's no op amps or anything that I can see. There is like this one chip off to the side, but I don't know if it's an op amp or an EEPROM or what. It's an 8-pin chip though. All right, so this guy didn't pass the mustard test. Damn it. What are we doing here? This is a no signal. I forgot. We've been doing so many of them. I was kind of like, what? What? Guess it really doesn't matter how I pile them. Hot. Hot for the teacher. I think we have, what, three more. So we're almost done, then we can put this off to the side. Or we could look around a little bit. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're smart like that. Ah, I knew it. Took too long. Like, if the video is going to work, it's going to, like, happen pretty damn quick. And a 1 and a poo. Hey, look at that. We blow the green out again? Yeah. I wonder if that one I thought worked was actually had the same issue. All right. That's a green.
Slipper green. I'm an adult and I deserve an adult glass.
Man, I can't stop thinking about this warehouse idea. I really need to get my head out of it and get the number, because that's what's gonna make or break it. If they tell me it's like this outrageous amount of money, and I'll be like, I can't afford that. That's too much. And even if I were to split it, I'd be like... I mean, maybe that would give it a chance. Oh! Oh! This is completely dead. And it looks like it's been worked on. There's a ton of flux all over this this connector here that looks like it's non-factory. But yeah, it's dead as Dillinger. It's not even being recognized. So this is like a complete failure. I don't even know what color tape that is. I had a couple that were completely dead, but yeah, look at this flux here. Yeah, somebody worked on this. This is a USB side, the USB connector. Because I don't think any of them... Well, you know what? I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I don't know. They do kind of have some gunk on them. Like, here's one. Here's another one. Maybe it's just bad luck. Maybe I'm... Oh. Wait a minute. Probably not. I think this one's toast. Okay, does this show up on camera? You can't really tell, but it's dark. Like, this board has been cooked. Yeah, you can see. Here's a completely different board just for comparison. This one cooked, I believe. Ooh, wait a minute. Is that a... Oh, shit. Is that scrapes, or is that the... chip? No, I think it's just I thought the chip popped or something. That'd been pretty cool. All right, so this is I'll just write completely dead on it. Maybe just dead. Completely seems like a lot of words. Oh, you know what? Why don't I use a better Sharpie here? Like an adult. Right. R.I.P. Rest in peace. When you get the coffin and you soon get the read me by. All right. Give me a dub plate. I'll make them mash them down. Mash them down. Going hot. All right, that's a good sign. Oops, wrong feed. So sad. All right. That is all of them that came out of that bucket, or out of this piece of paper. Oh shit! Come on, man. You know what? I'll just leave this one plugged in, and we can work on it. That way we can just pop on in on it. Let me Take this part out. Unplug this. Get this fixed back. All right. Awesome. All right. So let me count these again. I got one here, but actually that's going to count towards this one. So 2, 4, 6 that kind of put video, and then 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So 18 in there. Yeah, I think Kelton's right. We'll need to go through and scope these points. We might look for just real obvious failures, test some components, but none of these components have their values written on them. And I don't know. I haven't bothered to try to look, but I seriously doubt, very seriously doubt, there's a schematic for this. Just a Google search away. That seems extremely naive and foolish. A little bit sad, you know, like. Why come not? Oh wait, what am I doing here? I got the okay. Derp 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 derp. Alright, I'm gonna put this together. So I kinda like this. Well, we'll see. Here, I'll just put this here for now, and then we'll come back to it next time. Oh my goodness. How long have we been going for? 9 hours, 50 minutes. I thought it was going to be a short stream today. I'm so bad at that. I don't know. I enjoy it. Hopefully I can enjoy it in a warehouse. That would be awesome. That would be mega, mega awesome. What's up on them internets? Not too much. Oh my gosh. So just a reminder, again, I'll be out of town for the next week. I'm going to try to stream on, what was it, Tuesday? I think is the next day. No, I get back on Tuesday, so it'll probably be Wednesday, maybe Thursday, but it just kind of depends on how tired I am. I then head back on the road on the 27th, and then I'm basically on the road for like 13 days. Now, on this gig I'm going to, I might have a chance to stream a little bit after work, so maybe we could do that. That might be fun. That might work out. We'll see. And then on not this trip there's a gig I have. It's basically the first week of March. I doubt I'll have any spare time. But the other gig that's like the second week of March, I might have some spare time because it's in LA, and LA's boring. Unless you like clubs and crap like that. Excited for your adventure. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, anyway, I'm always got to do these gigs. I'm not exactly, as I've said many times, I'm kind of, oh man, my little, well, whatever. Get a little tired. Hopefully this warehouse thing works out. I'm really, really hyper focused on it. I need to try to distract myself a little bit, but it should be bueno. Should be bueno. I'm excited for it. What else? Yeah, I guess that's it. I'm just kind of warning you guys. I'll be MIA for a little while, but you know, once I come back though, March and April are pretty open. I think I have a little bit at the end of April, but you know, either way, we'll have like 4 or 5 good weeks of hanging out. So that, I mean, that works out sort of. What else? I guess that's it, really. Let's go to the cool background. Let me throw out them accolades for all the real peeps out there. So over on YouTube, we cracked it, baby. It's 1,901. So 1901. Very nice. They're on the road to 2,000 YouTube subscribers. It'll be great. We also gained, I believe, a new membership over on YouTube as well. They got the emote the unlocker, which is a mere 99 cents or $1 or whatever the hell. So it's the lowest tier. It's a good deal if you want some motes. We can get some more of those. I can get some more motes up there. I plan to try to transfer a lot of what we have over on the Twitch side, but I was thinking it might be kind of advantageous to spread it out. You feel me? But we'll see. We'll see how things go. I'm pretty excited about it. You can tell. Now today we gained over on Twitch. We are at 5,500 and freaking 12, mate. 5512. Today we got 7 new followers. Oh, look at that. Zero Narrative popping in that 3-month right cherry on top. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate it. Glad to have you here. Glad to have, appreciate your support. Just love it, mate. Thank you so much. Hope for many more. Yeah, we got 7 new followers today. We also had our resub, Zero Narrative, with the 3 months. DJ Doey with the unmistakable 50 months. But Marza Panda with 58 months. Those are some real old school loving right there. Super appreciate it. Super loving it. Thank you so much. We also had some gift action today. Del Dude giving away 5 gifted subs. Porphyry giving away a gift sub as well. Thank you to both of y'all if you're still in the chat. And then on the bits side, we had Timinator dropping 100 bits, Porphyry dropping 100 bits, and Upshift with 200 bits. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Oh, wait. And then, that's right, for raids, we had 2 of our buddies, our streaming buddies, our best buds. I don't know what the word is. We had DJ Doey popping in today, and then none other than the Brutzler popping in as well, and their crew. Love from Deutschland. Muchas gracias, Deutschland. Muchas gracias. That was really, that's funny. It was awesome day. Really great. Genuinely, it's going to make going on the road a lot more sucky. But you got to do what you got to do. This shit happens. We'll hopefully be able to hang out some in the future. Let me drop our social media link in the chat. If you're not following us on some of the socials, you should give it a try. It's not so bad. We've got our Discord's probably my personal favorite, although we'll see how that's going to happen in the next upcoming month. I really don't know what we're going to do about it. I'm kind of just like, let's see what it looks like. I have no intention of showing my ID or any of that crap, so I'll see what the internet cooks up to fix this. Or we might, there's some alternate things out there as well, so maybe we'll transition to that. We'll see. It's hard to say, but currently our Discord is a lot of fun. There's some great people in there. If you're working on projects, you got projects you want to show off, definitely post them there. You can also always tag me on any of those social medias. I love to see what you guys are working on. Love to see your projects, so please do. It's the opposite of a bother. It's a gift, a little friendly gift from you to me. It's kind of whatever, but I appreciate it all the time. Still here. Just finished a module. Oh, nice, nice. What module did you finish, Porphyry? Oh, you think it's a nothing burger? Oh, yeah. Oh, the Discord. Yeah, we'll see. We're pretty chill in there. We don't do anything too. We're PG-13. You know, we rarely get into the rated R world. Honestly, I don't think we ever really do. So we might be all right. You might be. I hope you're right, because really hate to see Discord go bye-bye. Oh, the beers VCO. Nice. Let's go, mate. Let's go. Well, I hope you enjoy that. I can't wait to catch your streams in the future. Let's see here. I got... over on YouTube, I have Ace Repair, but I don't see anybody over on the YouTube right now, so it may just go to dial tone. But that was my fault. I thought it was a cool vape electronic. Wait, what? Yeah, I missed that. Confused. So confused. All right. I remember that weird tool that was really a vape in disguise. Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about now. Mr. Dangus, take care, mate. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you all, guys. I say it every time, and I mean it every time. Thank you so much for hanging out, making this stream a lot of fun. I always appreciate it, and I always love hanging out with you guys and working on projects, working on jams, learning a little bit from you guys, and hopefully hope you gleaming a little bit of wisdom off of me. I don't know. It's mostly it's just funny. We're going to raid out to our good buddy, Julie. If you haven't seen Julie before, you're in for a real treat. She is absolutely Twitch royalty and one of my favorite content creators on Twitch. She does live animations. She has a whole universe created within her stream. She interacts and talks with chat and does art and Doodletown, all that. It's great. It's really, really cool. You're in for a real treat if you've never been there before. Definitely stick around, check it out a little bit. She's something else. Definitely something else. Looks like she's doing artwork right now. So this is kind of a different scenario, but she might go back. She'll do artwork and work on stuff with their, and it's kind of analogous to like a VTuber because you have it. But once you realize it's so much more than a VTuber type scenario, that's where the icing really comes in. So if once we come in, she's going to be doing that. But if that changes up, that should change up hopefully, and you can see some of Doodletown and some of the goofy characters that she has in her little world. Other than that, let's get it rolling, mates. Thanks again one more time for a fantastic night, a fantastic week. I can't wait to hang out as soon as I possibly can and see you guys on them internets. You know, throw some memes out there, get some lulz, get some good vibes. I'd always appreciate it. Sometimes I even think I require it to survive. So the old logo up. Sweet, sweet logo. Big fan of the logo. And then we're just gonna mass bomb. Oops. What? Oh. Wrong button. Ah, god damn it. There we go. All right, now we're good. Guys, take care. Have a good rest of the week, and stay guile.